There was complete silence in the richly furnished room. In front of the large arch stood a writing desk, behind which sat a long-haired young man. He was fast asleep, his head resting on his outstretched arms. The next moment, the stranger suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had been disturbed by a nightmare. The guy raised his head, leaned his fists on the table, and screamed in surprise that he had not died, also not understanding where he was. The last memories were of an extremely unsuccessful and stale dinner in a restaurant, then a night spent in a hospital ward. The patient could not be saved, and although now the guy was unable to fully reconstruct what happened, now, looking around, he realized that he had ended up in another world. A strange smell distracted my attention and concern for myself, overshadowing even all my experiences. On the table where the young man woke up, 2 bottles were found, one was closed, and several round pills had fallen out of the second. The time traveler grabbed one and brought it to his nose, sniffing. Could this really be the same pill from the legends? But bringing the pill so close to his face was a mistake. The medicine had expired. The pungent smell almost knocked the guy off his feet, and he barely held back the urge to vomit. Sitting down at the table, he snapped his fingers and pushed the filth away, assuming that the body's previous owner had died from taking expired pills. The guy, bored, decided to explore the surroundings. Walking under the high vaulted ceilings, he lazily stretched. Approaching the wooden doors, he was about to go outside, wondering if the previous owner of his body had been lucky enough to transition into his shell in the modern world. But right in front of the guy's nose, the door slid open, and a strong-built man with his hair up almost knocked him down, calling Master Chen. The time traveler pointed at himself, asking if the stranger was talking to him. Much to his surprise, the man turned around and shot across the yard, shouting that the young master needed a rest. The guy was in despair. He crossed the border but still did not see the benefits of the transition. Where are the awards, artistic facts and fans, and where is the system? Something flashed in the air. Fortunately, at least the system still existed in this world. A multitude of small blue squares like moths circled in front of the guy. He enthusiastically ordered the system to tell about its functions. He closed his eyes and pressed his hands to his chest, imagining how, with the help of the system, he would be able to endlessly enjoy food and drink in the arms of his wives and concubines in the future. Suddenly, the system announced a launch failure. The time traveler fell to his knees, letting out a cry of disappointment. The system did explain at parting that there had been a failure, and now the owner had been assigned a time management system, where the owner could change the expiration date of expired products within 5 years, which rather puzzled the time traveler. He tossed his long hair in irritation and decided it was better than nothing. Chen walked back to the table and reached out to the bottles, thinking that he could try to restore the pills to their original condition. Clutching a pill in his fingers, the boy ordered the system to adjust the expiration date of the medicines. Right in the middle of the room, shining golden, a large clock with several hands appeared. Chen boldly extended his hand, realizing that he could control them to achieve his needs. The hands started moving in the opposite direction, and the tablet started to give off a fresh scent. The time traveler was incredibly happy about this, because now there shouldn't be any problems. It seemed that the pills were meant for condensation to increase cultivation level. Chen threw one into his mouth to improve his condition. At that very moment, he felt an extraordinary spiritual uplift. The space around him narrowed. The guy smiled joyfully, and lightning and sparks of blue flowers appeared in the air. The surge of energy was so strong that Chen raised his hands in triumph, confident that everything would go well. But at the same time, the time traveler sighed dejectedly. One pill was not enough. The system was again ordered to return the expiration date of the remaining pills for another 5 years. The clock hands started moving. The time traveler continued to eat. He knew from the memories of his body that this person was stuck at the very beginning of development. His parents were great landowners of the noble king's kingdom, but for some reason the owner of the body had no talents, so there was no development. His peers laughed, made fun of him and called him a weakling. Chen felt a jolt and once again felt dejectedly aware that he had failed. The clock hands kept turning back time. It was imperative to continue taking the pills. The time traveler bared his teeth. He swallowed 5 pills at once, but still did not begin to develop. Probably this body really does not have natural abilities. As if intoxicated, the young man suddenly extended his hand and sternly ordered the system to extend the expiration date of the drugs for another 5 years. Finally, punching the wall, Chen realized that it was useless to just swallow the pills and went outside. He saw that the owner of the body had a sworn sister, Chen Yan, the only one who served the Chen residence. Lost in thought, the young master heard someone talking from the side. a young voice bragging to his brothers that he had moved to the 7th stage of the Yuan Condensing Kingdom. His companions began to congratulate their brother. Chen turned around, still thinking. For the Yuan Kingdom to prosper, it was necessary to create a development base, a solid foundation, through the basic breathing techniques. The previous owner practiced these techniques since childhood for 10 years. He has no talent and does not have the genius of his parents. The guy decided that he should try to adjust the data for 5 years for all things in the world. As the system told, it is possible to adjust the time of practice of breathing techniques at the same time. A crowd nearby noticed him. They thought he was looking at Yue and was jealous. Yue raised his eyebrows and snorted arrogantly. The Chen family was still unable to help the young master in cultivation. He was useless. There were rumors that Chen Xinyuan had come to Cheng's mansion to cancel his admission to Huangwu Academy due to the fact that Chen Dao had not yet begun to cultivate, a decision that was tantamount to death. Dao, fired up by the idea, ordered the system to increase the time of his practice of the basic breathing technique by 5 years. The watch sparkled gold, the hands flew. The guy joyfully shook his fist. It worked. The human mind began to fill with a huge amount of thoughts about this technique, and the increase in skill occurred instantly. Feeling much stronger at all levels, Dao joyfully exclaimed that the cultivation space had opened up again. He sat straight down on the stone floor in the lotus position, with his fingers together, and began to practice the basic breathing technique. This technique was spread for 10 weeks. This time was a record for its predecessor to study it. Now, after increasing the skill by 5 years, the cultivation time will surely increase. Time dragged on, but with the cultivation of Dao, I didn't feel it. Finally, a whole 16 weeks passed. The boy looked at the blue glow of his palms with delight. He was able to advance to the Yuan realm thanks to the increase in the effectiveness of the basic breathing technique. Time compensates for the low status. Dao walked along the pavement through the stone arch. He knew that there would be a big show at Chen's estate today, and this was the reason for the death of his predecessor, who ate expired pills. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Chen estate, many nobles had gathered, and on the dais in the center, on a high throne, sat a stately girl. She sharply spoke out against some decision. Yuan, with a sly smile, convinced Yan that until the master and his wife returned, junior brother Dao was not suitable for this path of cultivation. Yan replied irritably that the master and his wife had built this house. Even after their disappearance, the entire territory belonged to the heir. Yuan had no right to deprive him of his place in the Huangwu Academy. Moreover, the girl's warlike nature did not allow her to remain silent. She also told the man that, being orphans from Dao, the master's family had taken them in. Without them, the children had died of hunger and frozen to death on the street. Yuan, hurt by the young heiress's words, angrily raised his voice at her, saying that she could not solve the estate's problems alone. She had already been accepted into the academy. Several men from the crowd supported Yuan, calling Yan spoiled and Dao an unworthy student of the academy. But the girl, rising from the throne, declared that after the disappearance of the owners, the city was left without a leader, and called the men schemers. Yuan jumped up from his seat when Yan accused him of aiding her in getting a place on the admissions committee. He shouted that the girl was not the only one dictating the rules in the family, and that only the young master and his lack of ability could be blamed for the problems. As if by magic, after these words, Dao entered the hall, grinning and asking why he had no abilities. He stopped at a distance from the dais, but so that all the advisors could see him, and announced that he had arrived on time. Yan asked worriedly what her brother was doing here. He replied with a smile that he had only come to look around. In fact, the time traveler was not so frivolous, and knew that all the squabbles were happening because of him. After their parents went missing, Yan's older sister took care of her brother like a mother. She stands firm against stubborn advisors and takes care of the family's affairs, protecting it. The sister ran up to her brother, asking him to leave, because the girl would take care of everything herself. Yan felt that she had to force the young man to leave to prevent others from using his cultivation as leverage. But the doors slammed shut with a crunch, and Yuan, smiling evilly, suggested that they talk about pressing matters, since Dao was here. He, taking advantage of the moment, deftly ran up the dais and sat down on the throne, propping his chin up with his fist. He was surrounded on both sides by frowning Yuan and Yan. His sister crossed her arms over her chest and demanded that her younger brother obey her. When Yan made scary eyes, hinting at danger, her brother suddenly grabbed the girl by the wrist. All the irritation left the girl's face. She was surprised by this gesture, because Dao had never shown such courage before. The time traveler surprised her even more by saying that his sister should relax and trust him. Dao leaned back on his throne and waved his hand, calling for those who wished to speak. Yuan addressed the young man by name, but he rudely interrupted him, ordering him to address himself as nothing other than young master. The man recoiled from the unexpected change in the character of the previously gentle son of the master. He knitted his eyebrows together, seriously informing about the proposal to refuse admission to the academy, because the heir had not yet begun his cultivation. Dao laughed, asking who here was so outstanding that he would take his place. The man hit his chest, imagining Liu Tinger as a good option, young and with an excellent upbringing. Yan reproached Yuan for the matchmaking because the girl was his fiancée, and the advisor completely lost his shame. Dao supported him, saying that the man has no conscience. This completely infuriated the advisor. He almost attacked the brother and sister with his fists, shouting that Tinner had started cultivating 5 years ago and could compare to the young master. Dao rose from the throne, telling Yuan the reason why the Tang dynasty provided free education to aristocrats. They were rewarded for their contributions to the dynasty. And how is Yuan's fiancé going to study there, not being from a rich family? Yuan, drooling, shouted in Dao's face that Tinger had joined the family, and after studying at the academy, her contribution would be greater than that of someone who had not yet begun cultivating. One of the advisors drew attention to himself, folding his arms. He predicted the decline of the aristocratic Huo Seihold, and hoped that the young master would think about his family. The gray-haired man raised his eyebrows and also expressed hope for the imminent return of the master and his wife. Yan tried to defend her brother again, shouting that the men were conspiring to intimidate him. Let them attack her. Yan, holding his head high, declared his unwillingness to argue with the girl about such nonsense. Pointing his finger at Dao unceremoniously, he said that the young master could not begin his cultivation and was to blame for his own uselessness. Dao, grinning, asked mysteriously why he couldn't start. The man just laughed at this statement, humiliating the time traveler. He did not remain silent and simply decided to demonstrate his own abilities. The fiery flashes that swirled around his entire body proved to the advisors that the young master had begun his cultivation. Yan almost cried with happiness at the sight of her brother, who had begun his development. The young man smiled tenderly and asked forgiveness from his sister, whom he had made suffer all these years. The girl, smiling, asked not to apologize. She was incredibly happy about what happened. Dao assured Yan that he would become better and would no longer be so worthless. But the girl convinced her brother that she believed in him. They turned in unison to the dumbfounded Yuan, asking if he had anything to say. The man reacted very violently to this appeal. He was deeply offended. Dao laughed and said that the advisor was not worthy of the name Chen. Yuan, trying not to lose his dignity, smirked and tried to humiliate the young man again because he had not been able to show the ability to cultivate for so many years and had only learned to talk nonsense. He addressed those present, mockingly drawing attention to the slow development of abilities, which would probably continue in the future. Yuan concluded his speech by saying that the young master should not enter the academy. Yan couldn't stand to see this and activated her magic, angrily addressing the advisor who dared to bully her brother. An enraged Yuan challenged the girl to shut up as they were discussing official matters. But there was no stopping her. Yan waved her hand, and the advisor was thrown several meters away from the place where he had just stood. The man was so taken aback that he couldn't find anything to say. Only his chest heaved heavily from the tension. The stunned people present began to discuss the cultivation abilities of the young heiress who managed to push Yuan away, and the girl asked them what they thought of her brother. To her surprise, the men supported the idea of Dao joining the academy. Now that the master was absent, the men close to him had to do everything to support Dao. But one of the advisors scratched his chin and did not change his mind, as he believed that the young master's cultivation progress was too slow, and the Chen family might remain in decline. Yuan, with a mean smile, proposed to arrange a duel between Tinner and Dao. The winner would be allowed into the academy. He added, looking sarcastically at the young master, that he would not be able to refuse, following the rules. Yan stepped forward, stating that the Dao was just beginning to be mastered, while Tinger had a lot of experience behind her. The brother took her by the hand, sternly telling her that he would have to decide this issue himself and that his sister would let him figure it out. The young man agreed to hold the fight, but set one condition: he would choose the location himself. Yuan exclaimed that there was a month left before the start of classes at the academy. The battle should take place during this period. Dao, after a moment of silence, agreed to these conditions. A little later, when the advisors left the hall, Yan carefully warned her younger brother about the upcoming defeat, because the advisor had turned him against himself. Dao smiled, assuring that he could defeat Tinner. The girl looked at her brother in surprise, not knowing what to say because he had never behaved like this before. Still, Yan had always believed in her brother, and she wasn't going to change anything now. Dao remembered the face of the advisor at the moment of their argument. He must have had unconditional faith in his bride. And the guy had no choice but to agree to fight even after such a short time. The time traveler decided to find out more about those strange pills and asked his sister directly where they came from. The girl cautiously replied that Dao himself had bought them. Smiling awkwardly, the young man scratched the back of his head and tried to justify himself. Recently, he had completely forgotten about everything due to the advancement of his cultivation. The sister added that the pills were sold to the heir by Master Yue from the Qin Prince's mansion. Besides, the brother spent a lot of money on the purchase. Yuan knows about it and will definitely blackmail Dao. Suddenly, the time traveler remembered something about Yu. If the predecessor's memories are true, then he had a good relationship with the master. But after her parents disappeared, Yui stopped communicating with the young man, even selling expired pills. Yan giggled. She thought the pills were effective and helped in advancing her cultivation. Dao didn't hide the fact that the pills had expired. Raising his fist in the air, he accused Master Yue of deceiving him. One can even conclude that she is the direct culprit of her predecessor's death. The sister thought hard. If it is as brother says, then even Qin allows himself to play with the Chen family. Is this because there is no leader? However, Dao believed that the decline of the family only allowed the true faces of many of those close to him to be seen. The elder sister was delighted by her brother's announcement that he would now cultivate vigorously. This showed how much he had matured. Dao walked out of the hall and stopped in front of the tall library building in the courtyard. Now he needs to practice the technique and increase his strength. Those present in the room were surprised as soon as they saw the young master. He practically never visited the library. The young man only nodded briefly in response to numerous greetings. He quickly walked over to the wooden shelf with scrolls and notes. The first thing the newcomer took into his hands was the teaching of the Fist of the Falling Star. The young men in the library were quietly talking. One of the guys asked the other why he was so polite to the young gentleman. They answered him that the master had begun to cultivate, of course. He needed to behave in accordance with his status. But the one who started the argument said that the young master was overrated. His development was weak, and his training would probably be very slow. The interlocutor could not help but agree. After all, low abilities and late development will greatly affect learning. Dao meanwhile studied the records, deciding that the Falling Star Fist was ideal for him, as it was known for its speed and ease of mastering. The time traveler immediately ordered the system to increase the time it takes to study the technology by 5 years. The clock, shining with gold, habitually started the movement of its hands. Dao was happy, despite his insignificant abilities. With the advent of the system, his mind was filled with the knowledge of the practice of the Fist of the Falling Star. And now he must increase the training time for all technologies presented in the library by 5 years. The system began to increase the training time of Windy Cloud Steps, Butterfly Sword, Life-Capturing Leg, and many other techniques. Dao fell into a trance while the system did its job and loaded numerous pieces of knowledge into the boy's mind. The crowd looked in amazement at the meditating master surrounded by books, not believing that he was actually practicing so many techniques at once. Gradually, even more people gathered to look at this curiosity. They mocked the volume of recordings and techniques, deciding that Dao was simply shocking the public. Finally, the time traveler woke up and stretched. Now he had mastered the powerful techniques stored in the library. Just as the guy was about to open the door, a voice behind him ordered him to stop. Dao turned around in surprise and saw a small crowd in front of him, led by Yue, who was looking at him with an arrogant expression. The time traveler immediately recognized him, and the others present standing at a distance began to whisper. Dao raised an eyebrow, pretending to have misheard the bully's words. He, feeling that he could do anything, put his hands on his hips and came close to the master, repeating his order. In response, the time traveler gave the impudent fellow a resounding slap in the face. Dao reminded that he was a young master and no one had the right to detain him. Insulted and humiliated, Yue held his cheek, screaming that the guy dared to hit him. But he decided to put the impudent fellow in his place, demanding an apology, and Yue received another blow with double the force. Tears welled up in the corners of Yue's eyes. He cursed and bowed, apologizing to the young master for his ignorance. Dao smirked, stating that they could now talk business. Looking at Yue bowing before him, the time traveler remembered that he had insulted his predecessor in the past. The boy exclaimed that he was in charge of the library, and the young master made a mess. According to the rules, visitors should leave only after cleaning. Bowing low over Yue, Dao reminded him with a smirk that it was not for him to discuss such rules, since this library belonged to the Chen family. Seeing the veins on his opponent's face bulge, the time traveler smiled and suggested that the warlike guy attack first. He bared his teeth and asked what the young master meant. Dao openly invited Yue to attack him in broad daylight to justify his arrogant actions. Excited by such a statement, the opponent could not believe that he was allowed to fight openly with the young master. But he waved his hand, mockingly calling for an attack. Yue flexed his fists, thinking about how a Dao who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation could be so arrogant. He raised his hand back and let lightning burst out from his body. Now everyone would see his new technique, the Fire Cloud Fist Basic Stage. Dao grinned and mirrored this technique exactly. The stunned Yue did not expect such a reception from a weak master at all. Swinging, the time traveler easily threw his opponent back with the help of the technique, causing the crowd to scream in amazement. They grabbed the shocked and angry Yue by the arms. He couldn't believe that at the beginning of the path of cultivation, one could master the technique to such a degree. Dao shook his head, asking if the boy didn't believe him. He pointed his finger at those present, declaring that it was time for scum like them to stop being cowards and attack him. The tall blonde man, angry, was about to demonstrate his hurricane legs, a technique he had been training for 3 years. However, he was unable to fully demonstrate his skills, as Dao's leg deftly knocked the young man out. The blonde flew back towards the shelves, raising clouds of dust with his own body. Following him, another warrior decided to attack the young master, and with a cry he found himself in the air with the image of a furious ice tiger above him. Dao grinned and showed his opponents the real technique of attacking a tiger with the help of a fire animal. The sharp fangs of his tiger sank into the paw of the attacking ice tiger, who was pinned to the floor. The warrior fell flat on the floor, coughing up blood. Those present could not believe their eyes because they knew that little time had passed, and the young master had already improved his techniques so much. Dao put his hands behind his back, looked at his defeated opponents, and asked if they were satisfied. The young men, without getting up, began to bow to the young master, sitting on their knees. The time traveler looked menacingly at the others, as if asking whether they would dare to do anything. But they began to beat their chests with their fists, convincing Dao that they were completely confident in his strength. The guy knew that he had to take extreme measures to unite people and stop the war. When the library was empty, a respected old man of majestic appearance entered. Seeing the pile of notes, he immediately understood what was going on and turned to the master and madam. Their son had blossomed after so many years. They would certainly be proud of him. Dao walked around the courtyard of the estate, thinking about what to do next. Seeing the young master, a man ran up to him shouting, folding his hands in a welcoming gesture. The time traveler turned around and asked what was going on. He held a skillful box in his hands and exclaimed that Master Yue had sent the pills again. Dao stared at the outstretched item with his mouth slightly open. The pills smelled noticeably sour. The guy immediately felt sick. He asked what it was. The servant relayed the master's words. These are freshly prepared preserved yuan pills that enhance mental abilities and aid focus. Dao grabbed the box and turned to leave, then asked the servant to thank the master on his behalf. However, the servant was not going to let his master go so easily. He shouted after them that the yuan-preserved pills were more expensive than the previous ones and cost 500 gold coins each. To this, the time traveler ordered to convey to Yue a request to sell all types of pills. In the future, he will pay for everything at once. The servant bowed and promised to do everything. Dao rolled his eyes, mentally scolding the master who thought he was an idiot. How could anyone earn the amount he was asking for these pills in their entire life? At home, he poured the pills out onto the table and ordered the system to reset their expiration date to 5 years. The hands obediently moved in the opposite direction. The boy reached out for some of the improved pills. He saw that only 3 had managed to restore their quality. Probably the others had been stored for so long that even rewinding the expiration date did not work. The time traveler threw all the pills into his mouth at once. A powerful cultivation fire magic surrounded his body. Yuan condensation exceeded the 5th stage. The young man thought with delight that these canned tablets were different from the rest. It would take at least a year for an ordinary cultivator to reach the 5th stage. There was a knock at the door. Dao hurried to open it. Yan stood at the threshold. The guy happily greeted his sister. The girl was holding a box in her hands. She heard about what happened in the library and came specifically to see her brother. He smiled, scratching the back of his head, assuring that everything was fine. Yan excitedly approached her brother, feeling that his chi aura had increased significantly. Did that mean that his cultivation had also increased again? Dao smiled and confirmed the rise of yuan condensation to the 5th stage. Yan almost dropped the box on the floor from joy, jumping up and down. The girl embraced her burden with one hand. She saw the improvements and was convinced that Dao was an unusual genius, a true son of his parents. Now she had no doubt that Dao would be able to defeat Tinner, and brought him the pills she had bought with the prizes she had saved up from the academy, her own money. At first, the time traveler tried to refuse, but the headstrong Yan didn't want to hear anything. She added that the vile Yuan had blocked the Chen family's accounts, and Master Yue was even selling the guy expired pills. Dao worriedly asked Yan what would happen to her if the girl gave him these pills, since cultivation required a lot of resources. The girl, smiling, convinced her brother not to worry, because everything she did was part of her older sister's duties. Turning around, Yan said that she was going to Mount Yuanlin to get the Yuan Condensation Activation Stone. Then the guy would successfully attune with it and move to a new level of cultivation improvement. Dao tried to stop his sister because Mount Yuanlin was considered very dangerous. She shrugged and replied that everything was fine. The girl was not an ordinary cultivator. The time traveler made a cute face, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. But even this did not stop Yan from leaving. She only said as a parting word that her brother needed to take his pills and wait for her return. A golden chariot with several passengers stopped at Mount Yuanlin. The second prince, the emperor's son, and his entourage. Yan knelt in front of the chariot, clutching a sword in her hands. The second prince introduced her to the beast of all the Yuanling mountains, Zhengning Shou, who guards the highest level stone on the mountains. The prince, in response to the girl's indignant cries, said that he had come here not only to help her in battle, but that he needed a bride to strengthen his position in the eyes of the emperor's father. He pointed his finger at the girl, declaring that she was one of the most outstanding people in several centuries and was the best suited for him. The man assured that he fell in love with the girl at first sight. With her status, talent, and beauty, they would become an ideal couple. Yan stamped her foot, shouting that this was completely impossible. But the prince convinced her that he was very patient and could wait. He waved his long hair and glanced at the huge beast, saying that it would take the stone for itself and swallow it. And if that happens, Shaw will simply disappear. The young lady was not going to give up so easily and immediately rushed at the monster. She cursed. The technique she used wasn't much help in fighting such a giant. Shao waved his paw and pushed Yan back. She grouped herself and landed successfully on her feet, the hem of her dress falling gracefully after her. The girl clapped her hands, and a majestic, magical female figure of extraordinary beauty appeared behind her. Yan used the heavenly fairy seal technique. The second prince watched the unfolding battle with rapture and did not interfere. Scratching his chin, he thought with satisfaction that Yan really lived up to his reputation. This was the first time he had witnessed a heavenly art that had emerged from fantasy. The prince's confidant said that such power rarely manifests itself, even now, when the image of the girl's heavenly power has not yet been fully formed. The old man advised the prince to win this person in order to become like the sun in the sky with incredible achievements. Meanwhile, the rivals waited for someone to make the first move and watched each other carefully. Finally, Yan raised her right hand and straightened it, ordering the image to detain the enemy. The woman's beautiful face lit up with a bright light. She was ready to carry out the order of her mistress. The beast stood on its hind legs, trying to increase the success of its attack. He threw his head back and growled loudly and shrilly, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The monster created a dangerous field around itself and began to transform. Yan immediately realized that this was a bad sign, and the next moment the monster grew huge golden wings and rushed forward. The girl stepped back, stunned by what she saw. Even the second prince and his minions did not expect this. The beast, opening its mouth wide, put its paws forward and flew straight at the cultivator. She, controlling the magical image, forced the figure in the air to repeat her movements. The woman put her hands forward, defending herself from attack. The beast flew through it, making a hole in the translucent entity. Yan looked ahead in shock, as well as at the trail left by the monster. The prince's follower exclaimed that this was no ordinary show beast. It had the blood of the phoenix god flowing through it. Yan was not Shu's opponent, since her heavenly power image had not been formed. If their battle continues, the girl will undoubtedly lose. After these words, the beast swung and struck with a powerful paw at the place where Yan stood. The prince, seeing that the girl had managed to regroup, ordered his followers to immediately help his bride obtain the Yuan spiritual stone. One of them tried to object to the ruler, suggesting to wait until Yan was in a critical situation to accept the prince's terms. But he was not stupid, and recognized the uniqueness and pride of the girl. She would prefer to die than bow before him. The man ordered his minions to help Yan, and perhaps then he would be able to conquer her. The old men obediently carried out the order, hanging directly over the beast. The lady looked at the unexpected help in surprise. The men fired 2 powerful beams of purple and yellow at the beast. After some time of fighting, Yan managed to jump right on the monster's head, causing it to open its mouth. He spat out a powerful stone, and the girl caught it and squeezed it tightly in her palm. The trio watched as the beast flapped its wings and flew away. Such a monster with the Phoenix God's bloodline did not fall before noble king stage cultivators. The second prince, his golden robes glittering, landed softly on the ground behind Yan. He congratulated her on acquiring the Yuan stone. Even he himself couldn't obtain a stone of this level when he broke through to the new stage of Yuan condensation. The girl thanked the prince and was about to say goodbye to him, citing urgent matters. The prince, crossing his arms over his chest, silently glanced at the girl's graceful figure. His follower turned to the prince, asking if this person was not too proud to leave just like that. But the man didn't care, because this is the kind of girl who deserves a real prince. He clenched his fist, promising himself that he would conquer Yan, especially since he had some free time now. In the manner, Chen Dao opened the box containing the pill from his elder sister, which was full of spiritual power and the fragrance of strength. He thought that even at first glance, the pill was not comparable to what Master Yue had slipped him. Closing his eyes, the newcomer concentrated on accepting the power, deciding that as soon as Yan brought the spiritual item to Yuan, he would immediately establish contact with it. The Yuan condensation stage breakthrough consists of 2 halves. The first is the breakthrough in the cultivation process. The second is the adjustment of contact with the Yuan spiritual item. A cultivator of the original continent spirit needs a corresponding Yuan spirit item when they break through to a new stage. For those who have passed through the stage of Yuan condensation, the spiritual stone remains. Cultivation stages require different Yuan spiritual items. These can be plant or animal spiritual items. Regarding the grade of the Yuan spiritual stone, which directly affects combat strength, the cultivator advances to the next stage, so Dao waited impatiently for his stone. Finally, the time traveler announced a break. The fiery energy turned into a powerful stream around his body and disappeared. The pill from the sister was indeed powerful, and raised the cultivation to the 9th stage of condensation. A servant's voice was heard from behind the door, and the young master was informed that Madame Yan was asking him to come immediately. Hearing this, Dao was delighted. Finally, his sister had returned. Outside, Yuan, Tinger, and Yue learned the latest news from the servants. Yan had returned with the rainbow-colored Yuan spiritual stone. Yuan knew that this was the highest grade of spiritual stone from Yuan Soul Mountain. Such stones were protected by special beasts. The man clenched his fist and bared his teeth angrily. He couldn't believe that there was such a big gap in cultivation between him and some girl. Tinner, seeing the groom's irritation, asked him if the Dao stone was used to break through the condensation stage. The girl was at the 9th stage of Yuan condensation, just 1 step away from the spiritual C stage, and this guy was still the weakest. Yuan nodded his head. He was confident in the bride's abilities, and considered it a waste for an ignoramus to use such an artifact. He thought out loud that there had been a change in Dao's behavior. Yue confirmed this. In the library, the young master had learned many techniques in a short time. Tyner was worried about such a breakthrough from someone who had been deprived of all strength just yesterday. Once upon a time, when they were children, they even spent time together with Dao. But the girl always left him alone and went to Yuan to study cultivation lessons. She even admitted that the boy's very existence embarrasses her. Everyone makes fun of her when they see Tyner spending time with such a useless child. It was then that the girl ordered Dao not to approach her, because she had to improve herself, and therefore they could no longer see each other. The girl was brought out of her memories by the voice of her fiancé, who had just entrusted Yue with a special task. If he succeeds, he will choose a high position in the Chen family. The guy winked at his older brother, assuring him that he will fulfill the request. After a few seconds, Yuan called out to Yue, asking him to wait. A sheet of paper was placed in the guy's hands. Yuan, grinning evilly, assured that this thing would help the matter go perfectly. The man watched his younger brother go, then turned around. He approached the bride and put his arm around her shoulders, assuring her that the high position would go to her. The girl ran her finger over Yuan's chest, saying that she had infinite confidence in him. At this time, Dao ran to his sister to meet her. The girl immediately handed the sacred stone to her younger brother. The boy was stunned. When he saw the highest grade Yuan spiritual stone from Soul Mountain, he heard that the stone was protected by the strongest demonic beasts. Previously, cultivators died trying to get it. After his sister urged his brother on, he returned home and began to meditate to gain the power of the stone. Hearing someone's footsteps outside the door, the time traveler quickly put the jewel back in the box. There was a servant standing at the threshold, asking the young master to hurry to Madame Yan. Dao impatiently asked to be shown where to go. He went after the servants and did not see that a mysterious figure in a mask was hiding nearby. Someone knew that Dao would leave his home and sneaked into his house. Yue, standing at the table, chuckled out loud. Dao was such an idiot. The young man carefully took the box with the stone in his hands, not hearing how the door slowly opened. He was brought out of his blissful state by the voice of Dao, who informed him that stealing the Yuan spiritual stone was a serious crime that betrayed the family. The guy almost dropped the object from his hands, frightened, and began babbling something incoherently. The time traveler mockingly warned that breaking the family rules would result in the confiscation of cultivation and exile. Yue pulled the mask off his face and smiled back, saying that he had underestimated the guy. He tore off his cloak, not letting go of the box. He didn't care about breaking all the rules. Dao slowly reached into his bosom, distracting the thief's attention. The next moment, like a magician, he pulled out that same sacred stone from the sleeve of his hanfu. The guy opened the box so abruptly that he almost broke it and cursed, "It really was empty." Yue immediately threw the item onto the floor when Dao began to tease him, saying that it was an amazing coincidence. The time traveler approached the enemy, offering him cooperation in exchange for his life and the opportunity to manipulate Yuan. The warrior grinned, declaring that the Dao could not stop him, and rushed forward. But suddenly Yue realized that the young master had disappeared from sight and began to look around nervously. The next moment, Dao's mocking voice was heard. One sharp movement, and Yue was thrown to the side, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He landed right on the wall, shattering it on impact. Yue clutched his chest and coughed, unable to understand how the young master's cultivation had reached the 9th stage of Yuan condensation. Dao just smiled broadly, crossed his arms over his chest, and said that when he counted to 3, he would kill the guy. He raised his hands up, not intending to give up at all. He took out a heavenly talisman from his pocket, waving it around, boasting that the power within it was equal to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the peak of the spiritual sea level of cultivation. Dao frowned, and at that moment, shouts were heard from the street. People heard the noise from the young master's room and rushed there to find out what was going on. Yue waved the talisman, wishing Dao a safe journey to the afterlife. A purple sphere appeared right above him. The warrior pointed his hand towards the young master, commanding lightning to kill him. The time traveler didn't have time to react. The flash knocked him off his feet. He clutched the sacred stone in his hand, not understanding what this fierce light was. Lightning, much larger than the previous one, coiled around his body like a snake, lifting the newcomer into the air. He opened his eyes wide, thinking that he would meet an inglorious end. But when he realized that he was still breathing and remained unharmed, he turned his gaze to the rainbow Yuan stone in his hand. It had split right down the middle. Yue growled, not understanding why his magic didn't kill the young master. He raised his hand again, commanding the light to kill Dao so that no one would know what had really happened today. But it seems that everything did not go according to plan. His own power went against its owner. Yue screamed silently, his eyes rolling back and steam coming out of his mouth. The time traveler leaned forward, trying to make out something in the bright light. Finally, when the light and smoke cleared, he saw that Yue was covered in soot, sprawled on the floor and not moving. He did not dare to come closer, examining the motionless enemy. Dao suggested that the criminal was killed to cover up the truth. Tinner, who was watching the events from the window, concluded that Yue was not a worthy opponent for Dao. Fortunately, Yuan had prepared the talisman in advance. The man rubbed his chin. Could this overgrown Dao really have become a genius so quickly? The Yuan spiritual stone is broken and Yue died without revealing the information. Yuan admitted that after attuning to the highest grade Yuan spiritual stone, the Dao power will only increase. Tyner worriedly asked why the groom hadn't killed the young master himself. Yuan replied that the time had not yet come, but it would come sooner or later. Even though the couple had protected Dao from tuning into the strongest Yuan spiritual stone, he would certainly continue to search for a way to break through to the spiritual sea stage. The girl hastened to reassure the groom that she would definitely win over the young master. Tyner's cheeks turned red as she clung to her fiancé and promised that she would do everything for him. The door to Dao's room was opened by Yan and her advisors. The girl ran up to her brother, asking what happened. It was only then that those present saw the charred body of Yue, whose mouth was frozen in a silent scream. The young gentleman showed his sister the stone, and she could not believe that such an artifact could break. One of the advisors was furious when he learned about the assassination attempt on the young master. Dao expressed hope that the elders would soon reveal the whole truth. Surely someone was behind all this and watching from the shadows. After a pause, the time traveler directly stated that the real conspirator was Yuan. He also ordered that everyone be immediately informed about the Chen family meeting to convict the criminal. The advisor tried to appeal to the young master's prudence since they had no evidence that this man was behind all this. Dao ordered the man to be silent, as Yuan had taken action against him before, which was against the rules of the Chen family. The advisor was skeptical, but still followed the young master's advice that if there was evidence to the contrary, Dao should be prepared to take responsibility. Left alone with his sister, the time traveler asked her if she considered him reckless. Yan stated that Dao was the young master of the Chen family, and his decision was the decision of the entire family. The girl would definitely support her younger brother. She was worried that Yuan would not admit his guilt and would go against the guy. Then it would be even more difficult to convince people. But Dao reassured his sister that he was completely confident in himself. Yan was upset that the Yuan stone of the highest degree was broken. Otherwise, the Dao would have tuned into it and moved to a new stage of Yuan condensation. The girl was going to return to the mountain again and get another stone, maybe not as strong, but the best of the remaining ones. Dao stopped his sister, saying that he had a way to fix the artifact. Taking the fragments of the stone in his hands, he mentally asked the system to rewind the time of the rainbow spiritual artifact by 2 hours. An image of a watch appeared before Yan. She stared at this miracle in amazement, and soon her brother handed her the whole stone. Dao decided to trust his elder sister and not hide anything from her, telling her about his strength. The guy became serious and said that he was going to deal with Yuan today, because he only brings destruction to the family. His sister supported him here too, assuring him that she would definitely help. The time traveler asked Yan to convince the elders, who had sided with Yuan, to support the Chen family. A little later, in the hall of the Chen family's manor, the advisors, Yuan and Yan herself, gathered for a serious discussion. Yuan asked with a smile. Why was the young master going to blame him for something? Such news only made him laugh. When the girl shouted that Yuan knew what she was talking about, he shook his head, objecting that Dao was talking nonsense, publicly expressing his dislike, and was not worthy of being a young master. Yan stamped her foot upon hearing this statement. Unfortunately for her, many of her advisors supported Yuan because the man had done a lot for the Chen family, and now he was accused of attempted murder. The elder sister could not tolerate the slander against her brother because he was on the verge of death, but no one cared. The advisors continued to shield Yuan. A calm man, one of the advisors, tried to calm the girl down, asked her to think about what would happen if there was no direct evidence. But the warlike Yan didn't want to listen to anything else. If the young master said so, it meant he had proof. Just as Yuan noticed that Dao was still not in the hall, he suddenly appeared behind the man. The guy stepped forward abruptly and sat down on the throne. He propped his chin on his fist and asked Yuan who he thought he was and why he didn't respect the young master. The man gritted his teeth, but still folded his hands in greeting, loudly greeting the boy, and the elders did the same. Dao asked everyone to calm down, and he told all the men to sit down. But when Yun went to his place, the time traveler stopped him, ordering him to stand. The man asked with a smile what happened. When the boy asked if he knew about his crime, Yuan crossed his arms over his chest and declared slander and the consequences. Dao commanded the advisor to kneel down and Yuan became very angry, asking who he thought he was. Then Dao called his sister for help, and without further ado, the girl waved her long sleeves and flew into the air. A golden flash from her hand went towards the man. He tried to hold back the other's attack. She still managed to use her own magic to make the advisor, even against his will, fall to his knees. The man shouted forcefully at the girl, asking what she was doing. She, without feeling any pity for Yuan, merely crossed her arms over her chest, repeating the order of her brother, the young master. The man theatrically spread his arms out to the sides, drawing the elders' attention to what was happening before their eyes. One of them jumped up from his chair, accusing Yan of rebellion. The gray-haired elder supported him, exclaiming that things had gone too far. The Chen family was not a place where a girl could do things her own way. The young lady replied that she was only listening to her brother's orders and made a dangerous movement with her foot. Fiery lightning flashed in the air and a crack formed in the floor, causing the elders to shudder. Yan asked the men with a threatening voice what their real intentions were. One of the elders, who was neutral, tried to appeal to Dao's common sense, reminding him that Yuan was a respected figure and had been protecting the Chen family for a long time. The guy replied that a respected person could not make an assassination attempt, but Yuan arrogantly said that Dao had no evidence. The elder who spoke first spoke up, exclaiming that without proof, the young master could not treat one of the Chen family members like this. The white-haired advisor added that the young master would have to answer for bringing Yuan to his knees, and the others also asked the deputy master to comment on the situation. A malicious smile blossomed on Yuan's face. He was sure that the dim-witted master had trapped himself. The blond man sitting closer to the throne asked why the question of responsibility could not be left after the investigation. His neighbor noted that the assassination attempt was a serious crime, and the feelings of the young master could be understood. Yuan spoke up, saying that these elders should remain silent. Then he shouted loudly that today's meeting could not be completed. The man tried to rise from his knees. He had never been humiliated like this before. Like an enraged bull, he pounced on the young master, threatening to strip him of his title if he did not provide evidence. Dao replied with a smile that he would do everything and called Yue to enter the hall. The elders, as one, opened their mouths. After all, they had seen the body of the young man with their own eyes. Yuan just chuckled, considering what was said to be a lie. Yue was dead. There could be no evidence. But suddenly he trembled, hearing behind him a voice whose owner he considered dead. Yue, extremely angry, promised the man that he would remember him. Yuan, instantly sweating from the tension, turned around sharply. He probably thought that the ghost of the deceased was talking to him. The elders convinced themselves that the boy was dead the last time they saw him. Yue slowly approached the man who was frozen in horror, saying that he had acted on his behalf to kill the young master. Yuan had sacrificed Yue himself to erase the evidence. Yuan almost tripped on the steps. He tried to move as far away from this vision as possible and continued to scream that Yue was dead. The man screamed hysterically that this warrior was a fake made by the Dao, since he had used the Heavenly Thunder Talisman to smash Yue. The gray-haired elder said that he would establish the identity of the ghost himself. A few moments later, the same elder lost all confidence, and now barely audibly muttered, looking straight at Yue, that it was indeed him. Yuan stepped back, the hair on his neck almost standing on end from the paralyzing shock. The time traveler pointed at him, asking what else he could say about himself. A few hours ago, when Dao stood over Yue's dead body, he shook his head, saying that he was very lucky. Having created a bright flash in his hand, the boy asked the system to turn Yue's time back 2 hours. For the first time, he tried his powers on a person, but for the sake of proof, the warrior had to be resurrected. Yue opened his eyes and sat down on the floor with a deep sigh, clutching his chest. He looked at his own hands in surprise, while sweat was pouring down his face. The young man could not believe that he was not dead. He turned to the silent Dao, shouting that it was impossible. But the time traveler just received a system warning that the time adjustment function cannot be used to influence the life and death of people. The system may explode next time. Yue, having come to his senses a little, timidly approached the young master, realizing that it was he who saved him. Dao grimly replied that it was true, and he made it very valuable, then asked if Yue knew what he should do next. Instead of words, the guy immediately fell to his knees in front of the master. Bowing to the ground and hiding his face in his hands, the boy repented of his deception and swore that now his life belonged to the Dao. He would do everything he ordered. And now, in the hall before the assembled people, Yuan tried to justify himself, saying that he never ordered Yue to do anything. All the guy's actions were based solely on his own hatred for the young master. Yue, in turn, accused the man of lying. He said that on the day Dao received the Rainbow Stone, Yuan ordered it to be destroyed to prevent the young master from increasing his power, and also gave him a Thunder Talisman. Little did Yue know that, in addition to destroying the stone, the man would also kill his henchmen to cover up his tracks. Now the elders could not doubt such absolute evidence, and they began to accuse the man of betraying the Chen family. Yuan could not remain silent and again addressed those present, urging them not to believe Yue. The guy spat in his direction when he heard the man call himself a worthy person. Yue told the young master that Elder Yuan had committed a huge number of crimes over the years. The guy began to reveal the man's secrets, but he attacked him, activating his power. No one should know the truth. He couldn't do anything. Blood spurted out of Yuan's mouth and he was thrown away from the guy by a golden beam. Yan pinned the criminal to the wall with one graceful movement. She ordered Yue to speak, and he did, revealing that Yuan was involved in the disappearance of 2 of the greatest masters of the Chen family. As it turned out, Yuan had been lining his pockets with money all these years, profiting from the family's assets, and half of the property was stolen by him. For many years, he suppressed the young master, and his position in the family was lowered, and also developed his faction, all with the goal of completely subjugating the Chen family. When the boy called Yuan a thief, he cleared his throat and asked how the warrior would prove it. We took out a book from his clothes where he wrote down all the man's crimes. Yuan trembled when he heard this and pressed himself even more tightly against the wall. Yan flipped through the book with an inscrutable face. She loudly asked if Yuan could still be on the same level as Master and Madam after all. The people who adopted him when he was still young could not have imagined that their adopted child would become a real criminal. A dangerous, fiery aura ignited around the girl. Yan promised that she would kill Yuan right here and now to rid the Chen family of the threat. The man with tears in his eyes begged her to stop. He admitted what he had done, adding that he had wanted to break the Yuan spiritual stone, assuring that he would never have aimed at the young master. The time traveler quietly but clearly ordered to kill the traitor. Obeying the order, Yan activated her power and flew towards Yuan. He fell on his back, hysterically asking the elders to save him. They tried to stop Yan, asking her to lower her hand, but the junior master immediately stopped any attempts to pardon Yuan, stating that anyone would be considered a traitor if they asked for pardon for the man. The elders had no choice but to remain silent. Yan had almost touched the point on the screaming Yuan's hand with a clot of power. But at that moment, someone's power from outside deftly moved her palm aside. The girl did not understand what had happened and deftly jumped back, leaving the sudden enemy room to maneuver. Covering the elders with her hands, Yan loudly asked who the impudent person was who dared to interrupt the execution of the sentence. One of the elders warned the girl that this man's cultivation was very strong, and he ordered Yuan to flee. Yan watched helplessly as two male figures rushed headlong towards the open door, but the helplessness was momentary. She clapped her hands and used the heavenly seal of the fairy. A majestic female figure in gold-embroidered clothes appeared directly above the girl. The fairy, stretching out her arms, walked with golden fire straight over the figures of the fugitives. The stranger tried to resist the powerful force on the run, but he underestimated the strength of Yan. And yet, the man had to leave this place. He threw the explosive straight at the fairy, who barely managed to cover herself with her hand before the explosion occurred. The image disappeared and the criminals managed to escape while the room was filled with smoke from the explosion. Dao picked up the remains of the stone, threw it in the air and said that Yuan was a stray dog. Clenching the stone in his fist, the newcomer turned to the elders, asking whose side they were on. The men immediately found themselves on their knees before their young master, promising that they would join him. A man in a cloak and mask helped Yuan escape execution and brought him to safety. The man immediately thanked the savior, but he only silently continued to lead him somewhere. Yuan could not restrain himself and asked where they were. Finally, he got tired of it. The man said that he would leave if the stranger did not speak, but suddenly a slender girl in noble clothes appeared before them. The girl called the fugitive by name and asked where he was rushing to. Yuan was incredibly surprised to recognize Princess Yue, and the silent savior immediately took off his hood, revealing his manly, tense face and gray hair. The princess reclined in a large chair while her confidant poured tea. The girl asked if Yuan was surprised. He nodded, assuring that since the process itself had come to the rescue, Yuan would definitely repay this debt. The princess, after taking a sip of tea, interrupted the stream of gratitude and announced that the elder must help her capture the Chen family today. The princess smiled as she looked at the man's dumbfounded face. She knew for sure that Yuan had ambitions and had always wanted to take control of the Chen family. Clinking her cup against the saucer, Yue Wu added loudly that the elder had been defeated. The man flared up, starting to blame the young master's younger sister for everything. The princess only drawled that Yuan had already become a homeless vagabond. Thinking about it, Yue was even surprised by the audacity of the man who said such things. The elder believed that the changes in Dao were insignificant, because without his sister, he was completely useless. The princess furrowed her brows, ordering Yuan to stop believing the lies he was telling the others. Yu was sure that the guy would still surprise everyone with the speed of his development. Because he was the descendant of a noble king, and the master's parents were great rulers, he should not be underestimated. Yuan, hearing this, clicked his tongue in irritation. The princess, after a moment of silence, asked the man to support her, especially since she only needed one thing. The elder guessed that the thing the princess wanted was the Chen family's noble king's token. Yu smiled, pleased with the man's guess. Yuan inquired what the noble king's token was used for, but the princess sharply replied that it was none of his business. All an elder needs to know is that the token is not just a proof of identity. It provides the opportunity to ascend to the heavens in one step. The girl extended her thin hand, asking what the man's decision would be. He stuttered and replied that he had to think about it some more. The very same savior ran up to him, leaning on a staff, and looked into his eyes with a murderous gaze. An aura was spreading around his figure, shining in purple hues. Yuan remembered that this was a frozen stage. But the old man said that Yan's victory was only for safety reasons. The elder immediately dropped to one knee before the princess, declaring that he was ready to serve her faithfully. Yu narrowed her eyes predatorily, replying that it was very good. Dao, having saved the fragment of the weapon, returned to his room and asked the system to return the time of the hidden weapon to 10 hours. The hands of the large clock obediently rushed back. Looking at the hieroglyphs carved on the small bomb, the time traveler realized that the weapon belonged to the noble Qin estate. Dao was glad that the Chen family had gotten rid of the traitor. Now he could cultivate unhindered all the time. Hearing a strange voice behind him, the young master shuddered and turned around abruptly. Chen Tai smiled, asking him not to be afraid. Dao smiled happily when he met the grandfather of his predecessor and greeted him. The boy saw in his memories that the former owner of the body and this old man were very close people to each other. Young Dao's parents were rarely around due to their busy schedules, and Yan had not yet arrived at the estate, so Tai spent most of his time taking care of the boy. The child asked his guardian if he really had no talent for cultivation, and the old man assured him that this talent had not yet manifested itself, because Dao was a descendant of noble cultivator kings and was very talented. Tai patted the boy on the head, assuring him that his grandfather wouldn't lie, and the boy eagerly promised that he would continue to practice cultivation. One day, a group of people in black clothes kidnapped a young master. The criminals, carrying away the crying child somewhere, were talking among themselves. Noble kings will not leave this crime so easily. A blue glow suddenly appeared behind the men, and Tai's commanding voice was heard. The old man, using his strength, demanded that the young master be released. One of the kidnappers put his hands forward and brought them together to resist the attacks of others. He ordered the others to leave first, but the old man made a few moves, and being a powerful cultivator, he knocked out his opponent. Dao screamed and struggled, and the men realized that this stranger was very strong. Tai slammed his palms together, causing a cloud of smoke to rise, and the villains decided to play with him. The pursuer swung and threw the small body of his captive into the sky. The boy burst into tears and desperately called his grandfather for help. The criminal threw several kunai towards the boy. Dao, waving his arms, screamed with all his might, trying to somehow dodge. Tai, carefully watching the trajectory of the weapon's fall, could not allow the young master to be injured. He caught the boy, shielding him from the sharp arrows that pierced the man's back. One of the men in black ordered his accomplices to continue attacking the young master of the Chen family. Tai put his hand forward and sent a blue beam at the criminal, which immediately knocked him back. The boy clung to his grandfather, quietly sobbing. The ninja made a deft movement with his foot, ordering the old man to say goodbye to life. Tai, tightly hugging little Dao, fell to the ground, taking the full impact on himself. Quickly getting up, the old man put the boy on his feet and hid him behind his back, assuring him that no one would touch Dao as long as his grandfather was here. After that incident, Tai suffered serious injuries and took a long time to recover, but was always close to his predecessor. The man said that he had been closely watching Dao, who was faster than lightning, had grown greatly, and was worthy of being called the descendant of a noble king, asking the boy not to be left without protection. The time traveler asked if the grandfather was referring to the threat coming from the Qin estate. The old man said that Fenyan City was guarded by 3 royal families, including Chen, and there was also the Qin Manor. As long as Dao's parents were here, no one dared to cause trouble. Tai took out the box, saying that the master did not want the man to interfere in his son's affairs unnecessarily. But now, in order to see things in their true colors, Tai must give something to the master. The time traveler extended his hands and asked what kind of thing it was. Tai explained that before the lords left, he gave instructions for the day when the young master would take control of the Chen estate. Dao's fingers trembled as he asked if he could open the box. Tai warned that it had the seal of a master on it, and the box could only be opened when the young master had reached a certain level of cultivation. The predecessor missed his parents very much, so the time traveler asked Tai about it. He replied that there was no need to worry about them. After all, the parents were noble kings of cultivation. The cup shattered with a clang, spilling the remaining water around. And the servants listened with frightened expressions to Tinger's cries that the entire Chen family was held together by Yuan's efforts. The girl paced the room angrily, indignant at the unfair accusation against her fiancé. She bared her teeth, cursing the powerless young master who had nothing but his personality. Tyner turned on her heels, loudly declaring that she would go to the elders to have them abolish the position of young master. The girl heard someone calling her and turned around abruptly. She saw Yuan and immediately ordered the servants to leave the room and not tell anyone what had happened. Tyner promised that she would kill anyone who spoke out and make sure that his mortal body was buried in the ground. The rumors trembled and swore that they would not tell anyone anything. Behind their backs, Tyner approached the groom with love in her eyes. The girl began to feel the man, as if making sure that he was really in front of her, asking if everything was okay. Yuan immediately said that he came for an important reason. The bride assured him that there was no need to worry. She will definitely achieve justice. Yuan said that the priority now was to undermine the prestige of Dao and prevent it from taking root in the Chen estate. Tyner understood the groom at a glance, so she immediately asked what she needed to do. The man reminded him of the upcoming battle, which needed to be carried out immediately, since Dao was left without the Yuan spiritual stone and would not be able to comprehend the spiritual sea. Even if he achieved it, the guy would only be able to tune in to an ordinary object. Tyner nodded. She would challenge the young master to a competition tomorrow. Meanwhile, Dao was meditating in his room, thinking that in this world, only the strong are respected. Becoming a noble cultivation king, he will be invincible, reaching the level of the spiritual sea. The youth's body was filled with an incredibly powerful energy of delicate blue flowers. After breaking through to the level of the spiritual sea, the energy will manifest in the dantian inside the body. The size of the spiritual sea determines the amount of qi a cultivator can hold, and this determines the strength of the cultivator. But as long as the attunement to the spiritual item is strong enough, one can change the fate of the cultivator. The time traveler received a system notification. The cultivation level has been increased. The time adjustment range has been increased to 50 years. The system is now even more useful under this condition. Previously, 5 years of adjustment was too little. Dao clenched the stone in his hand. This spiritual artifact is very strong, but this does not mean that there is nothing more powerful than it. They say that the Yuan spiritual stone increases its power over time. Dao decided to order the system to shift the time of the Yuan spiritual stone by 50 years. Sitting in the lotus position, the time traveler felt the artifact rise into the air. The hands on the clock began to move. Streams of power passed through the room. The guy felt the changes when it was all over. The stone in his hands seemed to be on fire, throwing off golden lightning. But suddenly, thick streams of air blew upward from the artifact, and Dao was surprised to see that the stone turned black after the system's actions. The time traveler looked out the window and stared in amazement at the black sky with its hurricane of clouds and lightning. It seems that this spiritual stone has influenced the weather. There is a legend that only objects above normal levels that have achieved immortality can cause thunder in both the sky and the earth. Princess Yue looked intently at the unusual sight. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, lightning was raging and thunder was rumbling in one area. She frowned, not understanding what was happening. Her close advisor immediately explained to the ruler that this phenomenon was similar to the discovery of a treasure. The man had previously encountered something similar in the imperial city. The girl wondered if this could be a token of a noble king, because history says that this thing is extremely mysterious and made of extraordinary iron. There was also confusion in other houses, as lightning was visible from all over the city. The fair-haired man realized that this phenomenon was coming from the direction of the Chen Manor. His stately father thoughtfully recalled the line of the noble king with the legacy of the Chen family. He also added that these were possibly traces of the discovery of the greatest treasure, perhaps even the token of the noble king of the family. The heir perked up, asking his father what this token was that all the families were talking about now. It turned out that it was a priceless treasure worthy of cultivators at the level of a noble king. The token helps one overcome oneself. Cultivators can dream of such a thing. The artifact provides the highest mandate, and the ordinary person who receives it can rise above hundreds of thousands of others. The man said that over the past years the noble king's family line had not changed, and no outsider had seen this token. The son asked dejectedly, "What to do now that the young line of the noble King Chen is in decline? Every family can seize this opportunity." The lord ordered the heir to go to the Chen estate to see the artifact with his own eyes. Meanwhile, in the estate, Chen Dao was examining the stone that had changed its color. Now, after fast-forwarding 50 years, his powers had definitely advanced. And although the artifact was excellent in its original form, it has now become much better. The time traveler decided to tune into it by sitting in the lotus position and creating a magical sphere in which he placed the stone. The process of breaking through to the level of the CC also had to be completed. A little time passed, the meditation ended, and the guy suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that the assimilation with the UN spiritual stone had been successful, and he was overjoyed. The next moment, Dao found himself hanging in the air in the middle of a vast blue ocean. He realized that after assimilating with the black Yuan spiritual stone, his spiritual pool had become a vast ocean. He continued to enjoy the echoes of power when he heard someone calling him from the street. If Dao was not mistaken, it was Tinner's voice. The reckless girl ran to his estate, screaming that they must fight, and today is the day that Tyner challenges the young master to a duel. The elders who came up behind her asked Yuan's bride to be careful with her words. The girl turned around and boldly announced to the fifth elder that the matter seemed to be between Dao and her only. Let the others do their own thing. The man condemned the disrespect for the master and urged Tinner not to stand out from others just because of her position in society. She clicked her tongue and walked to the door of the manor, ordering the young master of the Chen family not to hide in his house like a turtle. The elder reminded that only the young master should choose the time for the battle. Tinner should leave immediately and stop making noise. The girl put her hands on her hips, declaring that she would scold the guy until he came out. She shouted that if Dao was a man, let him come out and defeat Tinner. The elder clenched his fists, became seriously angry, and almost rushed at the girl himself. The door slid open abruptly, and the young master of the estate himself appeared on the threshold. Tyner smiled predatorily. Finally, he dared to come out. The time traveler, crossing his arms over his chest, accepted the challenge of Yuan's bride. The fifth elder tried to stop his master, but Dao waved his hand, saying that there was no need to say anything. The young master knew what he was capable of. Princess Yue and her advisor walked slowly along the palace corridor, and Yuan ran towards them headlong. The girl stopped and looked at the man in surprise. He was in such a hurry. Was it really something urgent? Yuan happily announced his decision to send Tinger to fight. Then Dao's position would be completely destroyed. The elder would be able to return to the Chen family and help the princess get the token. The girl promised to make Yuan the master of the Chen estate if she succeeded, and she herself hurried to the Chens because an unusual phenomenon had occurred there today. The nobility of the city was already gathering on the estate grounds. The fair-haired youth waved his fan and greeted Princess Yue, who had come to the young master to collect her debts, and they gathered together in front of the large gate. Yan and Dao had already met the guests. All they had to do was climb up a small staircase. The boy was sure that he would witness the show, and the princess immediately quietly asked her advisor if he had discovered anything. The man shook his head. The phenomenon had disappeared. There was no information about the noble king's token. Tinger had already pointed her sword at Dao, demanding that the young man return Yuan. Only in this case could the girl refuse the fight. But the young master was adamant. This man was trying to kill him. What mercy could there be? The girl, without lowering her sword, noticed that it was Yue who did it, who had nothing in common with the elder. Everything Yuan did was for the sake of the Chen family. Tinger reminded him of the decline of the boy's family, saying that Yuan only wanted to revive its former glory. Dao rolled his eyes, mockingly asking if his death would allow the Chen family to prosper. Tinger stated that this death was to protect the Chen family from ridicule, since every dog knew about Dao's dismal reputation. Then the time traveler decided to have a serious talk with the girl. He asked if she knew why Yuan sent her to the Chen family. She nodded. She was going to accompany the young master, but he disappointed her, and now she was not going to stay with him. Dao concluded that the girl had chosen Yuan and wanted to stay with him. Tinger acknowledged the youth and courage of the man who was, in her eyes, the best of the Chen family. If he becomes the main Yuan, then Tinger will gladly submit to him. The girl waved her sword in a warlike manner, challenging the young master, and the boy would not dare to run away from him. They had an agreement. Dao ordered the foolish woman to address him with due respect, but Tinner spat at the master that he was not worthy of it. The time traveler promised that he would teach Tyner good manners. The space around them shone with the energy of golden flowers. The girl raised an eyebrow and raised her sword. The next moment, she thrust her weapon forward and ran with it towards the young master. But before she had time to take a few steps, Dao disappeared from sight. Tinner was even surprised by such speed. And then the time traveler kicked the sword out of his opponent's hands. Looking at the empty palm, Tinner couldn't believe her eyes. Princess Yue guessed that the Dao cultivation had reached the world of the spiritual sea. Tinner admitted that she had underestimated the young man, who had already passed on to the next world. She accelerated and shouted that she had already reached the 7th level of the spiritual sea world, and that the Dao was no match for her. Time seemed to slow down. The guy waited for the girl to get closer and then hit her in the face with a backhand. Tyner grabbed her face, shocked by Dao's action, who, hanging over her, called on the girl to remember what dignity was. Turning into a real fury, Tyner swung her fist at the young master, threatening to kill him. Her hand was intercepted by a man's palm. Dao watched the girl dispassionately. Their forces clashed, and it seemed as if the rivals could not defeat each other. Finally, Dao was able to push back Tinner and take a step forward. He gave the girl's hand a stronger squeeze, and she stared at the man opposite her, not expecting such a reception. All confidence gone from her face, Dao asked if she now realized how strong he had become. Approaching Tyner, he gritted his teeth and called his rival a nobody. How dare she mock him? Tyner bared her teeth and tried to hit the guy in the face with her free hand. He let go of the girl and swung his leg, ordering his rival to get away. Tyner grimaced as she fell painfully to the ground, feeling cheated. She suggested that Dao took power from a powerful spiritual artifact he found when he made the transition to the world of the spiritual sea. After all, the strongest spiritual stone was broken. Tyner was furious, believing that his sister had found another artifact for him. Dao got tired of listening to this nonsense and declared that the girl had lost, and the right to enter the Wu Academy remained his. Slowly standing up, Tyner promised that one day she would reach the world of the spiritual bridge and take revenge. The time traveler stopped her abruptly. Coming closer, he suddenly grabbed her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Squeezing her thin neck tighter, the guy reminded her that he had promised the girl to teach her good manners. The next moment, he punched Tyner in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her. A blue flame flared up on the girl's chest. Black streams came out of her mouth and she screamed in pain. Dao, considering her crazy, reminded her that the Chen family belonged to him alone. Dao, looking at the beaten Tyner lying on the ground, ordered the soldiers to throw her out the gate. They began to laugh at the naive Tyner. She was probably deceived by Yuan, who told her that the young master had not changed at all. While taking her away, one of the warriors did not spare the girl, because she had dug her own grave by treating Dao in this way. Princess Yu addressed the time traveler, saying that what he had seen today had strengthened her admiration. Dao noted her dangerous beauty when the girl asked how he managed to increase his cultivation skills so quickly, to which Dao replied that it was all thanks to the pills. Without them, nothing would have happened. While the princess was coming to her senses from the realization that the pills had not helped, a young man approached the master without removing the fan from his hands. He spoke slyly to Dao, reminding him that he wanted to see him as the head of the Chen family. The time traveler remembered that the young man's name was Yu Ming, and being from an ancient family in the city of Fengyan, he never stopped wanting his family's property. When Ming said he wanted to discuss something, Dao was willing to listen to him. The young man with a sly expression reminded him of the problems in the Chen family and suggested that Dao sell his family winery. The advisor, who heard the conversation, tried to stop Dao from making the purchase with a shout. After all, spiritual wine is a legacy left by the master and his wife. Moreover, it is now the main source of income for the Chen family. The man pointed out that without the sale of spiritual wine, the Chen household would be in trouble. Dao shrugged, turning to Ming, as he had heard. There was no point in selling the winery now. After all, spiritual wine was the main income of the Chen family. The young man clenched his teeth in anger, barely keeping himself from cursing. But suddenly, after a few seconds of silence, Dao asked how much money Ming was willing to offer. Hearing these words, Ming shouted with blazing eyes that the Yu family was willing to offer 500 spiritual stones. The advisor, shocked by such a proposal, protested, "The winery is worth no less than 2,000 stones, because it is one of the best in the city of Haiyuan." Dao shrugged, turning to the guest, who himself had heard that the price he had offered was too low for one of the best wineries. The young master frivolously leaned his elbow on the other's shoulder, smiling as he repeated the price that the advisor had announced. Ming grinned, thinking that Dao was either joking or didn't want to make a deal at all. Dao chuckled and patted the guest on the shoulder, replying that he really wanted to, but he just couldn't afford it. The advisor wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was scared, thinking that the young master was really going to get rid of the Chen family's family business. Ming threw the hand off his shoulder and shouted at Dao to think about it. Because the sales of his family's spiritual wine would fall, Chen would not be able to withstand the competition from the Yu family. Roughly poking his finger into the young master's chest, Ming said that he was doing this for his own good. Dao winked and asked the young man to draw 2,000 stones and buy the winery from him. The offended guest, hitting his palm with a folded fan, decided to take his leave, but Dao indifferently replied that he knew the way himself. Taking a few steps back, Min, without turning around, addressed the owner of the house. He suddenly opened his fan and waved it, then shouted over his shoulder that Dao, who had just become the head of the family, had yet to find out how hard it was. After this, the guest left, leaving Dao and Princess Yue alone. The woman, thoughtfully looking at the stately figure of the guy, thought that he had changed a lot. It was not a fact that the young master would blindly trust her words, as before. One of the advisors, overhearing the conversation, reminded them that Chen and Yu were ancient rivals in the wine industry, and the Yu family had even managed to steal a large share of the market from the Chens. Yue walked up to Dao, intending to discuss something with him. The guy did not refuse the conversation. Taking advantage of her charming gaze, the woman smiled seductively and suggested finding a cozy place to drink tea and talk. Dao smiled and immediately agreed, putting aside all the important matters that he was going to resolve with his close associates, which made the princess incredibly happy. The advisor tried to stop the young leader, suggesting that he wait for his older sister to arrive. Dao turned around and winked at the man, saying that he would handle everything himself. The young master glanced at Yue. The woman was not a bad sponsor. He couldn't give her a reason to suspect something was wrong. Smiling, he threw his arm over the princess's shoulder, assuring her that he had missed her madly. Her assistant, seeing such frivolous treatment, immediately shouted at the guy. He abruptly removed his hand, apologizing. But Yue pretended that it didn't bother her and hurried her companions. Upon entering the room, the woman remarked that she was pleased to see how the cultivation of the Tao was growing with each passing hour. He thanked her, but addressed the princess in a manner that was not befitting her status, causing Yue to frown. The young master quickly apologized, promising to take care of himself since Yue was so worried about it. The woman quickly pulled herself together, laughing into her fist. After all, they were not strangers. Dao leaned over the table, separating them, asking why he had been called here, and promised to help in any situation. The princess, relying on the boy's sincerity, directly stated that she needed the royal token of the Chen family. The corners of Dao's lips twitched as he cursed under his breath. Realizing that this woman was definitely taking him for a fool, she immediately pretended to be embarrassed, saying that she had always wanted to see the royal token with her own eyes. But if he was asking too much, then there was no need to bother. Dao replied with a smile that he couldn't refuse Yue herself, but since the Chen family had very strict rules, he would have one condition. When the princess looked at the master with interest, he blurted out that Yue Wu must give birth to a healthy heir for the Chen family. Seeing the woman's angry face, Dao added that he was not joking, because the royal token was a very important thing, and if Yue Wu gave birth to an heir, he would become part of the Chung family. The princess stood up abruptly and slammed her fist on the table, shouting that while the families were not that close, it was too early to talk about an heir, and she wanted to see the royal token right now. Dao stood up from the table after the woman and demanded sincerity in exchange for sincerity, since she did not want to accept his condition. The guy dreamily closed his eyes and burst into loving speeches addressed to the princess, declaring that she had knocked him off his feet. For the sake of the royal seal, Yue Wu was obviously willing to do anything, so Dao demanded that she show her sincerity towards him in front of the entire Chen family. The princess turned sharply on her heels, saying that she would return when she had thought everything over. The young master ran after her and his assistant, offering to accompany them. As soon as the three of them stepped outside, a loud, irritated voice called out Chief Chen's name. An angry Yan walked towards Dao and the guests, waving her arms angrily, the hems of her long robes fluttering in the wind. Dao shielded the princess with his body, hoping to calm the raging storm by asking his sister why she had come. Yan's power began to rage around her, and she knew that Yue had come to deceive her brother again. The guest's warrior stepped forward, ready to defend her to the end, the magic of blue flowers raging around his figure. The princess raised an eyebrow and smiled, declaring that she was more than sincere in her feelings for the young master. The boy laughed awkwardly, asking his sister to calm down, and quickly approached her. He pressed his hand to his chest and said that Her Highness truly spoke from the heart. While Yan looked at her brother in surprise, the princess and her assistant walked away to the gate, saying at the end that they were leaving. The woman turned around, saying that she would order the Dao pills to be handed over, this time even for free. Yan burst into screams. She decided that Dao had gone crazy since he seriously believed the vile deceiver. The brother grinned and assured her that he didn't believe the princess for a second, and Yan could relax. Moreover, he will force Yue to return everything that she dared to take from him. After leaving the Chen estate, the princess asked an attendant how strong Yan was to be able to frighten her so much. Meanwhile, while the brother and sister were talking, Yue ran up to them, agitated by something. After listening to him, Dao asked his sister to help him with fishing, which greatly surprised the girl. She couldn't even guess what her brother meant. She just looked at him with a suspicious gaze. The wounded tinner, holding onto the walls, looked for Yuan to help her get even with Dao. Finally, the couple met. The girl threw herself into the groom's arms. Grabbing her by the shoulders, the man began to examine Tiner, worriedly asking what happened and who had hurt her like that. Yuan, listening to the girl's sobs, decided that she had won the battle with the young master, even though the youth had reached the level of cultivation of the spiritual sea in a short time. Tina raised her head and looked at her fiancé with tears in her eyes, timidly saying that she had lost. The man instantly turned cold and angrily pushed the girl away from him. not expecting such an answer. Looming over her, Yuan continued to ask how such a scumbag could defeat the strong Tinner. As anger boiled within him, the couple heard footsteps and a strange, hateful voice. Dao approached them with a smile, saying that Yuan would die today, followed by Yan and Yue. Yuan was momentarily at a loss, looking at the guests, his mouth silently opening and closing. Finally regaining his composure, he asked the young master if he had been following Tinner. The girl hugged herself by the shoulders. She was humiliated even more than before when she realized that Dao had managed to deceive her. The guy chuckled. Because he had only let the girl go for this reason, she was no good for anything else. Tinner burst into tears and turned to Yuan, ordering him to teach a lesson to the one who had insulted her so much. While the girl was generating mana, the man told her that together they must fight to the end, even if it cost them their lives. Tinner assured that no matter how it ended, she would die without regrets if her fiancé was nearby. Without further ado, Yan decided to attack first and rushed towards the traitors of the Chen family to punish them. A fire ignited in Tinner's palm and she exclaimed that she was not afraid of the young master's elder sister. But the next moment something happened that she did not expect at all. Her fiancé suddenly pushed the girl hard in the back. With tears in her eyes, she turned around, whispering his name, not believing that a man could do such a thing. Moreover, while Tinner was being attacked, Yuan simply turned around and jumped away with a high jump. While the confused Tinner didn't know what to do, a strong push from Yan hit her chest. The opponent fell on her back. The blow was so strong that she even slid across the hard floor. Yan quickly found Yuan with her gaze and threw a bright beam of her mana at his back, which painfully pierced the man. He landed on the ground, coughing heavily, smoke billowing out of his body. Dao and his sister rushed after the man, knowing that Yuan must die. Meanwhile, Princess Yue ordered her assistant to collect all the pills they had left to send to the young master. To the man's surprised look, the princess replied that they were worthless and useless anyway. The confidant was worried. He assumed that in such a situation Prince Min might get angry. The woman raised an eyebrow and replied that he wouldn't dare do anything anyway. The old man lowered his head, smiling slightly. It was indeed true. Yue had hoped that once she took the royal token from this fool, she could get rid of him right away. After walking a little further, the princess and her assistant stared in amazement at the exhausted Yuan lying straight on the ground. He, barely moving his lips, asked the princess for help, raising his head with some difficulty. This angered the woman. Instead of helping her accomplice, she immediately asked what happened to him. As he trembled and tried to rise, Dao and Yan arrived, and the young master mockingly greeted the princess. He said that he was chasing a family traitor, and it just so happened that he ran straight to the woman. The boy smiled broadly, concluding that Yuan had run into the trap himself, foolishly trusting the princess. The woman and her assistant stood motionless. Yue blushed slightly, thinking hard about what to answer. Meanwhile, Yuan was weakly reaching out to her, holding out his trembling hand, begging her to save him. Dao, approaching him from behind, cheerfully asked why Yue didn't save him if the woman was interested in the young master. The princess's face was frozen in a cold mask, and without raising an eyebrow, she ordered her warrior to kill the traitor in the name of young Master Chen. The man, sobbing, covered his bloody face with his hand, screaming hysterically. The princess's warrior, following a direct order, struck the traitor in the solar plexus with all his might, finishing him off on the spot. When it was all over, Yue Wu told Dao that the man had come running into her arms himself, and so that the young master would not have to execute him, the princess did it herself. The guy responded with a smile, waved his hand, said goodbye to the princess, and left with his older sister. Thoughtfully watching the departing heads of Chen, the woman asked herself if it could be that Dao was just pretending and wanted to deceive her, since it was obvious that he had changed. Her advisor thought that neither of them had benefited. Yue clicked her tongue. For now, she would just watch what would come of it. Once in the estate, Yue pointed out to Dao the pills that the princess had managed to send, and the guy noticed that she treated the head very well. Taking the pill in his hands, the young master immediately realized that the tablets were treated with something. At first glance, they seemed ordinary, but in a couple of days they would spoil. Dao habitually asked the system to rewind time to return the pills to their previous properties. Now, in the box in front of the guy, there were updated pills. This should be enough for cultivation to progress even faster than before. Without wasting any time, Dao threw a few pills into his mouth and, while chewing, began to meditate, feeling the levels of the spiritual sea world rise. Finally, he reached the required level and finished his meditation, noting the good quality of the gift. Dao thought, in this world, pills are very valuable. Ordinary people cannot create them. But in Fengyan City, only the academy makes something like this. Ye burst into the room, knocking, and announced that he had bad news. Hearing that something had happened to the winery due to the Yu family, Dao demanded to be taken to the scene. As it turned out, the Yu family opened a wine shop opposite the Chen winery, and even lured more than half of the winemasters to join them. A man well known to Dao was just leaving the winery opposite with his companions. Yue, noticing Chen An, immediately pointed his finger, shouting to ask what he was doing and where he was going. When the guy accused the manager of betrayal, the man just laughed. He didn't care. Grinning, he told Dao that the Yu family had made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Yu reminded the young master that his father had taken An into the family when he was on the verge of starvation and even paid for his parents' funeral. Chief Chen immediately offered the manager twice the salary that the Yu family had offered if he stayed. When Yue exclaimed indignantly behind him, Dao gestured for him to remain silent, waiting for an answer. In response, the man shouted that he did not want to remain a beggar because sales of Chen wine were falling every day. He laughed and said that the Yu family's business was very profitable, so An would not change his decision. Hearing this, Dao waved his hand, ordering the manager to get out of his sight. The man, angry, asked again what they had told him, obviously getting ready to swear. But in response, he received a stinging blow to the face from his former boss. Dao, becoming serious, frowned and sternly informed that he would not repeat it, so An should get lost. The disgraced man shouted after Dao that without him, the Chen family winery would cease to exist in less than a month. Dao did not want to listen to offensive speeches and ordered the faithful Yue to deal with the offender. Holding a sharp knife in his hands, he hung over An, who had fallen to the ground, and the manager began to whine that he belonged to the Yu family. Just as the silent Yue raised his knife over the half-dead man, Ming and his companions came out of the winery, ordering them to stop. Waving his fan in front of him, the prince frowned and asked how dare Yue attack someone from his family. Seeing that the knife was in no hurry to be removed from the winemaker, Ming shouted at Dao, calling for a conversation. In response, he ordered Yue to cripple the traitor, and the boy obediently swung his dagger. Min activated his mana, intending to deal with the enemy, but it was too late, and grabbed his bleeding wrist, calling out to his master for help. However, Ming's threats had no effect on Dao. He turned to leave and called his men. The enraged prince shouted and warned the young master that in less than a month, the Chen family's business of selling spiritual wine would be ruined. Dao did not answer. He went to his winery to see how things were going there. The depressed workers greeted the head of the Chen family with shouts. The guy immediately asked who was in charge of the winery. A gray-haired man approached him and bowed respectfully. He was now the eldest after Anya left. Dao asked his name. The man introduced himself. His name was Chen Lian. The manager explained that the most important thing in the production of spiritual wine is its age, and the main ingredient that influences this is spiritual yeast. The age of the spiritual wine is directly related to the age of the spiritual yeast. Previously, the trader An was responsible for creating the spiritual yeast. Hearing that there was no one left to do this, the young master asked what to do now. Lian said that he would take several people under his leadership, and together they would find a way to produce yeast older than 10 years. The manager would not allow the Chen family winery to close. Moreover, the scoundrel An will see with his own eyes how this winery will continue to live without him. Dao put his hand on the shoulder of such an inspired employee, and he was surprised. The guy smiled and said that from this day on, Lian would be the head of the Chen family winery. Dao also asked Lian to give him some spiritual yeast to study, which surprised the man. The manager hesitated, and the guy immediately realized that something was wrong. Lian admitted that there were only 4 portions of such yeast left, and only those that were over 30 years old were capable of reproduction. The scoundrel and deliberately used up all the reserves before leaving, sincerely wanting to bury the Chen family winery. But Dao did not stop smiling and asked the manager to give him only 1 portion of yeast, which he promised to return untouched. The man was embarrassed but still fulfilled the request. When Dao and Yue left the winery, Yan and her escorts were already heading towards them. The younger brother was happy to see his sister and smiled widely as he greeted her. The girl had already heard about the situation with the winery. She asked to tell her what would happen next. The young master convinced Yan that he had temporarily settled the problems. A stranger standing next to Yan suddenly addressed him. Dao replied that he was the young master of the Chen family and noticeably tensed up. Yan immediately introduced a young man in golden robes. This was the second prince of the current dynasty. Dao lowered his head after greeting the prince. But the high-ranking man's advisors became alarmed, ordering Dao to kneel before the prince. The young man waved his hand, smiled, and declared that relatives of the royal family had the exclusive right not to kneel. The second prince looked at Yan and added that he could help smooth out the conflict between the Chen and Yu families and prevent the Yu family from taking over the wine business. The girl was embarrassed, realizing what the prince was leading to, and did not answer. The young man assured her that he sincerely wanted to help the Chen family, and Yan should not worry. Dao suddenly said that there was no need to bother himself and that he would deal with this problem himself. The prince urged the young master not to act so formally, because he knew very well what situation Chen was in now, especially since he was close to Yan, now her younger brother, and his brother too. A grin spread across the young master's lips when he heard this, adding that he didn't know his sister had mentioned him before. The prince was confused for a moment but then crossed his arms over his chest, saying that Dao's words had taken him by surprise. Yan turned to her brother with a smile, noticing that he had changed dramatically in just a few days, becoming much more eloquent, especially when compared to his previous behavior. The young master extended his hand to the prince, declaring that he was waiting. The prince raised an eyebrow, asking what the boy was waiting for. Dao spread his arms out to the side and exclaimed that he was expecting gifts from his adopted elder brother. The prince grinned and ordered his advisor to hand over the yellow rank pinnacle technique, charging bullfist to the boy. The old man bowed and nodded. He approached the young master, handing over the notes with a slightly dismissive air. With a dissatisfied face, the old man said that this technique was worthless, just a yellow rank technique. Dao took the notebook in his hands, grimacing that this was all he received. Then he threw the notes on the floor, ordering them to take the gift back. Seeing the prince's offended face, Dao mockingly said that this was just a yellow rank technique and he deserved more. The old man was indignant at this behavior, but the prince waved his hand again, ordering him to bring the Dao technique of the mid-mystic rank, Divine Wind Legs. Muttering under his breath, the advisor took out a notebook and handed it to the young master. He crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head. Still not enough? The old man's face darkened with anger, and he hissed angrily that Dao was just asking for trouble. He, looking the prince straight in the eye, asked him not to give him any trash if he had nothing worthwhile, and not to take the head of Chen for a fool who knew nothing about the world. The advisor, crumpling the notebook in his hand, asked His Highness to allow him to teach this scoundrel good manners in the name of the prince. Yan and Yue immediately appeared next to Dao, ready to protect the young master until their last breath. The prince immediately placed his hand on the advisor's shoulder, calling him to stop. The young man himself approached Dao, holding out a notebook with a sword technique. He himself did not know its rank, but he was sure that this technique definitely belonged to the rank of the earth. The young master opened his mouth. This prince really had something worthwhile. Even relatives of the royal family don't always have earth rank techniques. The prince concluded with a smile that he was doing all this for Yan's sake. Taking advantage of the fact that his interlocutor was distracted by his older sister, Dao snatched the notebook, saying that he was quite happy with it. The advisor immediately ordered Dao to thank the second prince. The young master thought that the thanks were just a formality, and turning around, he shouted one last time that the prince and his entourage could go free. The second prince said goodbye to Yan, saying that he would definitely come back to see her. As he was leaving, the old man turned to the ruler, noting that he had never met such an impudent and disrespectful person before. He added that relatives of the royal family should not behave in such a way, especially since such unique and valuable equipment was given to a real swindler. The prince waved his hand dismissively, replying that Dao would still not be able to comprehend the sword technique. After all, who, if not the prince, would know how many resources it would require? Even after spending a huge amount of heavenly materials and treasures using the power of the dynasty, the prince was only able to slightly comprehend the technique of the first sword. The technique of the second sword requires even more resources, and the young master now has nothing to count on at all, despite all his problems. This equipment is a priceless treasure. He will not get more from it. Yan stopped her younger brother halfway, saying that she wanted to discuss something with him. The girl reminded that the entrance exams to the Huang Academy were approaching. She added that in half a month the academy would open its gates to recruit geniuses from all over the world as students. Members of noble families could enter without an exam. Yan said that the academy is divided into 4 schools: Tianwu, Diwu, Xuanwu, Huanwu. Although the last one is considered the lowest in rank, it is still legendary. The girl didn't even talk about people who managed to get into the more prestigious schools of the academy. Dao should also experience this. The young master told his sister that he understood everything. He had to become stronger so that the Chen family could rely on him. Yan stroked her brother's head and smiled at how manly he had become. Dao intercepted his sister's palm and squeezed it, promising that after entering the academy, he would work hard on his cultivation and also hurry to enroll in order to be by his sister's side. She blushed with emotion and replied that she would wait. A little later, sitting in his chambers, Dao studied the notes, thinking about how smart the second prince was to give him the notebook without further ado. To attain the first sword, it is necessary to prepare tens of thousands of bundles of 50-year-old spiritual grass, as well as thousands of bundles of special sword spiritual grass for developing sword energy and desire. This herb will cost an incredible amount of money, and only a member of the royal dynasty with all the resources available to him will be able to master such a technique. Dao has a system. He needs to find time and go to the spiritual mountains of Yuan. Even though there is no 50-year-old grass there must be young ones. The guy picked up the container with spiritual yeast. Since it was a spiritual artifact, he was not sure that the system would be able to influence it. However, after asking the system to move the yeast time forward by 30 years, Dao saw that something began to happen. The spiritual yeast matured. The container in which it was located exploded with growth. The boy exclaimed joyfully, and right in front of him, in the air, hung a clot of yeast, the age and type required for making wine. Then the clot split into several particles due to the actions of the system. Dao decided to try to move the yeast growth time forward by 50 years. A little later, the young master and Yue returned to the courtyard of the family winery. Looking around, Dao saw a huge line standing outside the store of the hated Yu family. They were selling 30-year-old wine and were lowering the prices. As expected, inside the Chen family winery, the workers were in despair. They had failed to cultivate the 30-year-old spiritual yeast. Lian, completely in despair, lowered his head, calling himself insignificant. The workers began to encourage the manager, who had managed to create 20-year-old yeast, and this was already a miracle. But unfortunately, 30-year-old yeast can only be created in a year and a half, and the Chen family winery cannot last that long. One of the winemakers suddenly remembered that the young gentleman had taken one of the bottles with him, in case something could work out for him. But his partner advised him not to hope for this, because even those who devote their entire lives to winemaking cannot achieve results in a short time, and the young gentleman even more so. Besides, he is slightly lacking in talent. The workers nodded and grabbed their heads, convinced that there was no hope left. At this moment, Dao entered the door of the winery with Yue, and the workers immediately greeted him. Lian fell to his knees, shouting that all the winery workers deserved punishment. The rest also lowered their heads to the ground in a bow, begging the young master to punish them for their offense. Dao was taken aback by the mood his workers were in and asked what had happened. Lin said that he was only able to create yeast that was 20 years old, and wine prices have fallen sharply due to the Yu family's intervention, and people don't even want to look at the Chen family's wine. The man once again lowered his face onto his hands lying on the ground, shouting that he had failed the young master. Dao began to help Liang rise from his knees, assuring him that he should be proud of himself for having managed to create a 20-year-old wine in such a short time. The workers stared at the young master in surprise, not believing his words. Dao waved his hand over the table, creating a magical golden trail, calling on those present to watch closely. The next moment, a multitude of small bottles appeared on the empty surface, and Lian stretched out his hand in disbelief. The man carefully, as if looking at a ghost, approached the table and opened one container. Several shining golden balls instantly flew out from there, which almost made the winemaker drop the bottle from his hands. Dao looked at the worker with a smile, who could not believe what he saw, looking in amazement from the containers to the master. Lian was amazed and asked the young master if he had managed to find the great master of producing spiritual yeast. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, embarrassedly revealing that he had made the yeast himself, which caused general exclamations of surprise. Lian grabbed the young master by the shoulders, exclaiming that this was a blessing from above, because Dao's father had previously been a prominent master in creating spiritual yeast. Meanwhile, the line at the Yu family winery was not getting any shorter, and personally urged the crowd not to be shy and come over. The man was sure that without his participation, the Chen family's business would come to an end, and the scoundrel Dao, who hit him, would be punished. The workers at the table continued to call out to people, shouting that they still had plenty of wine. Suddenly, the people standing in the crowd began to look around, distracted from their purchases by the incredible smell of alcohol that was not coming from the Yu family shop. The man pointed towards the Chen family winery, shouting that the aroma was coming from there. Dao personally stood by the large wine barrels, announcing that this was 50-year-old spiritual wine from the Chen family winery, and, hearing the young master's voice, exclaimed in bewilderment that this could not be. Ming walked calmly through the shopping arcade with his father, bragging that this time they managed to destroy the competitor's winery, which would allow the Chen family to fall right into their family's hands. The men, hearing the noise and seeing the crowd at the wineries, stopped dead in their tracks. Ming pointed his hand in that direction and proudly told his father that the Yu family's spiritual wine was very popular, and they had managed to lure away all the key workers from a rival winery. People in line chatted with each other, sharing their impressions of the real 50-year-old wine, loudly praising the Chen family's legacy. Ming's father immediately tensed up when he heard who the people were talking about. Could these really be the names of the Chen family's people? Meanwhile, the line gradually moved from one shop to another, demanding more wine. Min was beside himself with anger, walking closer to his workers, clenching his fists and asking what happened. He saw Anya sitting alone on the steps of the building. The prince had only walked away for a couple of minutes and demanded an explanation as to why such changes had occurred in such a short time. The man jumped up from his seat and muttered that the Chen family had managed to create 50-year-old wine and was even selling it for less. The young man stamped his foot. This was impossible after all. Anne was the main master. Now Dao should not be able to create even 30-year-old wine. The subject of their conversation was already there. Smiling contentedly, he offered Min to try his family's fresh wine. Without waiting for an answer, Dao threw one bottle into someone else's hands. The young man opened it, sniffed it carefully and stepped back in amazement, exclaiming that it really was 50-year-old wine. Anne was even more amazed when he heard that it was thanks to him that such spiritual wine was created. He clenched his fists, shouting that Dao was slandering his name, and he had done nothing of the sort. He laughed and said that Anne valued their old relationship so much that he left the method for producing 50-year-old yeast right on the doorstep. Looking down and shaking his head, Dao sighed, saying that for that, he was willing to forgive the man for leaving the Chen family. Leaving his competitors clenching their fists in rage, the young master waved his hand at them, wishing Anya a successful career in the Yu family. Min was ready to beat the man, and shouting asked him if he knew how to make 50-year-old spiritual yeast. Anne waved his hands in fear, assuring that he knew nothing and that there was no point in listening to that fool. Dao was just talking nonsense. But Ming did not believe the winemaker, ordering him not to deceive, because the mediocrity of Dao could not independently find a way to create 50-year-old spiritual yeast. Turning around abruptly, the prince gave Anya 3 days to prepare a method for creating yeast, and if he failed, he would have to pay dearly. The workers looked at the head winemaker for instructions, but he had no idea what to do in this situation. The men began to throw accusations at Anne, saying that everything that happened was his fault, since he was the first to leave the Chen family and the others followed him. Min frowned and asked his father what he thought. The man thought, Dao discovered a way to create unique yeast at the wrong time. Now the Yu family will not be able to ruin their business. Ming grinned, his face taking on a dangerous expression. Perhaps it was worth moving to more reliable means, considering that of all the Chen heirs, only Yan was capable of something. But the father rejected the idea of his son, who suggested harming the Chen family. They have reliable security. It is not worth doing something like that. The man noticed that in a few days the Huang Academy would open its doors, and Dao, as a relative of the royal family, would definitely get there. Perhaps they still had a backup solution to the problem, since Ming also met the requirements of the Huang Academy. The man advised him to wait for the right opportunity and do everything he was capable of. The young man's eyes lit up with a dangerous fire. He nodded and replied that he understood. A little later, a fierce battle was raging in the Yuan spiritual mountains. Dao fought with the local inhabitants, disturbed by human presence. All the suffering was done for the sake of the spiritual grass Yuan, near which many animals grazed, and how it was difficult for the elder sister to find a strong spiritual artifact. It was scary to imagine. The boy ordered the system to advance the time for this spiritual herb by 50 years, so that Dao could strengthen its cultivation. As it turned out, the young master was not the only one who came to the mountain to find the amazing herb. The group of cultivators managed to kill several local inhabitants, but they were unlucky. The squad found only low-level and immature grass. The man holding the bundle angrily threw it away and cursed. This was not at all what he was looking for. He and his partner turned around to hear the opinion of the girl who was on the team. Having defeated the beast, she concluded that she would have to go deeper into the mountains and search there. As soon as anyone doubted the success of this venture, Sister Chu declared that even meeting dangerous animals was worth it, because now it was too important for the squad to strengthen the pills. The men hurried after Sister Chu, and Dao had been watching them for a long time at this time. He sank heavily to the ground, happy that in a short time he had been able to collect a lot of grass, more than 100 bunches. The second day did not bring any luck to the group of seekers. They continued to find lonely bunches of hundreds of 50-year-olds. The young master followed the cultivators, picked up their grass and strengthened it with the system. In just one day, he managed to collect more than 100 bunches. The guy completely lost his vigilance from joyful feelings and did not notice how someone approached him from behind, loudly asking what family he was from. It turned out to be cultivators. Sister Chu noticed the pursuer, who was shamelessly using the fruits of their labor. The dark-haired man crossed his arms over his chest and sternly demanded that Dao answer why he was following them. Dao raised his hands up, smiling and replying that he didn't wish them any harm, but was simply collecting the spiritual grass that they threw away. But he himself thought that he had underestimated the cultivation of the trio. Sister Chu suspiciously asked the strange stranger why he needed the immature spiritual herb. Dao embellished his story by saying that the special technique required grass, but due to his own weakness, he could only collect unripe grass. After looking at the guy again, the cultivators shook their heads and decided to leave. Dao even asked permission to continue on with the trio, and Chu indifferently allowed it. Her companion intercepted the girl's hand, revealing fears that the stranger might deceive. The second guy with a bandage on his head patted the man on the shoulder, laughing at his words. The newbie just walks around with them to stay safe. 2 days later, Dao meditated alone, and together with the cultivators, he walked around almost all of the Yun spiritual mountains, taking all the herbs he found. Opening his eyes, the boy looked at the company, thinking that it was necessary to collect 200 more bundles, and then the opportunity to comprehend the first sword would come. The cultivators were meditating separately, and they were discussing the possibility of a pointless trek if they couldn't find the necessary herb further down the road, in the core of the Yuan spiritual mountains. Suddenly, behind them, between the large rocks, a column of light rose up, and the wind among the mountains howled louder than before. The cultivators jumped up and began to peer into the unusual phenomenon. One of them even smelled the aroma, assuming that there was a medical artifact there. Dao also stood up and followed Sister Chu and her companions. As they got closer, people noticed an incredible scene. Huge magical beasts, the demonic beast of the Yuan Mountains and the dragon, were hanging over the stream, hissing angrily at each other. The guy with the bandage perked up, saying that there must be a snow lotus, a 9th-level medicine that would bloom soon. It is not surprising that even such creatures were attracted by the sight and smell of the lotus. The battle lasted for several more hours, and finally everyone saw that the dragon was trapped in the teeth of a huge demonic lion. As expected from the strongest demon of the Yuan Mountains, he managed to deal with the dragon, even though he was wounded before the battle. The next moment, the demon released the enemy from his mouth and fell to the stone ground with a dull sound from lack of energy and strength. Sister Chu stepped closer, urging her brethren not to fall under the lion's dying attack. Looking back, she turned to Dao, ordering him to step back until this was over. The young master decided that his life was more important to him and obediently hid in the bushes, because he remembered that even his sister could not cope with this demon. Sister Chu ran up to the lion, fearlessly rushing towards it with a furious cry, and the men followed her. Even while lying down, the monster opened its mouth wide and a green, deadly beam burst out from it. The girl's companions offered to take the holy snow lotus while they distracted the beast. The cultivators swung their swords furiously, trying to break through the monster's energy shell. Another blow made them jump back a large distance, both of them cursed, convinced of the demon's strength. The mountain monster gathered strength, rose high into the air, and extended its claws forward, aiming at the intruders. The men froze and realized with horror that the demonic beast had overwhelmed them with its presence, so much so that their legs refused to obey. Meanwhile, Chu tried to carry out their joint plan as quickly as possible and take the flower. She noticed that her partners were in trouble, and, using a few pieces of fabric from her own dress, she managed to grab them by the waist and pull them out of the dangerous place. They fell on their backs, looking at the monster, whose strength the people had underestimated, crouched low to the ground. The boy with the bandage on his head screamed as the mountain monster approached the snow lotus. The cultivator noted that this attack should be the last one. The beast was too exhausted. They needed to hold out a little longer, and then the sacred lotus would fall into the right hands. But the beast was demonic, so it could make a surprise attack. A blue beam shot out from its mouth like dragonfire, and the cultivators instantly jumped back. The monster growled as the energy ball flashed very close to the people. The men took a closer look at the energy and recognized it as the divine desire. Amazed at what the demonic beast had managed to cultivate before him, Chu raised her head and didn't know what to do, recognizing the bad state of affairs. Gradually, the monster's weapon turned into a cocoon. Blue lines flashed behind the cultivators, then in front of their faces trying to catch them. Chu screamed, calling the men to follow her, but her path was blocked by a blue beam, which now encircled the entire clearing, preventing the uninvited guests from leaving. The Trinity, thrown back by the alien force, fell to the ground. Dao couldn't just watch others suffer and ran out of his hiding place. The blue rays slipped past him, hitting his entire body painfully, and the guy cried out in pain. He fell to his knees, seeing only energy lines moving rapidly before his eyes. The cultivators froze in inaction. The chances of breaking free were decreasing. Chu screamed as she approached the trap and tried to break through it, but her sword, describing a bloody line in the air, was completely unable to harm the demon's trap. Chu realized that the divine desire of this demonic beast was too strong. It could not be broken through by brute force. The beast roared and the energy block fell. The cultivators saw the lying lord of the mountains. The guy with the bandage on his head suggested that he locked them here to heal and then deal with them. Dao, standing behind, still couldn't understand why he was trapped at such a great distance. Sister Chu straightened her shoulders and raised her blade, offering to attack the beast itself. The men also enthusiastically took out their blades, realizing that otherwise they would not survive. The three of them attacked the beast from different sides, intending to pierce it with their swords. But they suffered failure after failure. Despair overwhelmed the cultivators. Because the beast could not even be wounded, soon they would exhaust all their spiritual strength, and the beast would simply kill the people. The master of the mountain threw his head back and roared loudly, his whole body emitting lightning bolts. Sister Chu managed to resist the flow of energy as several others forcefully pushed her partners far back. They fell on their backs with a dull sound, their swords falling from their weakened hands. The corners of Chu's lips turned down. The hand holding the blade trembled, and at that moment, Dao walked up to her, smiling slightly. He turned to the girl, offering to try to fight the demonic monster. She, infinitely tired, looked at him with a surprised look and a bit of disdain. The time traveler added that he would need the spiritual grass that the cultivators had collected. The men, who still hadn't had the strength to get up, grimaced and began to scold Dao, shaming him for making such a request at a difficult time. But the guy didn't even bat an eyelid, replying that he was trying to master a special technique that required a huge amount of spiritual grass, and he only had a little bit left. Meanwhile, the monster stood on the ground, leaning firmly on the ground, saliva dripping from its mouth. Seeing this, Chu, who had a trickle of blood slowly dripping from her mouth, ordered her partners to give him what the boy asked for. The man shouted at the girl, reminding her that they had spent several days collecting spiritual herbs. The cultivator beat his chest and confessed that he didn't believe in the youth who only had the world of the spiritual sea and was incapable of anything. Chu angrily asked what other options they had. The man had nothing to say in response to this, and he angrily threw something at Dao without even looking in his direction. He quickly caught the object, glad that he had enough grass to comprehend the first sword. After bowing to the cultivators, Dao asked them for a little time. Stepping back a little, the newcomer began to meditate, and magical energy of turquoise color rose into the air from his hands. The beast walked around the clearing, demonstrating its patience to the aliens. The cultivators were surprised at the ability of the stupid guy to absorb grass for such a long time. Dao remembered that he had previously absorbed a spiritual stone that had tempered his Dian, which was why he could now gather a huge amount of spiritual energy without exploding. Some time passed, the young master raised the formed relic in front of him, that same sword. The master of the mountains let out a loud roar, heralding his imminent recovery. Having warmed up, he again, releasing his claws, made a jump, getting ready to pounce on the people. In his mind, Dao held the sword out in front of him and closed his eyes for a moment. Taking a deep breath, he had mastered the first sword. Then the guy ordered him to destroy and raised the blade above himself, taking aim. The precise magical strike caused a ringing sound to be heard, and his ocean split into two parts, rising upward, causing the cultivator to let out a startled cry. In reality, not far from him, a demonic beast threw the cultivators away with a strong paw. A weak voice was heard, lying on the ground. They understood that they could not hold out any longer. The guy with the bandage on his forehead crawled a little further away and shouted aggressively at Dao, asking how the process was going. Seeing the serene youth in the cocoon of his mana, the cultivator cursed. How could he count on this weakling? The beast had no intention of waiting for anyone. He roared again and rushed at the uninvited guest with renewed strength. Chu, barely rising, leaning on one hand, sobbed in fear. She would not be able to dodge. The men, all wounded and battered, stretched out their hands to the girl, who was in incredibly dangerous proximity to the monster. Just when they thought there was no more salvation, Sister Chu suddenly disappeared from under the lion's paw. The cultivator saw a figure in blue robes and couldn't believe their eyes. Could it really be that young man who saved their sister? Holding the precious burden tightly in his hands, Dao asked Chu if it was okay. Carefully placing the girl on the ground, the guy asked her for a sword. Nodding, Chu handed her weapon to the man who saved her without hesitation. Dao, clutching the warm handle, turned to the enraged mountain master, promising Chu that he would sort everything out. The girl, her eyes wide open in shock, could only ask him to be careful. Dao calmly met the mountain master's huge open mouth, mockingly asking if he was angry. Holding the blade out in front of him, the young master shouted and ordered him to attack first. The furious demonic beast, having fed on the energies, lunged forward, reaching out to the man with its clawed paw. The cultivator smiled, confidence shining through in all his movements. The monster was about to taste his blade. As the blue energy flowed towards Dao like a wave, he immediately swung his sword and ordered it to cut. Something incredible happened, something that left the observers in shock. With just one swing of his sword, the cultivator pierced the monster straight in half with just mana. The man from the group of travelers, who until the very end did not believe in this young man who came out of nowhere, now did not believe that what he saw was happening in reality. The Dao energy beam from the advanced sword technique was so powerful that the demonic beast body was flattened on the ground. Sister Chu's mouth dropped open in amazement as she realized that the young man had dealt with his opponent with one blow. The young master did not lower his blade until he was sure that he had finished the beast. The cultivators were puzzled as to why a person with the spiritual sea world had so much power. The guy in the bandage sank to the ground in front of the holy snow lotus and almost cried. The flower had been damaged in the battle and now it was of no use. Finally, a girl approached Dao and introduced herself, asking him to state his name in return. The young master knew that without proof of his strength he could not count on their communication. But he still answered Yun. Blushing, the girl thanked Dao for his help. If it weren't for him, something terrible could have happened. The time traveler nevertheless politely insisted that it was the cultivators who helped him master the sword technique. Yun bowed her head, saying that their group was studying at Wu Academy and hoped to meet them soon. Finally, the cultivators left the clearing, and for a long time, the crying of one of them could be heard, who regretted the loss of the snow lotus, a 9th-level plant. Dao approached the flower, whose petals, touched by the battle, lay chaotically around the base of the lotus. The guy thought that he had the right to take the treasure for himself. He instantly asked the system to roll back the time for the holy snow lotus by an hour. A few seconds later, the petals were in a magic circle, merging into one. The flower, whole and unharmed, shone with a gentle blue light. Dao held his breath and carefully picked up the 9th-level plant. It was the first time he'd seen something like this, and the spiritual power of the lotus was truly divine. Having glanced at the mountains, the time traveler decided to return, because he didn't have much time. In the dead of night, a group of cloaked men landed on the roof of the Chen Manor. 6 years ago, they already tried to get here, but then their attempts to take the royal token were unsuccessful. One of them walked to the edge of the roof, looking around the courtyard, deciding that the Chen family was dying out. Not a single living soul was in sight. His thoughts out loud were interrupted by the sudden laughter of old man Tai. The man grimaced. He remembered that Tai was seriously injured when he defended the young master. The strangers even managed to laugh at the old man when suddenly a girl's figure blocked their path. The young master's older sister, Yan, looked at them angrily, her arms crossed over her chest. The figures in cloaks were talking to each other. They expected that the lady had already left for Huangwu Academy to study long ago. But one of them shouted at his comrades that no matter what, they had to do their duty. A crowd of villains came closer and surrounded Yan, calling on him to fight them. The villains split up, half of them attacking Old Man Tai, sarcastically offering to evaluate their technique. Tai, wielding his fists, demanded that his opponents explain on whose behalf they had arrived at the estate. The old man coughed, and the figures burst into laughter, mocking him for his old wounds making themselves known. The senior member of the group ordered them to be silent and not to talk too much, but to immediately get rid of Chen Sr. The opponents, with bloodthirsty expressions on their faces, slowly approached Tai like wild animals. He thought about how he had dedicated his entire life to protecting the Chen family, and when he saw the fist rushing towards him, he decided that those days were coming to an end. At that moment, a golden flash flashed before the man's eyes, and the opponents flew back under someone else's attack. It turned out that Yan had flown up like lightning to protect the old man, and now the villains didn't know what to do. The girl turned out to be too strong an opponent. Several men decided to split up to look for the young master. The rest remained in the yard. Yan instantly used her power, creating a majestic image. the perfect deadly weapon in the form of a beautiful goddess. The figures were dumbfounded when they saw the manifestation of Dharma before them. They froze for a few moments, disarmed by such power. The men became nervous and began to scurry about, taking special tablets out of the hiding place. Those who accepted them began to change before their eyes. Enveloped in a red, ominous light, they felt their bodies filling with power. The red eyes, like those of demons, glowed ominously, and the men pounced on Chen and the large figure that the cultivator had created. The girl moved her finger, ordering the image to grab the opponents. It didn't take much effort for the figure to stretch out its long, ghostly arms and grasp the two people in its palms. Yan brought her fingers to her lips, ordering him to submit. The pleas and screams quickly gave way to the terrible squelching sounds of crushed flesh as the men died in Dharma's great hands. Tai ran up to Yan, telling him that he needed to save the young master. At this time, Dao was calmly meditating in his chambers, protected from the outside world by a blue glow that enveloped his entire body. The door to his room swung open, and the villains exclaimed joyfully upon discovering their prey. The elder sister and the old man, without wasting any time, were able to quickly cover the distance between the wide courtyards with the help of cultivation. The girl sobbed desperately when she saw the open door, realizing that Dao had been discovered. Tai was also worried, because with the current level of cultivation, the young master could not compete with strong warriors. All this time, the second prince silently watched the court of his chosen one from afar, and was the first to notice the attack. Standing on the roof with his advisors, the prince was outraged by someone else's impudence. Someone had gone crazy trying to get the royal token. The man jumped up, calling his close associates to follow him, so that they could go to Chen's courtyard and see everything for themselves. The silence of the night was interrupted by the sharp sounds of cloaks flying up, and leaves that had fallen from the trees smoothly fell to the ground. Those very warriors who had gotten too close to the young master were now being punished. Both of them fell on their backs from the impact, right onto the hard, rock-strewn ground. Yan and Tai had just rushed to the entrance of the courtyard to protect Dao, but they realized that someone had already done all the work for them. The old man leaned over the cloaked figures and was horrified to see their mouths wide open. They had not been breathing for a long time. Dao came out of the chambers with a wide smile, loudly greeting his sister and grandfather. He held a long sword in his hands, and his figure was enveloped in clouds of thick dust. At that moment, the second prince ran up with his advisors, but he first asked how Yan was doing. Dao answered him mockingly, saying that everything was fine with his sister, and that he himself had dealt with the murderers. Tai timidly pointed his finger at the lying bodies, asking in a trembling voice if the young master had really killed them. He pointed at the sword and chuckled. These weaklings could not survive even one swing of his weapon. Hearing this, the second prince froze in shock, and was pierced and hurt by the realization that Dao had successfully mastered the sword technique. He looked again at the dead, who had clearly died from the sword chi, the same one that the technique he had personally given to the young master had. The prince turned to the boy, nervously asking if he had mastered the sword technique. Hearing that it was very simple, the corner of the prince's lips twitched. He had spent no less than half of the country's treasury on this matter, consumed many expensive herbs, and spent 5 years of his life to master the technique. Dao swung his sword, causing mana to rise up, and immediately asked the man to check the veracity of his words. Refusing, he turned and waved his hand at Yan, saying goodbye to her. The advisors hurried after the prince, noticing his silence. They asked if everything was okay. The prince shook his head, feeling incredibly disappointed, as the young master from the Chen family had hidden his talent well. Those close to him rushed to calm the ruler, shouting that he was wise and gifted by heaven, and that the Dao was inferior to him in everything. To this the man laughed, replying that he was not that pathetic, and would be able to cope with this failure without drowning in despondency. He took a parting glance at the estate, reminding himself once again that he was determined to get Lady Yan. This was the first time the girl noticed the second prince, who was considered a respected heavenly chosen one in the academy, looking so upset. Yan reproachfully scolded her younger brother, calling him disobedient. Tai, scratching his beard, burst out laughing. The young master of the Chen family is a real dragon among people. The old man added that this news would undoubtedly please the elder lord and lady. 7 days later, the time traveler again decided to take up cultivation in earnest. Soon he felt that he had ascended to the 8th step of the spiritual sea. With the daily supply of pills from Princess Yue, his cultivation is growing rapidly. I wonder where he even gets them from. Dao decided to find his sister to ask about a compatible Yuan spiritual item. He was lucky. Halfway to his sister's chambers, he met Yan. The girl was surprised and pleased with her brother's progress, saying that he would soon catch up with her. Then the time traveler decided to find out what the most suitable spiritual item for Yuan was to break through the level of the spiritual sea. It turned out that it was the sacred snow lotus, a 9th-grade spiritual herb, rare and guarded by a demonic beast, and few people were able to attune to it. Dao immediately extended his hand, and on his palm the legendary lotus slowly began to take physical shape. Yan leaned back, pressing her hand to her mouth. As Dao headed back to his quarters, a man called out to him, trying to catch up. As it turned out, Princess Yue had arrived at the Chen estate. Dao was delighted by the fortunate coincidence. He just wanted to settle accounts with her. The boy asked the butler to calculate how much money the princess had swindled from the Chen family over the years. The man bowed and replied, including all kinds of gold, spiritual stones, herbs and weapons, at least half of the family fortune. The time traveler turned around sharply, shocked by the princess's impudence. He propped his chin on the back of his hand, even as he admired Yue's insatiable appetite. The butler said that at that time, Miss Yan was studying at the academy, and there was no one to control the Chen family, and the young master trusted the princess too much. Turning sharply, Dao expressed his determination to force the deceiver to pay back everything she owed with interest. Soon, the princess and her advisor arrived at the main hall of the Chen family and waited to meet the young master. The old man remarked that it was a pity to give away the Dao sphere. It had a long history, and it was not easy for the king of Qin to obtain it. Yue shrugged. The sphere had no value. Father had used it to heal wounds, but now it had turned into poison. Anyone carrying it would be poisoned and die within 10 days of exposure. The man asked what would happen if the young master suddenly died. Since then, they would still not be able to obtain the noble king's token. But the princess, smiling maliciously, said that she was not at all stupid to play the games of Dao. He was a deceiver. If he did not bring her the token, then he should be allowed to die a sudden death. After her words, Dao entered the hall and waved his hand to the guests in a friendly manner. Coming closer, he unceremoniously demanded to show him what was brought this time. Trying not to show her displeasure, Yue pointed to the pill bottles next to her. She had brought 300 pills today. The time traveler leaned over the box, thinking that it was even more than several previous batches put together. The princess said that this was the last batch, because the pills were difficult to prepare, and she would not be able to offer more. Dao guessed to himself that the source of these pills had long since dried up. But it didn't matter. They should last for a long time. The princess also announced that she had brought an important treasure of the Qin family. Dao was surprised, and the woman slowly lifted the red cloth that was hiding the object. It was the Xuanyan ball, a protective treasure that nourishes a person's self-cultivation by keeping it close to the body. The item is capable of significantly weakening high-level enemies by reducing damage. Dao smiled widely at Yue, exclaiming that she was too kind to him. The woman pressed her hand to her chest, convincing the young gentleman of her sincerity. He repeated her gesture, wanting the princess to also believe his feelings. When it came to the royal token, Dao suddenly put on an innocent expression, saying that the elder sister did not agree to show it. All the feigned kindness disappeared from Yue Wu's face, and she asked who cared about Yan's consent if Dao was the head of the family. The guy beamed and said that, according to his sister's instructions, the princess should give birth to a plump little heir, causing his interlocutor to become truly furious with these words. She rose abruptly from her seat and screamed that the young master had deceived her. Dao raised his hands up, asking why Yue was angry. He wasn't finished yet. The time traveler almost convinced his sister that the princess needed to continue showing her kindness towards the young master, and then everything would work out. As the woman's silence dragged on, Dao hoped that she was just as sincere towards him and wasn't doing good deeds just to get the token of a noble king. Having calmed down, Yue Wu gathered her courage, replying that she was truly touched by Dao's warm feelings and was expressing her own feelings in return. The princess pointed to the mountain of gold next to her. Even the advisor's mouth dropped open when she suggested that Dao take 50,000 gold bars. The man stared at his mistress, intending to bring her to her senses. But the woman immediately ordered him to remain silent in a commanding tone, waving her hand. Frowning, she drew Dao's attention to such a generous move and demanded the same for herself. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and raised an eyebrow, agreeing with his interlocutor. In addition to the gold, which did not really interest the older sister, the princess again waved her hand at the vase with treats. Dao chuckled thoughtfully, thinking that Yue Wu probably had a lot of money. Slamming her fist on the table, the irritated princess exclaimed that these were all the spirit stones that the Qin estate had accumulated over the years. The advisor couldn't contain his anger and pointed his finger at Dao, telling him not to pretend to be indifferent, since the princess wanted to give him almost the entire fortune of the Qin estate. The guy grinned. He had been fooling the woman for a long time. She turned out to be very gullible, and today, she would probably go broke. Shrugging his shoulders, the time traveler said that this was barely enough, and he needed to talk to his sister. Yuewu suddenly blushed and clung to the young master, whispering that she was very anxious and needed to know when he would answer. Carefully pushing the woman who was standing too close away from him, Dao set a date for 5 days. Yu immediately walked away, taking a promise from him. As she left, she grinned discreetly, hoping for good news soon. In a dark room sat a sickly-looking man. He coughed, and blood poured from his grimacing mouth. He thought that this could not go on any longer and extended his hand, creating a portal. The man's huge hand fell right above Princess Yue's figure, calling out to her. A woman walking down the street was taken aback when she saw the hand of her respected father above her. The man reached down, intending to grab Yue's small, toy-like figure. A few moments later, the woman was right in front of him, and the father asked how things were going. With a trembling voice, the princess spoke of Dao's promise to obtain the royal token in 5 days. The man's darkened expression softened when he heard the answer, as the Chen family had kept the token hidden for many years. The father laughed madly, his long hair rising into the air like little snakes. With the noble king's token, they would have a hope of breaking through to the next level, greatly increasing their lifespan. He noted Yue's efforts in finding and managing the Qin estate all these years. The princess said with a smile that it was her duty to be hard-working for her respected father. Pressing his fist to his mouth to wipe away the blood, the man released his eldest daughter, promising a reward once he broke through to the next level. The woman bowed and thanked the respected father. As she left, she smirked at being addressed in this way. 5 days passed. Dao declared to his grandfather and elder sister that once he went to the academy, the Chen family would be in their hands. Tai bowed, promising that the young master had nothing to worry about, especially now that Yuan had been driven out of the Chen family and the wine business was flourishing. At this moment, Yue was the first to see the arrival of people from the academy. The representatives landed on the ground, seeing the entire Chen clan leadership already waiting for them. The men were taken aback when they noticed Yan's elder sister among them. The girl smiled, not expecting that these were the people who would be sending out invitations to new students. They smiled back warmly because not everyone was able to graduate from the academy as quickly as senior sister Chen. Yan brought her hands together in a respectful gesture. She would rely on the younger ones to take care of her brother. One of the representatives replied that Yan was too polite, being the pride of the Wu Academy of the Tianshui dynasty. Yan turned to Dao, saying that once he left, she would also return to the academy in a few days. The time traveler assured his sister that he would do everything possible to enroll in an educational institution and find her there. The girl kindly warned her brother that getting into the academy was not so easy. Dao shrugged. He wasn't that confident. But when his older beautiful sister was left alone in the academy, he couldn't help but worry. These words really embarrassed Yan, and she blushed. The representative handed Dao an academy enrollment token that had to be broken within 3 days. The men, having completed the formalities, left the Chen family in order to inform the other students. An advisor approached Dao and said that Princess Yue had arrived. Having become serious, the time traveler decided to finish her off. But for now, just the thought of the princess's disappointment makes him feel joy. In the hall of the estate, the woman, without greeting him, immediately demanded from Dao the token of a noble king. The time traveler urged Yue not to rush and reached into the inner pocket of his clothes. He took out a sparkling package from there, asking if the princess was excited. Incredible joy lit up the woman's face at the sight of the cherished treasure. She began to unfold the fabric, mocking the short-sighted Tao in her thoughts. Looking at the brick in her hands, Yue grimaced. Could this really be the noble king's token? Dao sat down in the chair and waved his hand, asking if it really looked like a token. The princess gripped the brick fiercely, growling in her voice, demanding an explanation. She immediately realized that she had been so easily fooled and stamped her foot. The enraged advisor was about to pounce on the young master who dared to deceive his mistress with an ordinary piece of clay. But Yan immediately arrived, preventing her younger brother from being harmed. Standing at the door, she used her strength to push the old man back with one movement. Dao approached the princess, saying that she had deceived him with the pills, so why couldn't he do the same? The advisor clutched his cane in his hands, exclaiming that he had had enough. To his surprise, Yue herself ordered the man to stop. She turned sharply on her heels, telling Dao that she was leaving, and he shouted that he would not see her off. Yan knew that the princess was deeply hiding her true thoughts and was waiting. She would never let this situation go so easily. Dao smiled and encouraged his dejected sister, saying that everything was under control. The time traveler sat in his chambers in front of a box with pills and a divine lotus. Now he had everything he needed to break through from the level of the spiritual sea to the level of the spiritual bridge. Suddenly, mana itself surrounded him. The level rose to the 9th step. The lotus, guided by magic, rose above the box and Dao commanded it to open. In his mind, a divine flower was floating in the sky among the raging ocean. The traveler realized that the lotus had entered his spiritual sea. Finally, the transition process has begun. The main phenomenon of the spirit bridge level is to create a bridge across the spiritual sea. The longer the bridge, the better the cultivator's ability. The Dao bridge has exceeded the distance of 10 meters. Sometime later, the bridge was already 100 meters long and required more valuable spiritual objects that have a compatible nature. The bridge was not going to stop. An hour later, Dao raised his fist in triumph. 1,000 meters! 2 hours later, the time traveler could no longer see the edge of the bridge. Now it was approximately 10 kilometers long. After 4 hours, Dao was already worried that the spiritual bridge would continue to grow indefinitely. He lay down right on the surface of the bridge, tired of the endless road. The sudden jolt instantly woke up Dao, making him realize that the bridge had stopped expanding and had completely moved to a new level. The time traveler was shocked by how long the bridge had become. Even its end was not visible. No one would believe him if they knew the length of the spiritual bridge. And it was also interesting what was at the end of the spirit bridge. Even after several hours, he still had not reached the final point, being thoroughly tired. Deciding to deal with this later, the young master returned to his body. The main advantage of the spirit bridge level is the ability to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, to have a deeper understanding of one's own strength. Suddenly, the guy felt something burning him, shining golden. In Dao's hands was an iron box that his parents had left behind in this life. Since he reacts, it must mean it's time to open the gift. Having escaped from his hands, the object opened itself, practically blinding the guy with its light. Moreover, even those on the street saw and felt something unusual coming from the young master's room. Yan turned in that direction, sensing an unfamiliar aura. There was a token and a letter in the box. The first thing Dao did was open the letter, curious about what could be written there. It was a message from the parents. If their son read this letter, they would probably no longer be there for him, which is what happened. Mother wrote that they had gone in pursuit of the stars and the sea, and for now, the heir should obey the words of his elder sister and work hard, waiting for the return of his parents, who would become great cultivators. Dao was surprised to read about the mistress and master's goals, finding them admirable. They bequeathed to their son a noble king's token. If the boy follows the path of cultivation, the item may be useful to him. As it turns out, the token emits special chi vibrations that can be detected by others. This thing is very valuable. Many people want to get it, so the token should be hidden in your body. This will block the vibrations of ki. Dao was taken aback by this statement, but still took the object in his hands. The token burst into flames of gold and seemed to melt in the owner's hand. The time traveler covered his face with his hands from the realization that the noble king's token had been on display for so long that anyone could notice the fluctuations in chi. And so it happened. These fluctuations were noticed even in the neighboring estate. Something suddenly stirred up the head of the family, making him forget about everything in the world. He instantly clenched his hand, breaking the cup of tea in his hand. The man's heir was taken aback and asked what had happened. He suddenly stood up from his seat, shouting that he felt the aura of the noble king's token. After so many years, he appeared again. The princess and her advisor were returning to the Qin estate after an unsuccessful meeting with the Chen family. The old man did not understand why the woman did not simply kill all the family members since they had deceived her. Yue shrugged. There was no point in destroying the estate. Then the noble king's token would have disappeared anyway. And now Dao has the Xuanyin ball. If you use it, you can die in 10 days. The advisor wanted to offer something to the princess, but she waved her hand at him. Yeo demanded silence, declaring that she was leaving. The old man shouted after her that the princess should be careful, but she did not even turn around to say goodbye. The father, sitting on the throne, was displeased with his ward. His eyes did not hide his contempt. The princess dropped to one knee, asking the man for a little more time. He quietly hissed that there was no time left. His life was coming to an end. If the father cannot live, he will destroy everything in his path. Yue trembled, lowering her head. She thought that her father had gone crazy again. The discovered token was now safely hidden in the flesh of Dao. The man suddenly perked up and extended his hand. He began to laugh, which puzzled the princess sitting in front of him. The father burst into mad laughter. He felt the aura of the noble king's badge. But Yue was taken aback. She didn't understand what was happening. Yan and Tai rushed to the young master's chambers after sensing the vibrations from there. The door swung open and both Chens rushed into the room. looking worriedly for the young master. Dao turned around in surprise when he heard about some hesitation. He admitted to having the noble king's token, thinking that he was in trouble. The girl looked at the old man, who immediately assumed that this thing could have been in the iron box that the owner and madam had left. Dao pointed to the box, confirming Tai's guess, saying that it exceeded all his expectations. The old man said thoughtfully that the owner and madam might not have known about the danger that the token carried and had acted in this way by accident. Yan demanded that her brother immediately break the jade token and go to the academy. It seemed like all their efforts were in vain. The token's fluctuations attracted many enemies to the Chen estate. The fair-haired youth in a dark cloak was already heading straight to the young master's chambers. Yan sensed this and immediately warned her younger brother. Grandfather Dao rushed to the door, promising that he would detain the enemy. He collided with the stranger, both activating the power. He cursed and immediately demanded that they stop talking nonsense and hand over the token of a noble king. Yan and Dao noticed that uninvited guests kept coming to them. The girl, wanting to protect her younger brother, once again demanded that he leave the Chen family and go to the academy. The time traveler cursed and took a token from his bosom. He wondered what would happen to his family, since Yan treated him like a brother, and Chen provided a sense of kinship. He can't stand it if the Chen family suffers a setback, so he must take part in the battle. Dao's first blow was aimed at Ming. Min straightened up and demanded that the noble king's token be given to him. The enraged prince attacked the young master with his fists, blaming him for the decline of his family. The youth encountered the resistance of Dao, and a sphere of bright colors appeared between them, holding back the attack. Ming acknowledged the enemy's strength, but he himself had already reached the level of reality condensation. Dao drew his sword, warning his opponent that he was asking for his own death. Suddenly, someone's palm painfully hit the time traveler from behind on a painful point. He fell to the ground without making a sound. Min grinned when he saw his father. The man was determined and ordered his son not to waste time and not to miss the chance. He began to search the unconscious young master. It was necessary to seize the token and leave as quickly as possible. The thief's hand came across the very sphere that the princess had given to Dao. The guy's face frowned when he felt it. Min reached out to his father, noticing that the sphere did not look like the token of a noble king. The man assumed that it was some kind of treasure, since the young master was keeping it with him. Min suggested that his father activate the object and see what abilities it possessed. It was an unfortunate move for the thief. The sphere released streams of green light. They surrounded the man. He grabbed his neck with both hands, trying to say something. Min was dumbfounded as he watched his father become engulfed in black energy and gradually weaken. The guy screamed, not knowing how to help or what to do. At this time, Dao woke up and, seeing what had happened to the sphere, exclaimed that the princess had brought it, wanting to kill him. Meanwhile, the man was getting worse and worse. He begged for an antidote, clutching his chest. Ming decided that Dao had dared to poison his father and attacked him with accusations. The guy demanded that he be given the antidote to save the head of Yu. Dao slowly walked towards his sword, picked it up, and told the man that he had taken his own life through his own actions. Straightening up, the time traveler declared to his opponents that no antidote existed. Chief Yu croaked that he had no strength left to hold on. The man gathered his last strength and, using the mana remaining in his poisoned body, attacked Dao, demanding that he give him the antidote. Swinging his sword, the boy threw the head of Yu away from himself with one strong blow. The enemy fell on his stomach, sprawled on the cold stones, weakly stretching his hand out in front of him, barely whispering with dry lips that the head of the Yu family should not die such a miserable death. When he let out a tired breath and fell powerlessly to the ground, Min ran up to his father in alarm. Holding the man's head, the boy desperately screamed at Dao, accusing him of murder. The time traveler was not happy with this outcome of events, but he always stood for justice and therefore believed that evil must inevitably be punished. Carefully lowering his father's head to the ground, the enraged Ming flew towards Dao with his fist to kill him and avenge the head of the family. Halfway there, he felt an incredibly ominous aura with his whole being and slowed down. Yan was hovering in the air, controlling the celestial fairy that had already knocked out several of Yu's accomplices. The elder sister could not allow the Chen family to be defiled. The two strangers were thrown to the floor by the impact, leaving a hole in it. It was unknown how quickly the men would be able to recover. Spitting on his accomplices, Ming continued on his way to Dao, who was already waiting for him, holding his sword in front of him. The young master swung his sword, but the agile opponent managed to dodge the sharp blade and rushed past. Flying into the air, the boy ran away, raising dust and leaves from the trees into the air. He promised Dao that he would definitely return to avenge the death of his father. The time traveler chuckled and looked after Min with bewilderment. surprised by his indifference, since he didn't even want to take the body of the head of the family. The boy walked up to the Yu chief and picked up the Xuanyan orb. Who would have thought that Yue would plant an artifact with so much poison on him? The princess's malice was truly frightening. This sphere is probably a treasure. Perhaps there is hope of removing the poison. Dao immediately asked the system to rewind the time of the Xuanyan artifact 30 years into the future. A magical clock appeared in the air. The poison lost much of its power. The system carried out the order. The time traveler's plan worked. Most of the poison was neutralized. Then Dao asked to rewind the time of the sphere another 30 years forward. White streams of mana began to flow towards the artifact, and it once again changed the appearance of its outer shell. What the time traveler had planned came true. The poison in the sphere was completely neutralized. According to Princess Yue's words, this artifact is a valuable protective treasure. As soon as Dao finished manipulating the system, Tai and Yan approached him. The girl asked why her brother hadn't left yet. Tai urged the young master. He felt that there were strong auras heading towards the Chen family. They could appear at any moment. The time traveler worriedly asked his relatives what would happen if he left. The ill-wishers would not calm down until they received the token of a noble king. Grandfather assured Dao that he didn't need to worry, since he was the hope of the Chen estate. The young master interrupted him with a wave of his hand. He decided to stay, in case of extreme necessity of escape. The guy would leave the estate immediately, and without hesitation. The man had no choice but to agree with the stubborn Dao. He added that the young gentleman valued honor and kinship, and in addition to the charisma passed on to him by his master and mistress, all this aroused admiration. Yan said enthusiastically that her brother was a real man, in every sense of the word. Suddenly, old man Chen covered the young heirs with his hand. All three of them looked up at the sky, sensing someone else's aura. Right above their heads, a divine horse-drawn carriage was rushing at full speed. Tai recognized the new arrivals. It was Qi Laomo from Mount Fukong. The man didn't expect that even this old bastard would arrive at the estate. The divine chariot was surrounded by warriors from another family. They hovered among the clouds, looking for the token of the noble king. One of them, lowering himself, muttered thoughtfully that there had clearly been an aura fluctuation here, but now it had disappeared. The rest of the estate's warriors gathered around Dao, led by Yue, their main goal being to protect the Chen family and the young master. Voices dripping with anger came from the carriage, one of them remarking on the wonderful view. There was a roar of laughter. These people loved it when their opponents raised a shout. It turned out that the voices were coming from the guards of the Shengqian sect. No one expected them to come. Yan noticed that the family was lucky that only a little bit of the token's aura leaked out. Otherwise, it would have attracted many more masters. The girl turned around abruptly when she heard someone calling her name. The imperious second prince appeared at the estate with his advisors, and he slyly announced that failing today's test would result in unimaginable consequences. Dao, irritated, without even greeting the man, ordered him to speak more clearly. The prince directly stated that he would offer his help in deceiving young Miss Yan into agreeing to his proposal. The time traveler covered his sad sister with his body, declaring that he would not agree to such a condition. The corners of the second prince's lips twitched as he tried to convince the young master that the Chen estate was currently on the brink of disaster. The time traveler exclaimed irritably that this did not concern outsiders, and he, Chen Dao, would never take advantage of his older sister's happiness for someone else's benefit. The interlocutor, feigning disappointment, threw up his hands, saying that Dao was putting him in a difficult position, since he only wanted to prove his sincerity to Madame Yan. In the cave, Yue Wu's father could sense the aura of the strangers at the Chen Manor. It was clear as day that after so many years, it wasn't just him who was yearning to obtain the noble king's token. He leaned on his hand and rose heavily from the ground, ordering the princess standing opposite him to get ready to go and deal with this trash and get the token. The girl suggested waiting until they killed each other and only then attack, since her father was seriously wounded for a big battle with unworthy opponents. The man exhaled and sat back down, agreeing that the noble king's token was already in his hands. There was no need to rush. Yue Wu said that she would go to the Chen Manor and spy on the enemies to pass the information to her father. The old man, looking through the princess with sick eyes, allowed her to go, saying that he would wait for the report. The woman clasped her hands in a respectful gesture and bowed. Meanwhile, strangers were arriving from the sky at the Chen estate, demanding the token of a noble king, threatening to wipe the family off the face of the earth. The second prince beamed a smug smile as his ambassador took the floor to persuade Dao to accept the great favor of siding with the Chen family that the prince was offering. Stretching out his hand with a glowing weapon in front of him, the newcomer eagerly offered to try to do what the master had planned. The opponents did not wait. Uniting in a circle, they gathered to attack in order to capture the young master of the Chen family and take away his noble king's token. Yan and Tai stepped forward as Dao, and the old man challenged the enemy to ask if they thought the Chen family was helpless. The guards of the Shengtian sect jumped out of the carriage with mocking smiles and rushed at the time traveler. They also wanted to join in the fun. One of the brothers was already confidently extending his hand to Dao, shouting that he would take this brat on himself. The second one, grimacing, demanded that his brother slow down and give him the head of the family. Yan, generating mana in her hands, turned to her brother, demanding that he hide and not fight so recklessly. But Dao, leaning forward, was ready for battle. He swung his sword around, releasing a wave of light blue light into the air. A furious force struck one of the brothers in the chest. He coughed up blood, and a ridiculous expression froze on the guard's face. The energy of the newcomer threw the man back, hitting the other warriors. The second prince's advisors were amazed by the youth's powerful sword swing, and they realized that he had reached the level of the spirit bridge. The second prince, watching this, was no less surprised. One of the young master's swords had become several times stronger than his. The younger guard dropped to the ground and picked up his unconscious older brother, clutching the wound on his shoulder as the man sobbed in grief. The enemy's eyes turned bloodshot and he roared, claiming that Dao had killed his brother. The time traveler spat in his direction that it served him right. They asked for it. Suddenly, the guard increased in size, becoming taller than the manor building. The clothes on his body cracked. Black mana wafted from the man's mouth. He lifted his older brother's body with one hand, which now looked like a rag doll. The guard, clasping him with both arms, began to sob, demanding that they become one and never be separated. Shedding huge tears on the floor, the man pressed his brother's corpse, swallowing it whole. He stood up, straightened up, and shouted furiously that he would make Dao pay with his life. The second prince's confidant warned his master because the aura of the dwarves had grown several times when they united into one. Seeing the giant bending over her brother, Yan screamed, realizing that he was in trouble. She had to protect him at any cost and immediately flew in that direction, calling on Dharma. A voice rang out from the heavens, saying that the Chen family was now doomed to die. Commanding the huge avatar, the princess ordered the enemy to get away. The sky fairy squeezed the chariot in her huge hand, leaving only splinters of it. But the avatar's palm was stopped by an old figure with a face withered from age. Chi Laomo exclaimed that Yan was just a helpless baby in front of him. The girl screamed furiously, threatening the old man with the destruction of his Fukong mountain if he dared to hinder her any further. Laomo shook his gray hair and fixed his pitch-black eyes on Yan. He would immediately obtain the noble king's token. At the same time, the maddened guard of the Shengtian sect stretched out his huge hands towards Dao, demanding the return of his elder brother. Yu and the Chen family warriors rushed straight towards him to protect the young master. Closing his eyes, the junior guard ran at the men, knocking them down with his fist like bowling pins. The time traveler did not stand aside. He immediately ordered the system to increase his swordsmanship by 50 years. Although he had already mastered this sword technique, it remained to be seen whether the young man could further increase the weapon's power. At the moment when the guard almost grabbed him, Dao realized that he had succeeded. A huge number of secrets about this sword technique appeared in his consciousness, and the power of the weapon increased several times. The wounded Yue jumped to his feet and screamed the young master's name, looking at him tensely. Laomo Yan, who was fighting with the old man, turned around and also saw the giant guard looming over her brother. A long blue stripe from the Dao sword appeared along the junior guard's arm. Then a stream of force hit the man, causing him to stumble back and fall onto his back. The time traveler, completely engulfed in bright light, raised his sword up, calling on everyone present to listen to him. The young leader declared that anyone who attacks the Chen family today will be killed. All the opponents gathered above the estate let out a breath of amazement upon seeing the master's technique. They had never even seen anything like it before. The second prince opened his mouth in confusion. How could the weapon become even more powerful? The man's pride was hurt. After all, Dao was mediocre. But why did his abilities exceed the second prince's strength? A portal opened high in the sky and a burial box floated out. Everyone present looked up, recognizing its owner. Tai said that the old demon Yinshan is half human, half demon. No one knows how long he lived. A sepulchral, otherworldly voice came from the box, demanding that the Chen family give him the noble king's token. But the time traveler was not frightened by such tricks. Pushing off from the ground, he flew up to the box, shaming the demon for his arrogance. The sister tried to stop the master, and Yinshan rumbled that the young man thought too much of himself since he killed the guard of the Shengtian sect. Dao rushed with his sword at the box, shouting that he was not afraid of the demon. The moment the metal touched Yinshan's abode, a bright explosion was heard. The young master flew to the side, not expecting that this enemy was beyond his strength. Gritting his teeth, the boy acknowledged the demon's power. The coffin opened, and the bloodless hand of the enemy appeared from there. And then the whole half-rotted body wrapped in ribbons. The dead man had not left his shelter for 2 years, but now, finally, he would come out to fight. The strangers froze in midair, not daring to approach Dao now. They had heard about the guy as a scumbag, incapable of cultivation. It was worth taking a look at what he could show. Princess Yue and her advisor also arrived at the estate, and now they too were watching what was happening in the sky. The woman's confidant growled softly, realizing that Dao truly had power. Moreover, he hid it so carefully and deeply, it is not surprising that the guy managed to deceive even the princess. The demon bared its teeth, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and pushed off from its tomb to pounce on Chief Chen. Immediately, the avatar of Yan blocked his path, spreading her long arms out on both sides. The elder sister shielded her brother, controlling the Dharma and creating a spell in her palms. Yinshan creaked that in another 10 years, even he wouldn't be able to resist the girl, but for now she was still too weak. A long, purple glowing dagger appeared in his bloody hand. Swinging his arm, the demon began to fall down like a stone, intending to cut the spell. He succeeded, the sharp, magical steel piercing the avatar's chest. Dharma bound. Yan recoiled, thick blood spurting out from her mouth. Seeing his sister lose consciousness and fall, Dao immediately broke away from the fight, screaming desperately. The second prince rushed towards the girl, no less worried. He managed to pick up the young lady in his arms, asking if everything was okay with her. The powerful demon Qi caused even the heavenly fairy, Dharma Yan, to crumble into pieces. Laomo took advantage of Dao's distraction and jumped on him, holding the blade high above his head. He had been honing the weapon for over 100 years to deflect the blows of gods and Buddhas. This time, Tai came between them, deciding to sacrifice himself for the sake of the young master. The demon's blade struck the old man, blood spurted from his mouth and chest. The man lost his balance and began to give in to the laughter of his opponent. Seeing Tai hit his head on the hard ground, Dao cried out in pain. He gritted his teeth, knowing that he had no right to surrender to this group of thieves. Lamo played with the blade in his withered hands and egged on the young master, suggesting that they measure their strength. Seeing the demon flying towards Dao faster than lightning, the outsiders watching shook their heads, thinking that the young master had overestimated himself. The men thought that the boy was finished because the old demon would definitely cut him into pieces with one blow. The second prince gently but firmly held Yan by the shoulders, who was still eager to help her brother. Seeing his passion suffering, the man ordered his advisors to save Dao. The men took to the skies, promising to do their best, but not hiding the fact that it might be too late. Tai, who had come too, struggled to rise on his elbows, desperately shouting the young master's name. Princess Yue and her confidant continued to watch the events unfold. The woman was sure that Dao was not able to withstand this blow. Seeing someone else's mana so close, the time traveler cursed. But at that moment, an idea came to his mind. The boy asked the system to roll back the blade in the hand of the old demon Yinshan 50 years ago. Seeing the demon's thin streams of energy running back, Dao himself rushed towards the enemy. The two swords clashed, and the time traveler found himself face to face with a mad, decaying old demon. But when his blade became covered in cracks, Yinshan was no longer laughing. Having crushed the weapon to its core, Dao pushed the enemy with force. Their figures were covered in a whip of bright energy. The decrepit body fell down, landing on the stonework. The second prince's advisors immediately landed nearby, retreating back in fear. One of them could not even imagine what he would witness, and could only open and close his mouth, stuttering. The demon rose to his feet, holding in his hand only the stub of the blade he had cultivated for over 100 years. Yan, with her spirit revived, blossomed before our eyes, watching her younger brother's success. Those who watched the battle in the sky were amazed. The guy's cultivation level was the simplest. The sword also looked like an ordinary one. No one understood how the guy managed to defeat the demon. Princess Yue stepped forward, seriously reporting that the young master had amazed her with his strength. But the confrontation was not over yet. Disgraced by how easily a man could destroy the work of many years, Yinshan rushed towards Dao with his bare hands, threatening to wring his neck. At this, the time traveler pointed his sword forward, ordering the old demon to stop lying. The guy brought the sword down on the enemy with all his might, and the blade immediately lit up with an incredibly bright golden glow. The demon, puzzled, stepped back, frightened by this outburst. He looked at the young man in shock, spitting out scraps of bandages falling onto his face, asking how such a worthless thing could withstand his attack. Now those who came to take the seal by force no longer considered Dao a weakling, because he fought on equal terms with the old demon, the one who had cultivated several hundred years more than the young master. The time traveler pressed his hand to his chest. The Xuanyin sphere was an incredible treasure. It helped him block a significant part of Yinshan's power. Princess Yue guessed that this was the very sphere she had hoped to use to kill the boy, and emitted an aura fluctuation. Her advisor reported that he had discovered that there was no poison in the sphere, and did not understand how this was even possible. The princess smirked, realizing that Dao was clearly hiding something, and managed to surprise her. The demon decided to take advantage of the warriors' floating idol, and suggested that they join forces. Laughing with a sepulchral laugh, he asked if they wanted to wait until more people arrived. Without wasting any time, the warriors rushed towards the young master with bloodthirsty smiles on their faces, intending to take the token. On behalf of Dao, Tai spoke out along with his family's confidants, calling on them to listen and obey. To protect Dao, Ye echoed him, rushing forward. He prioritized the life of the one who once saved him. Yan, having gained strength, also hurried to help her precious younger brother. Finally, even the younger members of the family did not stand aside. Gathering their strength, they also ran towards the opponents. Princess Yue was amazed by this sight. She never thought that the family, which had always been in disarray, was now acting so unitedly under the leadership of the young master. But her advisor had no illusions. Even in that case, under the pressure of several strong opponents, the Chen family was still doomed. Dao selflessly defended himself and the noble king's token from annoying thieves. Despite his fatigue, he swung his sharp blade, hitting the target straight. However, the time traveler missed the moment when the vile warrior came up from behind and struck him in the back. He barely managed to dodge someone else's fist, which only slightly grazed him. Dao landed among a pile of fallen enemies. Leaning on his hand and breathing heavily, Tai saw that the situation was extremely dire and wanted to let the young master retreat, to hold off the warriors himself. A group of strangers led by the demon, Yinshan grinned bravely, demanding that they hand over the token, in exchange for which they promised to kill the family all at once. Dao stood up, leaning on his sword and holding his wounded shoulder. He spat out blood and cursed. Yan turned to him and shouted, ordering him to leave. Tai asked to break the jade tablet and hurry to the Wu Academy. The battered warriors of the estate rose heavily from the ground, gritting their teeth. They also wished for Dao to leave, promising that they would help stop the enemies. The time traveler, still leaning on his sword, straightened up and looked around at his henchmen. Everywhere there were screams and sounds of battle. The warriors were throwing away those who could no longer stand up, only clinging to their legs. Dao's henchmen, unable to rise, simply grabbed the stranger's leg. The boy screamed hysterically, begging the young master to run away. The next moment, a heavy boot hit him in the chest and he fell to the ground, spitting out blood. He reached out to Dao with a trembling hand, whispering that as long as he lived, the Chen family existed. The other wounded echoed him, repeating the same words, asking them to leave. As soon as Tai was distracted, a demon pounced on him from above, raising a clawed hand. With a powerful blow, he threw the old man far back, his mana spreading across the entire courtyard like a purple haze. Tai, lying on his back, looking the newcomer in the eyes, begged him to stop hesitating and run. Dao cursed, realizing that he was still too weak, his body trembling incessantly. He exhaled heavily and took out the noble king's token. The opponents all suddenly perked up, feeling the incredibly powerful mana, and an order was heard to grab Dao to take the trophy. The old man, having pulled himself together, could not believe that the young gentleman had shown the token to the enemies. Dao raised the token in front of him, offering it in exchange for the lives of all the Chen family members. A bright golden light emanated from the thing. People approached Dao like wild animals, and the guy believed that the token was not as important as human lives. The entire Chen family rallied around the young master. Those who could stand supported their wounded comrades, looking at their master with tears in their eyes. Opponents gathered in a row in front of the newcomer, demanding that he first hand over the noble king's token. Clutching the trophy in his hands, Dao grinned, saying that there was only one token, and he had to choose who to give it to. At once, the former allies turned on each other, slowly drawing their swords from their sheaths. Bloodless lips spread into a sly smile. Yinshan extended his hand towards the artifact, promising to bury anyone who disputed his right to ownership. Liomo didn't support this idea, saying that the old demon was too arrogant. With so many cultivators here, he wouldn't be able to bury everyone. Now, Yinshan was left alone with many cultivators who decided to go against the vile demon. Someone from the crowd shouted out that even a young master managed to break the blade of such a decrepit old man. Yinshan laughed hysterically and rushed at the offender who dared to mock him. He approached faster and faster, threatening to tear everyone here to pieces. Long bandaged limbs moved like windmills, and the grinning demon tore at human flesh with sharp claws. The Chen family watched this confrontation. Tai praised the young master for his intelligence and sharp mind, as this trick would exhaust the enemy's strength. A soft tread and a familiar female voice distracted Dao. Turning around, he saw Princess Yue along with her faithful companion. Clutching the token in his palm, the guy took it aside, greeting the woman, then asked if she also wanted to fight for the artifact. She crossed her arms over her chest and dropped her deceit, replying that the young master would not believe it if he heard that she was not interested in the token. The time traveler repeated her pose and shook his head, agreeing with the assumption. Smiling, Yue suddenly suggested that the guy make a deal right now. This proposal made Dao smirk. Was it not enough for the princess what he had already done? The woman suddenly frowned, her eyebrows drew together, and anger surged through her to the tips of her fingers, causing her to tremble. The princess's advisor could no longer treat the lady in such a way, shouting that the guy was clearly tired of living since, in such a situation, he dared to anger her. Having regained her composure, still frowning, Yue Wu asked Dao if he really thought that this method would be enough for the enemies to kill each other. To her surprise, the young master admitted that it wouldn't work entirely. The princess added that these people, although stupid, were not fools, and would not continue this senseless battle for long. All that Dao got was a temporary respite, but it was not a solution to the global problem. The traveler looked thoughtful and asked if the princess was offering her help in this. The woman nodded, confirming his suspicions. Then the guy briefly demanded to tell him his plan. After some time of explaining, Yue asked what the young master thought about it. First, he decided to clarify what the benefit would be for the princess. She did not give a clear answer, limiting herself to saying that Dao himself would find out when the time came. Realizing that the choice was limited, the time traveler agreed to trust her. Yue voiced his thoughts, directly saying that in the absence of a choice, her help was the only hope for victory. Meanwhile, Laomo spoke up from Mount Fukong, calling on his newfound troop to listen to him, as they would achieve nothing if they continued to kill each other. The old man suggested that we first get the noble king's token, and then think about who would get it. There were shouts of approval and calls to listen to Laomo. The mass brawl was only good for the Chen family. The cunning demon approached Dao with his hand outstretched, demanding that he hand over the noble king's token. He shook his head, replying that such scum were not worthy of receiving his family's artifact. The warriors did not seem to expect disobedience. Since the young master was going back on his word, he wanted to be beaten. The old man gnashed his teeth. This brat young master was truly tired of life. Flying into the air, he headed towards Dao, intending to dig his claws into his neck and rip his head off. Princess Yue stepped in front of the boy, pushing him away with her hand, and demanded that he stop. This actually made Laomo pause and look puzzled at the unexpected alliance. The warriors mockingly asked who this woman was, but it didn't matter. Just tear off her head at the same time, let her join young Master Chen in the afterlife. Yue stood fearlessly in front of the old demon, saying that Dao had spoken correctly. None of those present are worthy of the token of a noble king. The old man was amazed at the impudence of the little girl who dared to provoke them. He didn't care what clan Yue was from. Laomo was going to deal with her right now. The woman, without losing her composure, just smirked in response to these words. She suddenly raised her hand up, calling out to her father, and a purple summoning portal immediately appeared above the princess's head. The old man recoiled, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, a hand extended from the portal and reached straight towards the demon's gray head. He realized that he couldn't take a step when the king's hands dug into the evil spirit's shoulders. The demon's figure was illuminated by a bright flash, and a heart-rending hoarse cry was heard. The group of warriors retreated back, seeing that even the old demon Qi was unable to resist. The mighty king emerged from the portal and now stood before those present. They could feel his genuine aura of a ruler. The man levitated in the air, boring into everyone in the courtyard of the estate with a heavy gaze. With a broad smile, the king declared that as long as he was here, no one would dare take away the noble king's token. The men trembled, realizing that in front of them was Emperor Qin himself. He had been badly wounded earlier. Poison had seeped into every organ of the man, but he still survived. Yinshan exclaimed mockingly that the poison had not been completely removed from the king's body, judging by his appearance. The man ordered the demon to be silent. Despite the poisoning, he would kill anyone who dared to take the noble king's token. Yinshan gave him a menacing look from under the bandages and rumbled that he would get the token no matter what. The warriors shouted that Emperor Qin was too self-confident. He was heavily poisoned, and should be on the verge. There was no need to fear him. As soon as the men asserted their superiority in the fight, the king appeared behind them faster than lightning. A brown, murderous aura illuminated his figure, and the emperor laughed loudly. He promised to make sure that none of the warriors left here alive. Dao didn't expect Emperor Qin to be so strong. He glanced at Princess Yue, guessing the reason for her confident look. The woman, without turning around, asked the young gentleman if he was scared. The time traveler answered honestly that no, but there was something that aroused curiosity. A huge beam of fire almost hit the guy, passing right over his head. This emperor was proving his boundless strength by knocking the old demon Yinshan to the ground. As he fell, some object landed at Dao's feet with a clang. It was Yinshan's yin blade, and the time traveler immediately picked it up. Standing up, Qin looked around the crowd, asking with a threatening voice who else here wasn't afraid to die. The warriors instantly lost all their fighting spirit, lamenting that the emperor was too strong. No matter how valuable the token was, he was not worth their lives. Having risen into the sky, the man defiantly asked Yue where the noble king's token was and demanded that it be given to him. The woman extended her hand, asking the young master to hand over the artifact in exchange for the lives of the Chen estate. The guy replied that the token was not with him now. During the battle, the time traveler secretly gave it to someone to hide in another place. The man shook his head and asked sharply where exactly the artifact had been taken. Dao pointed his finger to the side, deciding to ask someone to bring Emperor Qin to the hiding place. Yue smiled and replied that that wouldn't be necessary. Let the young master take them himself. The time traveler returned the smile and agreed. Immediately, the voices of Tai and Yan were heard. They wanted to stop the head of the family from making such a rash decision. Turning around, Dao winked at his sister, telling her to calm down because he would be back soon. The second prince asked the emperor not to harm the young master, and he replied that he would, but only in exchange for the token of a noble king. A flash of energy froze on the king's fingers, and the man demanded that his family let him leave. Dao stepped back in confusion, not understanding what he wanted. Suddenly, the king soared into the air and disappeared right before the eyes of those present. The second prince explained that Qin himself was once a respected cultivator of the noble king, but he was poisoned and his cultivation weakened, the man's status was preserved, and even the royal family could not interfere with his affairs. Yan clenched her fists, vowing that if even one hair fell from her younger brother's head, she would definitely destroy the entire Qin clan. Dao showed the way to the token. The group found themselves far from the estate in a picturesque forest. The emperor impatiently asked the young master where the artifact was hidden and when they would arrive at the place. The time traveler exclaimed that they had arrived and pointed his finger towards a large stone standing in the clearing. The emperor landed on the ground first, followed by Dao and Yue. The guy approached the stone, saying that he hid the token under it, as he ordered his people to do. The old man broke into a smile, ordering the princess to watch over the young master while he took out the noble king's token. The woman glanced sideways at the cunning Dao, offering to allow her to go and get the artifact herself. Qin agreed, keeping the boy's figure in his sight. Yu walked around the huge stone from all sides, carefully examining the ground, and finally turned around with a cry of victory and a box in her hand. The man abruptly snatched the box from her hands, a mad gleam playing in his eyes. His face distorted with joy, he opened the lid with a trembling hand. But as soon as the box opened, the man fell to his knees and screamed, blinded by the golden glow. Whatever was inside was burning his eyes. Qin covered his face with his hands, shaking his head. He shook his fist and turned menacingly towards Dao, accusing him of plotting against the emperor. The man rushed towards the boy, threatening to tear him to pieces. But before he could even get close to the young master, a magical wave blocked his path, knocking him off his feet. Dao continued to stand calmly in place, while tentacles burst out from under the ground, firmly trapping Qin. He realized that he was trapped. The man clenched his teeth in rage, hysterically asking how the young man dared to do such a thing. The tentacles firmly bound the emperor's hands and fixed them. He screamed that even such magic could not stop him. What Qin certainly didn't expect was a powerful blow from behind, causing the man to arch his back and let out a cry of pain. Leaving her father clutching his chest, Yue walked around him as if he was nothing more than trash in her path. Looking at the man's shocked face, Dao mentally admired Yue Wu. She had calculated every step and deeply hid her true intentions. Qin's eyes were bloodshot, but his face was frozen in an expression of disappointment, resentment, and incomprehension as he asked Yue with dry lips why she did this. He appealed to the princess's duty as his daughter, who had betrayed her emperor. Looming over her father, Yue smiled bitterly as she remembered that in all these years, he had never treated her like a daughter. let alone like a human being. The princess angrily shouted that she had been a tool all these years, working for the emperor, and in cases of failure, her father did not think of her as a family member. Now she had enough. The man found himself locked in a magical trap. He realized that it had been created for a long time, which meant that Yu had been planning to betray him for a long time. The woman admitted with a smile that she had been stealing the Chen family's wealth all these years just to improve this trap. Dao rolled his eyes, cursing under his breath. After all, the Chen family was not directly involved in this adventure. The golden chains bound the man's entire body and clanged loudly as he rose. Yue was born from his flesh and blood, and her life belonged to him. The treatment of his daughter was only his right. The man glared at the princess, saying that she dared to betray him, and that this was the worst mistake a woman could make. To this, Yue Wu firmly replied that Qin was not worthy of being her father. The woman screamed with pain in her voice that the emperor had ceased to be her father by abandoning her mother, so the princess had not only betrayed, but would also kill her own parent. Dao thought about it. He didn't know that Yue had such a tragic childhood. Pulling herself together, the princess told her subordinate father with a smirk, and as a sign of respect for their relationship, she would leave his body untouched. The man leaned forward, gathering dark energy in his hands. He laughed, laughing at Yue's attempts to kill him. The woman waved her hand, ordering the golden beam to bind the man in front of her. Blue tentacles extended from the marks on the floor and began to wrap around Qin's body, holding him tightly in their grip. He screamed furiously and began to writhe, tearing the tendrils apart right on himself. Finally, the man freed himself and shouted that he was the cultivator of the noble king. The princess would not dare to commit patricide. Ignoring his words, Yue Wu drew her sword and rushed straight towards the emperor with all her speed. A blue mana shield appeared in front of her. Two powerful energies collided. The princess struck the man's hand with her sword, and blood spurted. It seemed like the sharp blade couldn't harm Qin. The flesh seemed to heal instantly. The red eyes burned a hole in his daughter, asking her to see if she could kill him first. Yue Wu jumped up, exclaiming that the emperor should not even dream of escaping because he did not deserve to live. She slashed Qin's throat, commanding the golden beam to kill him. The man laughed madly as the blue tentacles once again wrapped around his entire body, and Yue had no idea he had already broken free. He suddenly fell silent, and after a few seconds promised his daughter that he would send her to meet her mother. Straightening up, Qin broke the bonds once again, despite the poison inside his organs. Yue clenched her teeth, trying to regain her balance. She knew the power of true kings, even if they were on the verge of death. She backed up and approached Dao, begging him to fight together. Otherwise, none of them would survive if the emperor escaped. The time traveler raised his sword, exhaling heavily. It seemed that this was the only option. Trying to fight off the annoying tentacles, Qin raised his hands above his head, intending to attack his own daughter and accomplice. But together their strength prevailed. Yu allowed herself to let out a victorious cry. She didn't expect that the young master had become so strong. The emperor was shocked, but he stood his ground. Noble kings are not creatures that can be humiliated. Although the cage continued to hold the king, he struggled furiously, but the man's mana was not so weak. The princess ordered the guy to restrain Qin. Otherwise, he would escape and they would be in big trouble. Just as she was distracted enough to talk to Dao, her father managed to reach his daughter and punch her in the chest, ordering her to get away. The woman fell face down on the ground, momentarily unconscious from the searing pain. Now Dao was left alone with the enemy. He squeezed the sword in his hand with force, thinking how to get closer to Qin. The man motioned for the boy to come over, shouting that he was probably scared to death. The emperor's red eyes glowed madly as he rushed towards young Master Chen with his bare hands, promising to cut his head off his shoulders. Suddenly, Qin froze in shock as he saw strange streams of purple magic appearing out of nowhere. Dao took advantage of the man's hesitation without hesitation and brought down his sword along with stunning mana on him. The emperor was thrown to the side by the blow, and Yue, wiping the blood from her lip, looked at Dao in surprise, not believing that he had managed to inflict such damage on her father. The time traveler was glad that he took this yin blade and, with the help of the system, returned it to its original state, because the demon had been sharpening it for more than 100 years, and the power of the weapon is on a completely different level. The princess recognized the yin blade of the old demon Yinshan. She remembered that it was broken before. Thick black blood flowed out of Qin's mouth. The blade energy accumulated over so many years, causing his wounds to open up. Now the emperor was attacked by two warriors. Dao offered Yue the chance to finish off Qin. But as soon as they approached the man, they realized that he was already at the limit of his strength. The emperor wheezed that he was not going to die so easily and fell to the ground. Dao chuckled, realizing that they had won. and the princess looked at her father's body in confusion. Suddenly, the emperor was engulfed in a bright blue magical fire, causing the young men to recoil. The time traveler asked the woman what was going on. She replied that the poison had long since seeped into Qin's bones, and was only held back by the cultivation of the noble king. Now that he was dead, his body was absorbing the poison. After some time, the poisonous fire died out, and in place of the corpse there was a tattered, rolled-up scroll. Dao pointed his finger at it, noticing the treasure. Yue Wu guessed that it was something like a map. The emperor took it out to study, but most of the writing had already been erased. The woman picked up the map and handed it to Dao as a token of gratitude for his help in killing the king. Dao was not without reason surprised by the princess's generosity. However, the guy decided to accept the gift and not neglect Yue's beneficence. While he was putting the scroll in his inside pocket, the woman asked what had happened to the blade, why it was whole again. The young gentleman smiled mischievously, saying that it was a secret. He waved his hand at the princess, announcing that he was leaving. But the woman couldn't just let the guy go and called him by name. Turning around, he asked if there was anything else they needed to discuss. The princess, with a smile on her pretty face, extended her hand, saying that it was a pleasure to work with Dao. At that moment, a multitude of blue tentacles burst out of the ground, the same ones that were holding back the emperor. Finding himself in a vice, the time traveler cried out indignantly, demanding an explanation. The princess activated the magic circle and silently looked at the Dao floating in the air. You noticed that the guy had changed. If he revealed his secret, he could die quickly. The time traveler chuckled, saying that the woman was too evil, and changed his choice as if turning the pages of a book. Yu remained silent, raising her sword. Pointing it at the young master, the woman dispassionately announced the destruction of anyone who did not agree with her plans. Even now, while immobilized, Dao asked Yue with a smirk if she was sure she could kill him. Yue Wu believed this. After all, Dao was not her father, not a cultivator of the noble king. This trap was more than enough to deal with him. She slowly walked towards young Master Chen, giving him one last chance to tell his secret. Dao strained with all his might, trying to tear the long, strong shoots off himself. Realizing that the guy would continue to remain silent, Yu decided not to waste time on him and rushed forward with a furious scream. Dao froze and immediately called upon the faithful system for help. With its help, the time traveler managed to break the bonds and rise upward, swinging his blade. Approaching the princess, he slashed her across the stomach, causing a purple pillar of mana to burst out. The old demon's cultivation remained in the blade, which is why it possessed incredible strength. The woman lost her balance and fell on her back, screaming that it was absolutely impossible. She hit the ground, her eyes wide, not understanding what had just happened. Dao grinned and flew up to her. He would tell her everything, just cut down the traitor. The princess jumped to her feet, deftly jumping over the purple streak coming from another blade attack. After making sure that it had dissipated, the woman sank to the ground, calling for the young master. Smiling grimly, she suggested that the guy live peacefully since he did not die. It could be considered that no harm was done. Dao did not believe a single word the liar said, and vowed to kill her the next time he saw her. The woman asked if it was really necessary to do this, since it was always necessary to have an ally by your side, especially since the young master had liked her before. Instead of answering, the time traveler again tried to slash the princess across the neck, but she barely dodged. Dodging, her lips stretched into a smile, Yue Wu playfully called Dao a rude person. The woman jumped up and flew into the sky, shouting that she was in a great mood today and had no desire to quarrel. Sometime later, Dao returned to the Chen estate, where he was already joyfully welcomed. Tai bowed, grateful to the young master for the family's victory. Yan ran to her brother, exclaiming that since the noble king's token had been discovered, he could no longer remain in the estate for long. Suddenly, the sky turned gray and split open, and a huge golden hand appeared from there. Those present froze in fear, trying to comprehend what was happening. The old man knew that this was a true cultivator of the noble king, and now he decided to attack them. Yan and Tai tried to protect the young master and ordered him to flee. Meanwhile, the hand continued to reach out, and under its pressure, the stone floor of the estate collapsed. Even the warriors of the family felt it, falling to their knees, blood spurting from their mouths. Yan screamed again, calling for her younger brother to escape. Dao looked at the token in his hand. Was there nothing he could do to stop this? The guy squeezed the artifact in his palm with all his might and cursed foully from impotence. Tai fearlessly stepped right under the palm, gathering all his strength together. He exclaimed that he would put all his strength on the line and would not pay attention to the origin of the enemy. The circle from which the palm extended lit up with a bloody light, and the owner of the hand reached out to the old man. Dao couldn't watch them risk their lives for him and immediately ran up to his grandfather. The older sister overtook him, protecting him. She again ordered her brother to run so that the family's sacrifices would not be in vain. The time traveler, looking at the huge enemy, screamed in horror. The owner of the palm, knocking Yan off her feet with his pressure, rumbled that she was overestimating her strength. The girl fell to the ground, struck by the heavenly blow, and sobbed loudly. The voice laughed, praising the resilience of the little doll, who managed to survive the blow of the noble king. Yan cursed. She was disgusted to hear these words. She had to buy enough time for her younger brother to escape. The second prince, running to the epicenter of events, dumbfoundedly called out to Yan. Dao turned around and noticed the second prince standing nearby. He demanded with all his might that the man save his sister, so that he might think that he had done a service to the young master. The second prince replied sarcastically that Dao must value him very highly to have him deal with a cultivator of a noble king. The time traveler shook his head, replying that the prince would not be here if he could not. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man replied that it didn't matter. He would accept the request, since he was going to protect Yan anyway. And judging by what the young gentleman has done recently, his services will be worth a lot in the future. The second prince tried to resolve the issue diplomatically, and respectfully asked the esteemed noble elder king to introduce himself and show his face. The answer was a dismissive cry, ordering the second prince to mind his own business, and a hand came down with force on the warriors, scattering them to the sides. Innocent bodies lay on the broken stones, and a voice boomed, ordering them to get away. This made the second prince extremely angry, and he began to create a strong magical barrier in his hands to protect the remaining survivors. A golden bell rose into the air. The man commanded the golden beam barrier to open. A golden, tangible bell spread out above him, his advisors, and Yan, protecting them from the Elder King. The hand fell right next to the protective bell, destroying the earth again. Dao made a difficult decision. After examining the area, he decided to leave the estate. The time traveler squeezed the seal in his hand, and his figure began to slowly dissipate into the air. The Elder King began to destroy everything around him again in anger after seeing the escape of the young master. The heavens opened up again and swallowed the huge limb, a voice warning Dao that it would not escape. The older sister rose to her feet, standing in the middle of the ruined estate. With tears in her eyes, she was forced to admit that the Chen family had been destroyed in the end anyway. The second prince exclaimed that they simply could not stay here any longer. The girl clenched her teeth, promising that she would definitely get retribution for this pain. Gathering her strength, Yan wandered off somewhere, leaving behind the puzzled second prince. Min, standing on a hill in the distance, watched as the majestic estate turned into ruins. He gloated because the Chen family was destroyed. The Dao deserved it for killing his father. As he walked down the stairs, the young man crossed his arms behind his back, preparing to report everything to Wu Academy. What happened did not escape the sensitive gaze of Princess Yue and her advisor. She wondered out loud, who was the noble king who attacked the family? Wasn't he afraid that the two noble cultivators would take revenge? The advisor assumed that the king must have known about the disappearance of the Lord and the Master, because if he had been sure of the opposite, he would never have attacked the estate. The woman raised an eyebrow and acknowledged that her confidant was right. The advisor reported the message from the demonic sect. They were pleased with the assassination of the emperor and offered Yue a chance to become a heavenly demon. They also sent a jade pendant to the Wu Academy. The woman looked defiantly into the distance, peering at the ruins of the estate. The princess proudly exclaimed that her ambitions were not limited to the area, since she had the opportunity to become a heavenly demon, and she had no intention of going to the academy at all. Meanwhile, Dao materialized on the territory of the Wu Academy. The time traveler deftly landed on the stone floor of the territory. An incredible sadness filled his heart as the young master once again recalled the death of Grandfather Tai and the rest of the Chen family. Dao's heavy thoughts were interrupted by someone's mocking voice from the side. Three young guys led by a strong man pointed their fingers at him, but the time traveler seemed not to even see them as he descended the stairs of the platform. A dark aura engulfed his body. Bitterness turned into rage. The guy was ready to destroy the noble king right now and take revenge on him. Brother Scar blocked his path, hanging over him and flexing his muscles, ordering him to stay put. These words dispelled Dao's thoughts, and the traveler, as if he had just noticed the strangers, stopped dead in his tracks. They grinned and asked if he was new to the academy, and that those like him should be taught the rules of this place. Dao was surprised and asked what other rules there were. Scar pointed his thumb at himself, indicating that the newbie just needed to listen to him. A group of other guys passing by noticed that Scar was bullying the newbies again. His older sister was a level 9 disciple in Huangwu Academy, and no one dared to stand up to her brother. Raising an eyebrow, Dao lazily asked how he could obey. Scar's cur, standing behind him, immediately called Dao an idiot and ordered him to hand over the most valuable thing he currently had on him. With a heavy sigh, the time traveler walked past, brushing against the rude man with his shoulder. His eyes lit up with indignation. He grabbed the student, intending to teach him a lesson. Without stopping, Dao grabbed the opponent's arm and twisted it. The guy screamed shrilly in pain. Having let go of the guy, the young gentleman went on. The same one shouted that the new guy had broken his arm and begged Scar to kill the impudent fellow. Scar clenched his fists and looked mockingly at Dao, who was the second person in many years to dare to oppose him. The disciple enthusiastically walked towards the newcomer, intending to teach him the rules of the Wu Academy. But the time traveler didn't want to waste precious time on the boor, so he turned around and sharply kicked him in the chest. Straightening his leg, the young master sent Scar flying for a long time, his body raising a pile of dust. The stunned students talked among themselves, discussing the newcomer's incredible and unexpected strength. A magic blade appeared in Scar's hands, and he called on his friends to deal with the impudent stranger. To their great regret, things didn't turn out quite as planned, and after some time the beaten trio were on their knees, apologizing to their brother. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered around Dao and the gang. Everyone was amazed that this was the first time in a long time that Scar had been beaten so brutally. The time traveler grinned, looming over the boy who dared to attack him, being so weak. Scar blushed, replying that it wasn't because he was weak, but because his brother was too strong. Dao shook his head and extended his hand, demanding that something be given to him. The boys looked at each other in surprise, innocently asking what exactly their brother needed. The devilish laughter of the young gentleman was heard over the academy square. Following the established rules, he demanded that everything valuable that the gang had be given up. A few minutes later, the guy was leaving, waving his hand at the naked bandits, who were complaining that their brother hadn't even left them any clothes. And yet, compared to him, they were good guys. The time traveler turned around cheerfully, asking who was the first to dare to speak out against such students. Scar laughed and replied that it was the famous lady Chen Su-yan. The young gentleman blossomed upon hearing his sister's name, and he had no doubt that it was she. Immediately forgetting about the bullies, Dao thought hard about how to become strong to avenge Grandfather Tai and the entire Chen family. Someone loudly reminded the newcomers to head to the square immediately to get their identification badge. Scar's friend touched him on the shoulder, asking worriedly if they were going to let things slide. The boy growled, shaking his head. He had been greatly humiliated today. The beaten bully realized that it was time to find his sister. Finally, all the newcomers lined up in several rows to receive their tokens. Just as Dao was about to stand in line, someone's plump hand touched his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a plump, good-natured student with a bag on his back, who asked if the guy would help him carry his things. The time traveler asked with an indifferent look what benefit he would get from this. The stranger had an answer and held out several stones in his palm, offering to pay with them. The young master stared at the middle-class spiritual stones. For this disciple to give them away so easily, he must be very rich. The stranger took the intense gaze for doubt and gasped, suggesting that this was not enough. Several more spiritual stones instantly appeared on the palm of his hand, and the guy offered to double the reward. Dao swallowed hard and grabbed the edge of the bag, exclaiming that this was enough. With one jerk, he threw the huge bag over his shoulders, surprising the student, who immediately offered him his patronage. He beat his chest and declared that it was not easy for newcomers to the Wu Academy, and this acquaintance would be a great fortune for the student. The guy also quickly introduced himself. His name was Lin Hu. Without even looking at his new acquaintance, the newcomer briefly stated his name. The academy administration handed the boys tokens, ordering them to keep them carefully. The men said that they were a form of identification. Whether it was for accumulating merit or exchanging pills, the tokens had many uses in the academy. After accepting the item, Dao thanked the staff with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, a female voice was heard calling him to wait. The men immediately bowed deeply and greeted elder sister Chu Yun. The newcomers in line began to whisper among themselves, discussing Sister Yun's beauty, but the others advised them to be quiet, since the girl ranks third among the geniuses of Wu Academy. Yun looked closely at Dao, who stood in front of her, not knowing how to act. Hu whispered that senior sister Yun was a celebrity in the academy. It would be great if the newcomer got to know her better. To everyone's surprise, the girl smiled happily and personally greeted Dao, saying that she didn't expect him to appear at Wu Academy. The young gentleman's new acquaintance stared at his new acquaintance in bewilderment, not expecting him to be communicating with such a famous person. Dao bowed respectfully. They really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yun turned to the men from the administration and asked to replace junior brother Dao's ID badge with a gold one. They looked at the girl with puzzlement, saying that the golden token could only be possessed by those whose strength was among the top 100 students. Yun insisted on her own, because her younger brother had sufficient qualifications. Moreover, she herself was ready to be his guarantor. The man hesitantly held out the gold token, shrugging his shoulders. Pulling himself together, he straightened up and said in an official tone that this token had more authority than a normal token. It also provided a discount on purchasing items in the Wu Academy. It needed to be protected. Dao accepted the gift, sincerely thanking elder sister Yun. The girl waved her hand, replying that it was nothing special. Let the young master accept this token as a token of gratitude for saving her life last time. Walking through the vast grounds of the Wu Academy, Hu eagerly asked his new acquaintance under what circumstances he met his older sister. Moreover, it seemed like the new guy had an incredibly good relationship with her. Dao shook his head, replying that they were not that close. He just helped the girl by chance. The guy sighed sadly. He was sad that he was also unlucky in life. Scar was just passing by, he still couldn't find his sister. The guy gritted his teeth. He really wanted to deal with the scum that had disgraced him. One of his gang fawningly babbled that his sister was third in the sextet, and as famous as Yun, the new guy would be in big trouble. Their friend asked them to speak more quietly, noticing a newcomer in the distance who was heading in their direction. Scar suddenly turned deep red and clutched his strong chest, a frightened expression frozen on his face. Hu, who had been telling Dao something animatedly before, fell silent and stopped when he saw the hooligans. He touched the newcomer on the shoulder with a trembling hand. When the time traveler turned around, Hu quietly asked him to walk more slowly. Dao was surprised. His new friend pointed his finger in the direction of Scar and his company. He told them the leader's name and that he specialized in robbing new students, and the boy was afraid that he and Dao could become targets. But the next moment, Hu put on a brave face, convincing the time traveler not to be afraid because he could settle everything peacefully. He swam up to the hooligans with an unctuous smile and greeted them sweetly, expressing his hope that Brother Scar would treat the newcomers well in the future. Ignoring him, Scar waved his hand at Dao, exclaiming that he was glad to meet his older brother. Hu's mouth dropped open in shock when he heard the new student being addressed in this way. The young master looked at the guys with a disdainful glance, ordering them to get lost. He didn't even want to see them. The gang of hooligans backed away and then, waving their arms, ran away smiling. Hu slowly turned to Dao and looked at him for a long time without taking his eyes off him. The time traveler felt awkward and asked why his friend was looking at him so strangely. Still not recovered from what had happened, the boy cautiously asked why Scar called Dao an older brother. The young master answered briefly and simply that he had beaten him, and continued on his way. Hu whispered the last phrase of his new acquaintance with his lips, standing in place. He ran up to Dao and started taking his bag from him, still smiling. Literally snatching his things from the time traveler's hands, Hu began babbling that he wouldn't let his friend Yun wear anything. He hit his chest and exclaimed with a smile that from now on Dao was his elder brother. The time traveler shrugged his shoulders and couldn't refuse. Finally, the young master received the long-awaited solitude. He entered the high-walled room and sat down on the floor in the lotus position. It was time to cultivate in a calm environment and raise his cultivation level. He remembered that earlier, when he ascended to the spiritual sea realm, the time system change interval increased to 50 years. But later in the spirit realm, this did not happen. Could the spiritual sea and spiritual bridge realms be one? The time traveler closed his eyes to concentrate on his own thoughts. He had previously read in the cultivation manual about the realms of the spiritual sea and spiritual bridge. They were once indeed one and the same. The boy stared at the wall in shock, realizing that if that was the case, then by breaking through to the next spirit fusion realm, the time interval of measuring time should increase. Dao took out the scroll he had received from Emperor Qin from his inner pocket and had to try to return it to its original position. The time traveler ordered the system to return the scroll's time by 50 years, and long waves of energy began to flow towards him. The scroll was newer, but still partially destroyed. It was probably very old. We need to try again. Breaking through to the next kingdom. There was a knock on the door, and without waiting for an answer, it was opened abruptly. It was Hu. He suggested that Dao go to the library tower to pick up some techniques. Putting the scroll back into his pocket, the young master stood up, saying that the evaluations of the techniques he learned from the Chen family were at a low level. Even with the experience of a 50-year-old master, they were not strong enough. He definitely needed to go to the library to pick out some high-end equipment. After walking a short distance, the friends stopped in front of the majestic building of the academy. Hu cheerfully told Dao what he heard, On the top floor of the Academy Tower, there are high-class heavenly-level techniques stored. I wonder if they will have a chance to see them. Suddenly, the guy's way was blocked by two not very friendly men, who asked the strangers to show their tokens. Hu frowned and silently handed over the previously issued token. The man checked it on some special device. Then he handed it to the student with a grin, concluding that the gray token had 0 points and that Hu currently did not have sufficient skills to enter the library tower. The student was surprised, but suddenly decided that the man did not need his token at all. In the outstretched plump palm lay several spiritual stones. The man pursed his lips as he looked at the bribe. Hu continued to say that his older brother had worked hard and deserved it. The employee coughed and took the stones, pretending to shake the student's hand. Hu didn't expect that he would only be allowed to choose one technique scroll from the second floor for himself upon entering. Smiling, the boy reached for the stones, asking his older brother to be more accommodating and give him a few more techniques, but he stopped the attempt because a simple student had no right to bargain. The strict employee added that it would not be enough for the student to select more books of stones. Shrugging, Hu waved his hand towards the library, calling Brother Dao to follow him. But now, the hand of power has blocked the way for the time traveler. The man extended his hand, asking where the new boy's share was. Raising an eyebrow, the young gentleman simply replied that he had nothing. The employee frowned, exclaiming that the student did not dare say that he had nothing to offer. Hu smiled ingratiatingly, trying to divert attention to himself and give the guard what he asked for instead of Dao. But the time traveler covered his hand with his own, seriously addressing the man, asking what he was going to do if he didn't receive the bribe. The guard smirked and replied that he could beat up the student if he had nothing to give. Dao then roughly pushed the man away, shouting for him to get out of the way, and walked towards the entrance of the library. The guard roared that this was the first time he had seen such a cheeky new student after so many years of work. He raised his fist, exclaiming that Dao was asking for a beating and vilely prepared to strike him in the back. Without even turning around, the time traveler, with one precise and graceful movement of his leg, hit him in the face. As the guard lay on the floor, Hu stood frozen in place, his mouth opening and closing in shock at what he saw. The employee quickly rose from the floor, got on all fours, and cursed at Dao, who dared to hit him. Having recovered, the man attacked the student, deciding to teach him a lesson. Hu put his hand forward, trying to warn his older brother not to play with fire. But the time traveler, without saying a word, slapped the man with the edge of his palm so hard that he flew to the side. Hu followed the flying employee with his gaze, muttering something to himself. He turned to his older brother, saying that the tower guards were not that simple. He should be careful. The man, sitting on the floor, angrily shouted at Dao that he would not get away with this. Such noise could not help but attract other people's attention, and now other people were heading to the scene. 3 handsome men, clearly higher in rank than ordinary guards, loudly asked who dared to start a fight. The staff member pointed at Dao when he saw Cao's older brother and started complaining about the student, shouting that the brat was disobeying the rules and attacking them. The man addressed the newcomer dismissively, saying that his name was Chao Ming. The time traveler only asked what the big deal was. This shocked Min. He couldn't even find a way to respond to such rudeness. Hu whispered to Dao that this was the great Ming. He was one of the top 10 geniuses in the Wu Academy. His cultivation level was very high, the library tower was his territory, and his subordinates managed it. The men standing behind Ming called the boys idiots who should have fallen to their knees the moment they saw the cultivator. The time traveler answered languidly that he had never heard of such a thing. No one dared to forbid him to enter the library. These words seriously angered Ming and his entourage. Hu exclaimed that his elder brother should be more restrained because Ming was a very unusual person. The men bared their teeth, deciding that it was time to teach the impudent students a lesson. They started to egg Mina on, calling for him to beat up the guys first, or even seriously injure them. The man smiled broadly, scratching his chin. He liked such ideas. Then he would drag the student to the square as an example to others. Then everyone will learn the consequences of disrespectful treatment of Min himself. Hu, approaching the cultivator, tried to settle everything verbally and not escalate the situation. The man, without even listening to him, hit the student in the face with all his might, and he fell to the floor. He shouted that no one would dare ask him to calm down. Frowning, the cultivator ordered everyone to step aside. Dao lifted Hu from the ground. Holding him by the shoulders, the time traveler asked if everything was okay with him. Almost crying, the student begged his older brother to leave while there was still a chance, because even Scar was no match for this man. Dao put his arm around his friend's shoulders, convincing him that he was confident in his abilities. The time traveler warmed up his knuckles until they cracked. Min was too self-confident to dare to hit his friend. The man shook all over with anger, not believing that someone dared to say such a thing to him. Pointing his finger at the guy, the cultivator ordered that his legs be broken and his mouth torn for such insolence. The man's accomplices stepped forward, flexing their fists, and convinced their older brother that they could easily deal with the student. Dao stood motionless, wondering who he should start with. The trio pounced on the guy from different sides, shouting at him not to resist and not to make things worse for himself. The time traveler knocked out Min's subordinate with one precise blow of his fist. The blow sent him sliding across the floor right to the feet of his boss. The cultivator shouted that the shameful pile of trash couldn't handle one impudent person. He had barely managed to do anything when a commanding female voice was heard from the sky, calling them to stop. A stern-looking woman in rich clothes smoothly descended to the ground, and everyone bowed before Elder Mao. The eyes of Ming's subordinates immediately sparkled as soon as they saw the beautiful elder. The cultivator himself bowed respectfully before her, briefly greeting her. He exclaimed that, being in charge of the library tower, they had encountered for the first time a newcomer who not only broke the rules, but also injured the tower guards. Mao turned to Dao, asking if this was true. The guy pointed at the men, saying that this was nonsense and that they were making fun of others by taking money from them. Min explained the reason why the guards charged a fee. It was a deposit for the scrolls with techniques, so that new students would not damage the scrolls. The deposit would be returned to them after they handed in the training material. The guard confirmed his words. The students with gray tokens pay the deposit, and the newcomer who hit them was too arrogant, having only a gray token. Mine exclaimed that these newcomers were too undisciplined. They must learn the rules, otherwise there would be no law and order in the academy. Dao clicked his tongue, disapproving of the cultivator's words. He proceeded to the young master, promising to detain him and personally place him in the academy prison. At that very moment, the time traveler gave the man a resounding slap in the face. He grabbed his cheek and looked in shock at the one who dared to hit him. Many students had already gathered around the company, and they gasped when they saw that someone dared to hit their older brother. The cultivator angrily demanded an explanation today. Dao pulled out a gold token with a jerk, asking if it was enough. The students were amazed again and began to whisper among themselves. Min couldn't believe that the new student had a gold token on him. Hu smiled and said that the gold token was given to the disciple by Yun as an exception. Min immediately sank upon hearing the familiar name. Now it became clear why the newcomer dared to speak out against him. Because the guy was supported by Yun herself. Elder Mao spoke up. She demanded that the case be closed. Demanding deposits was against the laws of the academy. The guards had to stop this. Min, having become meek, promised that he would immediately cancel this rule. The elder turned around abruptly, ordering her to be let through to the entrance of the library tower. The cultivator's subordinates ran up to him, urging him not to let go of the offspring that had deprived them of their source of income. Ming approached Dao, threatening that life at the academy would be a living hell for him since he dared to cross his path. The time traveler fearlessly walked around him, replying that this had not yet been decided. Finally, Hu and Dao entered the library tower. Hu exclaimed in amazement that each stone here represented a specific technique. Elder Mao came out to them and told them that there were 5 floors in the tower, and with each floor the techniques became stronger. Only after mastering more than 10 techniques on each floor can one enter the next one. Almost all the students with good abilities in the Wu Academy practiced the techniques from the 5th floor. Dao bowed respectfully to the woman, thanking her for her story. Ming crossed his arms over his chest, mockingly advising Mao not to tell the guys about this, since they could only dream of getting to the 5th floor. The man mockingly called Dao, calling him his younger brother. The cultivator said that he would wait for him on the 5th floor and mockingly hoped that nothing bad would happen to him along the way. The time traveler responded in kind, stingingly saying that everything would be fine with him. As the man passed by, he noticed that Dao was at a loss. The time traveler, looking at the library column, ordered the system to increase the training time for the Scorching Sun sword technique by 50 years. Long golden energy waves engulfed the young master's body. After increasing the time, the mastery of this technique is complete, but it is too weak. You need to strive upward to increase the strength. Hu called out to his older brother, boasting that he would soon master his first technique. Dao smiled sincerely and congratulated his friend on this. Hu paused for a moment and looked at his student with astonishment, seeing that he was moving on. The time traveler smiled, placing his hand on the gate, which began to glow with a golden flame. The gate swung open, the level up was successful. You realize that Dao had managed to pass through the gate to the 2nd floor, meaning that he had truly mastered the 10 techniques. But it hasn't been more than an hour. Even the geniuses of Wu Academy can't do it so quickly. The guy fell silent and quietly called out to Dao. When he responded, Hu cried out with tears in his eyes that he would always remain his older brother. The young master turned around and shrugged, not resisting. Once on the second floor, Dao also mastered 10 techniques there. He felt his body being filled with immeasurable strength, as expected from the academy. Most of the techniques on the second floor were better than those of his family at the same level. The fashion master muttered happily that he was already on his way to the third floor. Blue fire engulfed Dao's figure as he reached his destination. Mao's eyes widened as he mastered the next 10th technique. The cultivator himself had barely reached the fourth floor. His subordinate stood to the side and praised the cultivator, congratulating him on achieving yet another technique. The man burst out laughing and exclaimed that he had finally done it after 3 whole years. It's finally time to go up to the 5th floor. His accomplices talked among themselves, mocking Dao, believing that he was still on the 1st floor. The cultivator arrogantly asked them what that disciple was hoping for. He's just an insect that can only get in the way. Once Mao reaches the 5th floor, the gap between them will become wider and wider, and from now on, the newcomer will be nothing. As soon as the cultivator crossed the threshold of the hall, he heard a painfully familiar voice behind him. He, not believing his ears, turned around sharply and saw the same impudent student who had hit him. The subordinates were no less surprised, asking themselves whether they were imagining the appearance of Dao. Mao almost growled, angrily asking how he managed to get up to the 4th floor. The time traveler scratched his chin, mockingly asking if the cultivator was interested. The men decided that he was using some kind of trick, because it took them 10 whole years to get to the 4th floor. Coming closer, Dao waved his hand, inviting those present to tell how he did it. After poking the stunned Mao in the chest, the guy ordered him to listen carefully. The head of the academy was his second uncle on his mother's side, which meant he could go to any floor. The cultivator's eyes widened, a bead of sweat running down his forehead from the strain. The time traveler patted the man on the shoulder, noticing that he had messed with the wrong person. Then, as he passed by, Dao advised him to think carefully about his behavior. Mao's subordinate trembled, exclaiming that they had brought trouble upon themselves, since this disciple was actually a relative of the leader. The subordinate immediately fell silent, receiving a painful slap in the face for his words. The head of the academy is a woman. She can't be my maternal uncle. The guy shook his head, angry at himself for having so blindly believed the newcomer who had managed to deceive everyone present. Angered, he rolled up his sleeves and advised Brother Min to teach the liar a lesson. But he stopped the henchmen, noting that they would face punishment from the academy if Dao was beaten on the library grounds. Enraged by the freshman's frivolity, the guy angrily asked what to do, since it was obvious that the whole company was being deliberately provoked. Min smirked as he ordered his henchmen to report the newcomer, as entering the upper levels of the library by dishonest means was a valid reason for punishment. The students burst out laughing, praising Brother Min for his resourcefulness, and they decided to do what they had planned immediately. The man turned on his heels and informed everyone that he would go up to the 5th floor in the meantime. Looking over his shoulder, Min added that no one could go up to this floor without real strength. The leader would personally punish anyone who dared to enter there. Dao stared at his disciple and said nothing. He left the room, leaving the villains alone, and addressed the system. The time traveler ordered to increase the time of studying the Xuanzhao Sutra by 50 years. The boy found himself in the center of an air vortex. His mana glowed for a moment, but a second later it went out again. Dao couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. He frowned when he realized that even with 50 years of training, he had not been able to master this sutra. Dao put his hands behind his head and began to walk around the hall. If he didn't have this system, he really would be ordinary trash. It seems that the time traveler needs to choose to study easier techniques from the 4th floor. Otherwise, he will not be able to get to the 5th floor due to non-compliance with the requirements. After a while, the newcomer's cry of joy echoed throughout the hall. Dao's figure was illuminated by a bright light, and he noted with some pride that he had finally found 10 techniques out of 50 that he had mastered and could now ascend to the 5th floor. In the library on the 5th floor, the heads of the academy had already gathered near a massive column. The doors swung open, and the stately figure of Elder Mao majestically entered the room. She shook her head and said that the techniques of the 5th floor were not that simple, and after so many years, she still had not been able to comprehend them. The silence that followed was broken by Mina's cry to the woman, asking her to wait. She turned around sharply, asking what happened. The man brought his palms together in a respectful gesture, saying that the new student Mao had spoken to earlier was too arrogant. He even dared to trick his way onto the library floors. This news amazed the elder, who had already formed a positive impression of the first-year student. Min, clenching his fists in anger, continued to pour out his complaints, saying that somehow Dao had reached the 4th floor in just an hour. He called the guy a fraud. The scoundrel dared to behave like that even after the elder herself stood up for him. His tirade was interrupted by the voice of Dao himself. Mao was the first to notice him. The time traveler loudly offered to rip out the tongue of Min, who was chatting a lot behind the backs of others. The man grimaced and turned towards the door, clearly not expecting the boy to catch him off guard. Min pointed his finger at the new arrival and, stuttering, asked in confusion how he ended up on the 5th floor. The time traveler, putting his hand on his hip, mockingly asked why he couldn't be here. At this, Min waved his hand, hysterically screaming that others spend decades and still can't get up here. But an ordinary newbie got to the floor so quickly. The time traveler smiled again, folding his arms across his chest. He claimed that there was no one in the world stronger than him, so it was not surprising that the student was able to reach the 5th floor in a few hours. Ming turned to the elder for support. Dao couldn't be allowed to leave. There was clearly something wrong with him. Mao frowned, raising her eyebrows, and asked Dao if the man was telling the truth. He nodded, confirming that it had only taken him 2 hours to get up here. Min shouted again that the student had confessed to everything and that people like him should be thrown into prison immediately. Mao looked at Dao again, sternly asking if he was going to explain anything. The guy threw up his hands, puzzled, answering that he had already told everything. In this world, he has no equal. Min burst out laughing. He thought that the student was mocking those present, considering them idiots. He mentioned the legendary Yan, who spent 3 days to climb to the 5th floor, and the second-ranked student in the academy only reached the goal after 3 months. The old men standing at a distance supported Ming, scratching their thick beards. They pounced on Dao with accusations of his insignificance. He certainly could not be more talented than Yan. Min then asked if Dao thought he had more potential than the girl. And in general, he needs to stop making excuses. The guy committed too serious a crime. Mao, who had remained silent until then, exclaimed that the student's arguments were insufficient, but she believed in the integrity of the Tao, so she decided to give a chance for a reasonable explanation. The time traveler feverishly thought about what to do because he couldn't tell about the system's help. Min took advantage of the pause and pounced on the newcomer, shouting that Mao shouldn't waste his precious time on such trash. He had barely taken a step when he heard a low female voice demanding that he stop. The head of Mao herself appeared on the floor, a higher-ranking elder, a tall, dark-haired woman who looked around the stunned crowd. Min immediately became quiet and bowed before the leader. Dao couldn't even imagine that such a beautiful woman was the head of the Wu Academy. Mao brought her hands together and smiled softly, greeting the freshman by directly addressing him. He immediately bowed his head respectfully, responding to the greeting with gratitude for the honor bestowed upon him. Min ran up to the head. He tried to convince the woman that Dao was a swindler who had tricked his way onto the 5th floor. Mao waved her hand, demanding the man to remain silent until spoken to. Leaving Ming in amazement, she turned back to Dao, asking how he had managed to get here. The time traveler repeated his words again, declaring that he had no equal in this world. Mao looked at the boy with an interested look and asked if he knew who the last person who held such confidence was. Dao, without a shadow of a doubt in his voice, loudly said his sister's name. The woman said that Yan was the recognized #1 hero in the mortal world. The head narrowed her eyes, piercing the figure of the newcomer with them. Was he sure that he could compare with this talented person? Straightening up, the guy said crisply that he would be able to surpass her no matter what. Mao's gaze darted to the side as Ming interrupted her conversation again. The man dared to speak again, repeating that Dao was only a beginner. Even 10,000 like him would not be able to compare to Yan. Min pointed his finger dismissively at the student standing behind him, exclaiming that he definitely used some kind of trick to get to the 5th floor, and the leader should punish him. Mao's eyebrows shot up. The woman, as before, demanded silence. Did Ming not hear her? The leader smiled encouragingly at Dao, saying that self-confidence was a good trait. Now the boy could say that he had surpassed Yan in terms of climbing speed in the library tower. Ming's eyes widened as soon as he heard these words. The man did not expect that his efforts to convince Mao of the fraud would not pay off. He pointed at Dao again with a trembling hand. Speaking of the deception of this impudent newcomer, Mao quietly, but in a tone that did not bode well, asked whether Ming had personally caught Dao in this. He lost all confidence and mumbled something awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Finally, he turned around to the new guy and bared his teeth. How did he manage to get up to the 5th floor in such a short time? The head shrugged, saying that the student had explained everything. He had no equal in this world. Min opened and closed his mouth in shock. His anger and tension seemed palpable. With a squeal, he once again called Dao a bastard. which the head of the academy herself believed. The woman gave the man a murderous look, asking if he dared to doubt her competence. He suddenly lowered his head, staring at his boots, and assured that he had never thought of such a thing. Mao said that the restrictions were set by her, the head of the academy, personally. She can say with confidence that Dao did not deceive anyone, but rose to the 5th floor only relying on his talent. Min stepped back, shocked by what he heard. This was completely impossible. The time traveler exclaimed that Ming had slandered him, so the leader Mao should punish the deceiver. Mao's verdict was not encouraging. The woman ordered the man to leave immediately and gaze at the wall for a whole month. He tried to say something else, but upon hearing the leader's menacing voice, he immediately fell silent. Finally, realizing that he could do nothing more, he bowed and asked permission to leave. Taking one last look at Dao, he saw the student's grin and clenched his teeth in helpless rage. Min snorted dismissively and turned sharply towards the door. The leader turned to the elder, calling her sister, and offered to accept Dao as her personal disciple, because the guy had great potential. The time traveler was surprised. He had previously suspected the women of being related. They were surprisingly similar to each other. Junior Mao did not dare to question the order, and promised to do her utmost to raise a disciple like Yan for the sake of the academy's future. Twirl a strand of platinum hair between her fingers, she told Dao that from now on he would be studying with her. As his senior, the boy would be able to move freely throughout the academy. But Dao's joy was marred by the elder sister. Waving her hand, she asked the elder not to mislead the newcomer, warning that he should not go beyond the academy. The reason for this was the noticeable changes in the activities of the demonic sect. All the disciples had to be on guard. Meanwhile, in the building of the demonic sect, in the huge gloomy palace, something was really happening. The sect members gathered in front of the throne, watching as another member prepared to pounce on the motionless girl. Princess Yue, without changing her expression, extended her left hand forward, blocking the blow. Her hand closed in a death grip around the man's neck, and the old man standing behind her asked for mercy. The palm unclenched, and the man fell to his knees. The guy with the eye patch turned to his comrade. Noticing that Yue was very talented, he nodded, noting the girl's high abilities. The princess's ruthlessness was a good quality, as that was what the sect was famous for. The sect leader laughed, saying that Yue Wu had performed well. No wonder she was predicted to become a heavenly demon. The man slowly stood up and broke into a smile, announcing that Wu Academy would soon be holding a competition. The leader, without further delay, voiced his intention to send Yue there. She must use every opportunity to destroy the academy's students. The girl, without changing her expression, loudly replied that she would carry out the order. The princess, having said goodbye to the head and the members of the sect, stepped over the threshold of the palace. Before Yue had gone far, someone called out to her. The girl turned around, seeing Elder Ju. She asked why the man needed her. He grinned and folded his hands behind his back like an old man, demanding that the princess call herself a student in the presence of her elders. Frowning, she asked irritably why he was looking for another student. Ju replied that the guy Yue had killed in the main hall was his disciple. The girl shook her head, informing the elder that the situation was the result of an accident. Ju looked closely into Yue's eyes, quietly saying that he could tell whether it was an accident or not. Even though the princess was promised the position of a heavenly demon, she is still in the sect now, and she should understand this. Lowering her head, Yue exhaled heavily, resigned to her fate, and demanded that the elder punish her. The man chuckled and looked at the girl slyly, saying that he admired her talent or character. She had everything that would be useful for the cultivation methods of the demonic sect. Suddenly, Ju rushed towards Yue, causing her to shrink in fear and turn pale. Yue felt waves of danger coming from the old man when he asked about her innocence. Having controlled herself, the princess looked askance at the elder, asking what he was trying to hint at. The man's bony fingers dug into Yue's thin shoulder, and she retreated in horror. Ju smiled unctuously, looking at the young body carnivorously. He said that he just wanted to help a representative of the younger generation. With a profitable cooperation, he, having mastered the dual cultivation technique, will be able to help Yue increase her cultivation several times. The princess raised her hand to her chest, trying to somehow distance herself from the old man, and quietly asked if he was serious. He, still grinning, decided that Yue had fallen for his words and nodded. Ju added that he saw the potential of the young sect member. He liked her, so he chose Yue. The elder squeezed her shoulder again, asking again if she agreed. An unkind smile blossomed on the princess's face, and the girl languidly said that she would not be able to refuse the offer, since the elder's technique was really so powerful. Ju, confident of his victory, scratched his gray beard with satisfaction. Yahello remembered what the sect leader had told her. The subordinate had to go to the cultivator competition, so it was better to postpone the execution of the contract until Yahello returned. Feeling incredibly pleased with himself, Ju agreed to this condition. Waving his hand, he headed back to the palace, declaring that he would wait for Yahello to arrive at the mountain near the sect. An unkind shadow passed across the princess's face, and she nodded to herself. She couldn't miss the opportunity to obtain dual cultivation. Young Prince Min was walking slowly in the square near the library tower. Dao, who had just left the building, the younger brother of the time traveler, was delighted by the personal appearance of the leader. He was sure that the older brother would become much more powerful than Yan. Ming, seeing young Master Chen here, couldn't help but let out a surprised cry which immediately attracted attention. The time traveler, crossing his arms over his chest, looked Min up and down and grinned. His opponent shook with anger. He did not understand why Dao was still alive, since the entire Chen family had been destroyed. Dao clenched his fists as he walked towards Ming, realizing that he knew about the battle. Grabbing the boy by the shoulder, the young master defiantly asked if he knew who the giant hand belonged to. The blonde bared his teeth, shouting that he didn't know, and Dao asked whether he really didn't know or didn't want to tell. Ming pulled his hand out of his opponent's grip, shouting that even if he knew, he wouldn't tell, especially since Dao was guilty of his father's death. The young master promised that if Min did not tell him of his own free will, he would beat this information out of him. Ming shook with anger again, reminding them that both of them were in Wu Academy. Instead of answering, Dao swung his fist and hit Ming in the face with all his might. The guy couldn't stay on his feet from such a blow and flew straight into a brick wall. The time traveler flexed his arm, hanging over his opponent, and asked if he would speak. Ming wiped the blood from his lip with the back of his hand, replying that there was no point in angering that person, as this information would not bring anything good to the Dao. An enraged Chen grabbed Ming by the collar, shouting that he didn't care whose hand it was, he had to avenge the destruction of his family. With a trembling voice, the blonde whispered that he wasn't sure, but it could have been Zhen Guoho. His father once visited him, and Min saw a demonstration of such a technique. Dao immediately let go of his opponent. He himself had heard of Guohu, a third-rank cultivator from the Tian Shui dynasty. Hu, who was silently watching this scene, understood that a lot had happened to his adopted elder brother. Ming smirked, saying that as long as the noble king's token was in Dao's possession, even being in the academy wouldn't change anything. There would always be those who would try to take the token away. The time traveler chuckled and turned away from the guy, hissing that even if he couldn't hide, he would simply get rid of all his pursuers. Hu followed his friend when he asked if he had heard everything. When the disciple nodded, young Master Chen asked him what he thought about it. Hu laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, replying that he didn't understand anything, to tell the truth. After some time, Dao returned to his room to continue his meditation. Thanks to the time system, he learned many techniques in the tower and his strength increased significantly. But the guy's cultivation development is severely limited, as the abilities are barely up to the average level. You need to use the system to increase the cultivation. Otherwise, the noble king token will lead to disaster. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound coming from above, and something burned a hole in the ceiling, falling right on the guy. The time traveler noticed a golden glow out of the corner of his eye. The talisman was flying towards his head at great speed. Dao blocked the spell with his hand, and a powerful explosion was heard in the air. When the smoke cleared, the young master found himself in an unusual bubble, illuminated by a bright light. The light began to slide off the wooden walls. Symbols appeared under Dao's feet. He immediately understood that this was not a good thing. As soon as the time traveler ran to the side, vague human shadows began to appear around his figure. He covered his face with his hands, defending himself from the attack of the strangers who used streams of fire. The figure of Chao Ming and his henchmen appeared in front of the guy. The time traveler stepped back, seeing his opponent standing in front of him, grinning evilly. Dao smiled back, asking why the man had come. Did he really want to kill him? The newcomer's insolence once again angered Ming. Previously, none of the academy's students dared to contradict him, so Dao should be taught a lesson. The time traveler straightened up, asking if his opponent was afraid that the boss would find out about this. Min waved his hand around the barrier that hid those present from the outside world, drawing the newcomer's attention to it. No one would know anything if he died. The man was sure that the leader would not be able to keep an eye on him due to his busy schedule, which is why Dao should kneel down and offer his neck for a quick and painless death. The time traveler held his sword in front of him, shouting that he was ready to repel the enemy's attack. Min smirked as he asked the newcomer if he really thought of himself as some kind of expert. Does such a weakling really think he is worthy of fighting against him? The henchmen flexed their fists, suggesting that their elder brother not waste time on Dao, but rather deal with him quickly. The man ran forward and extended his hand, intending to grab the young gentleman by the neck. He instantly swung his sword, sending blue beams of mana towards the enemies. Dao raised his hand sharply, increasing the shockwave coming from the sword. The time traveler swung his sword through the air a few more times, and that wave picked up the enemy, throwing him into the air. He closed his eyes in pain, not suspecting that he would end up in the role of the loser. The man was thrown beyond the barrier, straight onto the hard road outside. The faces of the other villains turned pale, and beads of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. Without saying a word, they sank to their knees, not understanding how this was even possible. Dao straightened up and swung his sword again, ordering the strangers to get away. Covered in bruises and scratches, Min was still lying on the floor, barely moving his dry lips. Concerned henchmen leaned over him, quietly talking among themselves, asking their elder brother if he was breathing. Barely opening his eyes, Min spat out blood and ordered the men to quickly carry him away. The Trinity picked up their leader in their arms and hurried away, although they themselves suffered a lot from the attacks of the newcomer. Elder Mao watched this procession from the upper balcony. She called the group of students idiots, remembering that in the Basha Dao showed an excellent result, and now he will not let himself be offended. The woman stretched contentedly, admitting that making the boy her apprentice had been a good decision. 3 days later, Princess Yue was impatiently waiting for someone in a forest clearing. Finally, a man appeared next to her and called her name. Holding his side, Mao limped towards the girl, each step difficult for him. Shocked by this sight, Yue asked what happened. The man replied that someone had beaten him. The princess angrily asked how this could happen, since Ming was one of the top 10 in Wu Academy. The student tried to change the subject, citing the fact that the story might be long, but Yue didn't give him a single chance to remain silent. Clenching his fist in front of him, Ming spoke with anger in his voice about the newcomer Chen Dao, who had recently arrived at the academy. Yue Wu, hearing the familiar name, thought there was nothing surprising in the fact that this was the work of the young master. Min, clutching the fabric of his suit, leaned forward, shouting to ask Yue if she knew this bastard. The girl nodded. It was he who was the reason why the princess called Ming to the clearing. This rather surprised the student, who had already despaired of finding a way to deal with the impudent man. Ming hated Dao with all his heart, and persistently asked Yue to help get rid of the young master. The princess chuckled. Judging by what she saw, Ming was completely unworthy of becoming an opponent of Dao. The man gritted his teeth, acknowledging the newcomer's skills, but the boy's influence in the academy was small, meaning there was definitely a way to kill him. Yue Wu smiled slyly, stating that Ming's personal presence was not required to deal with Dao. This made the man happy, and he immediately asked what the princess had in mind. In response, the girl asked if he remembered the junk pills he gave her. Ming nodded. Then he had difficulty getting these medicines, and even heard that Yue had given them to someone else. Could it be to Dao himself? The girl agreed with a grin. The pills were intended for the new guy. Min let out a dissatisfied sigh. This scum was incredibly tenacious. Did he really not die after eating the poisoned pills? Yue smiled evilly, saying that even if the medicine was trash, stealing it was considered a serious crime. She looked meaningfully at Min, and he returned the smile, understanding what the girl meant. Yue gently placed her hand on the man's shoulder, and in a velvety voice the girl said that she could use his help in one more matter. He exclaimed that he was ready to do anything for the princess. Yue walked away from him, turning her back, her palms together. Turning over her shoulder, she said that she heard that there was an upcoming cultivator competition at the Wu Academy. Min nodded, saying that this time the rewards were even more valuable than last time. The girl wanted the student to do something during this competition. Coming closer to her, Min asked that he would fulfill her request. Yue leaned towards the man's ear and quickly whispered something to him, covering her mouth with her hand. The student suddenly pulled away from the princess, exclaiming that she had planned something incredible. In response, she smirked, saying that she was now a disciple of the demonic sect. Asking the man not to be nervous, Yue said that for her there was no difference between the demonic and righteous paths, because only strength matters, and the strong have different principles for achieving their goals. To this, Min shouted that it would be the end of him if the academy found out about everything. The princess slyly replied that no one would know, and if Ming decided to stay in the academy, he would receive the 3 transformation pill and would also end up in the demonic sect. The man hearing this hesitated, not deciding to answer right away. Yue placed her hand on his shoulder again, urging him to think carefully. The student will have 3 days to make a final decision. At this time, in the Wu Academy, Scar ran with joyful cries towards his elder sister Liu, a 9th-level disciple. She was just training with a dagger. Without stopping for a second, she asked her brother if anything had happened in the sect during her absence. The boy looked down and scratched the back of his head, quietly replying that someone had beaten him. Liu stopped and turned to look at Scar. A moment later, she continued her training, chuckling indulgently. The student was surprised by this reaction and emotionally asked if the older sister was going to comment on this in any way. Attacking the invisible enemy, Liu remarked that Scar had deserved his punishment. The guy was stunned by these words and only opened his mouth in surprise. Liu stopped again and said that she was aware of her brother's insolent behavior within the walls of Wu Academy, and that he constantly used her name like a spoiled young master. Scar threw up his hands, saying that what happened didn't matter. He was still her little brother. Liu narrowed her eyes, saying that if it weren't for this detail, she would have beaten up such a brother a long time ago. Scar, grimacing like a small child, exclaimed that he could not just accept what had happened. Tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes, because before the siblings came to the academy, their late parents had begged Liu to take care of Scar. The student grabbed his head, lamenting that now he meant nothing to his older sister. The girl rolled her eyes and exhaled heavily. Straightening up, she deftly pressed the sword to herself and looked sternly at her younger brother, ordering him to take her to the offender. Scar, quickly wiping away his tears, happily replied that he would do it right now. This is exactly what he expected from his older sister. In the courtyard of his rooms, Chen Dao meditated under the tireless gaze of his teacher, Elder Mao. He tried his best, his eyes tightly closed as the woman said that a newbie's foundation in the spiritual bridge realm was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, breaking into the spirit condensation realm will be more difficult than for others. Dao stood up, wiped his sweat, and asked the elder if it was true that spirit condensation was only the first step to becoming more than an ordinary cultivator. Mao said that this is because the first 3 realms, the accumulation of spiritual energy, the spiritual sea, and the bridge, they form the foundation for the future cultivation of the cultivator, but the body itself does not change. The time traveler asked whether it could be said in this case that these spheres were not particularly important. The elder shook her head, replying that it was the other way around. These fundamental spheres were extremely important. The foundation they laid determines the limits of a cultivator's advancement, while the weak will encounter difficulties once they reach a higher level of cultivation. This is why many practitioners decide to recultivate these realms once they reach the highest realm of cultivation. Dao understood this matter and also asked what he should do to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Mao sent the boy to the 5th floor of the library to find the bird's wing sutra technique. This technique with the yang attribute is necessary to break through to the realm. One must practice it tirelessly to succeed. The student was surprised that technology would be so important for breaking through to the new kingdom. At that moment, a deafening explosion was heard, and the wall near those present collapsed. Dao and the elder turned around abruptly upon hearing the noise. Scar appeared in the doorway, shouting loudly to his sister that he had found the offender. He kicked down the remains of the wall and ordered the young Dao master to come out. Scar immediately demanded that the others shut up. Elder Mao stepped forward, challengingly asking what the uninvited guests were doing here, and who had given them permission to barge in like that. The entire alien team instantly lost their courage. Puzzled expressions appeared on their faces, and Scar himself began to babble, asking how the woman ended up here. Liu came out to her, folding her hands in a respectful gesture, and greeted the master. After examining her, the elder noticed that the girl's cultivation had improved significantly, and she had been very lucky in the tests organized by the Wu Academy. Liu replied that there were many talented students in the academy, and her achievements were indeed great. She would not have been in a hurry if it weren't for the resource-gathering competition. After falling silent, the student spoke again, asking what her esteemed master was doing in the courtyard of the students' quarters. Mao pointed her finger at her, sternly telling her not to ask such questions. Not only did they show up without permission, they also broke the door in the wall. Liu tried to explain everything to the elder and began her story. But Scar immediately flew up to his older sister, interrupting her, assuring her that since the elder was here, there was no need to continue. But the woman could not be stopped. She demanded to know why the students had broken down the wall. Liu fearlessly blurted out that she came to find Chen Dao's younger brother. He had beaten up her younger brother not long ago, and now it was her duty to take revenge on the newcomer. Mao crossed her arms over her chest and frowned, asking if the guests knew that Dao was now her disciple. Liu was unhappy because the woman said that the girl would be her only student. It was Dao's turn to be surprised by such a strange and suspicious statement. Mao responded without any embarrassment that the boy was too handsome not to be accepted as a student. The time traveler blushed when he heard such liberties from the lips of the elder himself. Scar grabbed Liu's hand, exclaiming that there was a misunderstanding and it was just a joke. The old sister immediately ordered her brother to stand still. Mao turned to the newcomer, asking if he had defeated Scar before. Dao nodded, briefly replying that he had indeed done so. The elder returned her serious expression to Liu, asking if she was Scar's older sister. The girl nodded when Mao reminded her of the Wu Academy rule. Personal grievances should not be allowed to affect others. A victorious smile slowly blossomed on the elder's face. She stepped aside, suggesting that the boys fight among themselves and resolve all differences once and for all. Dao smiled broadly, crossing his arms over his chest. He was all for it. Scar stuttered and turned to his sister, saying that he couldn't, and she shook her head. Her little brother shouldn't be a coward. The boy began to lament that he had turned to his older sister for help so that she would fight in his place. But Liu could not contradict the respected master. If Scar loses this time, she will fight in his place next time when the master is not around. Finally, Dao, realizing that the conversation was over, began to warm up before the fight. Faster than lightning, he ran forward, pouncing on Scar, who had not yet managed to group himself. A cry of pain rang out, and Liu and Elder Mao rolled their eyes. The beaten Scar, who did not last even a few minutes, lay on the floor and begged Dao to spare him. The time traveler chuckled and pointed his hand at the broken wall, ordering the loser to fix his gate. After an hour of work, Scar finally installed the new doors. With a wounded face, he stood before Dao, bowing respectfully, declaring that everything was ready. Just as the guy said he was ready to leave, the gate exploded into tiny pieces behind him again. This time, Ming burst into the courtyard, kicking away stones with his foot, calling the vile coward Dao to come out. Scar almost cried when he saw his work destroyed, and Dao himself was seriously angry at such a stream of guests destroying his property. The high-level student walked confidently towards the time traveler, grinning arrogantly. But his arrogance subsided as soon as the man saw Elder Mao, who was already barely able to control herself from anger. The female figure thundered and flashed as she demanded an explanation from the next burglar. Min, having controlled himself, tried to clearly explain that he came here to interrogate Dao, who was guilty of violating the rules of the Wu Academy. The elder seemed more concerned about the safety of the property, and she repeated the question again, asking why the man had broken the gate. Sweating profusely, Min said that he suspected the new guy of stealing pills from the medicine pavilion. Mao raised an eyebrow. That didn't give a man the right to break down a fellow sect member's gate. Min babbled that he was wrong, he shouldn't have destroyed the gate and connected several events together. The woman pointed her finger towards the damage, ordering the student to immediately fix what he had broken. Sometime later, Min, with the help of his henchmen, finished the repairs. The disciple approached the elder and bowed, declaring that everything was ready. The woman chuckled irritably and allowed him to say why he came. Ming repeated that the disciples of the medicine pavilion had recently conducted an inspection and found that a large number of spoiled pills had disappeared. That is why Dao is suspected of theft. The disciples even have irrefutable evidence. It is necessary to give the order to seize him. The time traveler chuckled and asked permission to look at this evidence. Min grinned and said that he needed to search the newbie's spatial ring. He thought he had caught the guy off guard because there was no way he could have used up the pills in such a short time. They should still be on him. Dao remembered that he had received the pills from Princess Yue. Apparently, she had taken them from Cao Ming beforehand. The man chuckled at Dao's confusion and asked if he had swallowed his tongue. Dao asked how the man knew about the theft. Did the new guy really have nothing else to do than steal spoiled medicines? Ming laughed and said that Dao was not quite right in the head and could not tell the difference between a normal pill and a bad one. He turned to Elder Mao again and asked for her participation, since the newcomer was clearly stalling for time so as not to give up his spatial ring. Dao spoke again, asking Ming if he was sure that all the stolen pills were spoiled and that there was not a single normal one among them. The man stated that he was sure of this, and the senior brothers from the medical pavilion arrived with him and witnessed this. The brothers reported that they had conducted a full inventory. Indeed, only stale pills had disappeared from the pavilion. Ming waved his hands. Now Dao couldn't get out of it. He had to give up his spatial ring immediately. The time traveler reminded the man of the consequences of such accusations, as it would greatly affect his reputation. Min stated that if the conclusions were wrong, he would personally kneel before the newcomer and bow as an apology. Dao agreed to this, and with one deft movement removed the ring, throwing it straight into the hands of his opponent. The best disciple, pleased as ever, handed the ornament to Elder Min so that she could see for herself. But the woman waved her hand, saying that there was no need for this. Let the accused check it himself. Min immediately fished a golden chest out of the ring. He thought it would be better if he himself discovered the fact of theft. Pointing towards the chest, Min stated that the elixirs should be there. He opened the lid and a bright light poured out. The man exclaimed joyfully, asking if everyone could see the contents. Those present were amazed at the large number of bottles inside the chest. The elder recoiled, not knowing what to say, looking at the elixirs. Rolling up his sleeves, the student rushed towards Dao, shouting that he would immediately grab him and take him to Mao for interrogation. But before he could take a step, he received a blow to the face from a woman and fell straight to the floor. Min grabbed his aching cheek, hysterically asking why she hit him. Rubbing the bruised area, Min asked if the elder was going to protect the thief. The elder shook her head. Dao is her disciple, she will truly only protect him. Min turned and headed towards the door, saying that he would ask the director to look into what had happened. The second blow knocked him off his feet, and the man fell face down onto the hard floor, stretched out at full length. Humiliated and beaten, he turned sharply to the woman, shouting that he was also a student of the academy. And Dao stole the unsuitable pills from the magic room. There was irrefutable evidence of this. Mao cursed, calling Ming an idiot who suddenly saw spoiled medicine where there was none. The man turned around sharply, shocked by these words. He stood up and crossed the courtyard in 2 steps, grabbing several pills from the box, looking at them carefully. The elixirs had a rich power and a sharp aroma. He narrowed his eyes, frantically trying to figure out where the bad pills had gone in that case. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at Dao and hissed, asking him what to make of this. The time traveler gave him a disdainful look, and he wasn't going to explain anything. Ming shouted to the elder that Dao had too many pills. This was a problem. The guy needed to be arrested immediately. Raising an eyebrow, Mao asked in a dangerous tone what the problem was now. Min just spread his hands in confusion and mumbled something. However, now everyone was wondering where the new guy got so many elixirs from. Their quantity was akin to the warehouse of an alchemy room. Dao came closer and demanded that the promise be fulfilled. Let Ming kneel before him. The man straightened up, declaring that he would not do this. Let Dao explain where he stole the medicines. Did he really take the real ones from the alchemical warehouse? The time traveler called the man an idiot who contradicted himself, and now he must get down on his knees and apologize. Min shouted that the new guy was too big for his boots and that he definitely had some kind of problems. With one precise movement of his hand, the time traveler knocked out the impudent student. He repeated his question once again, asking if Min was going to kneel. Gritting his teeth, the man forced himself to fall to his knees, thinking to himself that he remembered this humiliation. Staring menacingly at his enemy, Min promised himself that he would definitely pay. When the student stood up, the elder reminded him that she had already punished him last month, but he had run away without permission. And now he came running here and started pestering her student, asking where the man got so much courage. Min pursed his lips, sweating, and said nothing. After a few seconds, he bowed, admitting his mistake, and promised to return and face the wall. But Mao wouldn't be an elder if she let him go so easily. The woman immediately called the guards, causing the offending student to cry out in confusion. When the guards grabbed the struggling boy by the arms, Mao ordered him to be taken to the square and severely punished with 500 blows. Min desperately tried to free himself, begging the woman for mercy along the way, but it was too late. Later, the man showed up to meet Princess Yue at the same place where they had parted earlier. He smiled awkwardly, making his presence known. Ming's whole appearance indicated that he had been brutally beaten. The girl asked what happened to him, since the past injuries had almost healed. Gritting his teeth, the man stubbornly repeated that he would do everything Yue asked. The princess smiled broadly. She didn't know the reason for such zeal, but it was only for the best. But before leaving, Min set a condition for the princess. He wanted to kill Dao. He must not survive the competition for the treasure. The girl made him happy by seriously saying that the man need not worry. She herself had wanted to understand the Dao for a long time. 3 days later, Chief Mao spoke to the students and announced that the treasure competition held once every 10 years at Wu Academy would finally begin today. It depends on the participants and their abilities whether they will benefit or fail. Those present began to exchange loud glances and talk among themselves, carried away by the upcoming event. A huge fiery portal appeared behind the head. The woman spread her arms to the sides. Once the participants pass through it, they will find themselves in an ancient city of a prehistoric continent. It has already been explored for deadly dangers, but you still need to be on your guard. Mao stated that anyone who wishes to participate must go through this portal. The students rushed forward, shouting that they had to try hard to win. Volunteers jumped into the portal, shouting that the journey would improve their cultivation. Some students slowly retreated back, especially those with rich parents or previously engaged. Hu asked Dao if they would go into the portal. The time traveler asked if his younger brother was scared. The boy hit himself in the chest, declaring that he was not afraid because he would listen and follow the Tao. The time traveler boldly stepped forward. He could not miss the opportunity to become stronger until he had accomplished his revenge. At this time, in the sect palace, all the brothers were seeing off the princess to the competition at the Wu Academy. The leader said that when Yue Wu returned victorious, he would become the first disciple in the history of the Heavenly Demon sect to enter here so quickly. The man extended his hand to the princess with a grin, saying that the demonic sect had placed its hopes on her. Yue bowed, seriously answering the leader that she would do everything in her power. Elder Ju said with an unctuous smile that he would also wait for her triumphant return, and would even organize a celebration in honor of the winner. The girl returned the smile, declaring that she would not let him down. When Dao and Hu entered the portal, a rather deserted area awaited them beyond its border. The time traveler noticed that the place looked destroyed. Indeed, a bleak landscape of a huge abandoned palace and arid land stretched out before the guys. Hu was aware that this was an abandoned ancient city. Dao looked at his friend with interest. As it turns out, the barren continent is full of abandoned cities similar to this one, and the Wu Academy has discovered and explored at least 10 of them, each of which contains both treasures and dangers. Young Master Chen asked where the barren ancient continent was. Hu shrugged. He didn't have such information because the place could only be reached through a portal. They say that the continent is in a world of another dimension. As soon as he was discovered, the area was already in decline, as was the life force in it, and no other cultivators had ever been seen here. Dao's face took on a puzzled look. Now he didn't understand how they could find the treasure. But Hu was not lacking in optimism. He joyfully exclaimed that it was as easy as pie. You just need to search the destroyed buildings, where there could be magical weapons, elixirs, and much more. Hearing this, the time traveler did not waste precious minutes, but dashed towards the building to immediately check the words of his younger brother. He kicked the already half-destroyed wall and entered one of the rooms, but after a while he came out with a dissatisfied look. Dao wiped the dirt from his cheek with the back of his hand. His efforts were in vain. The room was empty. Hu laughed. So as not to offend his friend, he said that he had just come out of an ordinary courtyard and that he needed to look in the buildings of the rich clans. It is said that one day a student found a great seal in a city manor. It was sacrificed and turned into a powerful heavenly magical weapon. Dao was in high spirits and supported the idea of continuing the search. The abandoned city was large, which meant there should be a lot of treasure. The search for other students was not so calm. They barely stepped through the portal before running into local monsters. A huge alligator ran after them on its hind legs and roared deafeningly. A moment's hesitation and decision to turn around cost one student his life. His comrade heard disgusting chomping sounds behind him and screamed hysterically when he saw that the alligator was already swallowing the unfortunate man. At that moment, hearing the noise, Dao and Hu came running to the scene. The time traveler looked at the huge demonic beast with interest, while Hu felt sick from the sight of torn human flesh. The junior disciple shook the talismans in the air, calling on Dao to get out of here immediately, but the time traveler ordered him to get out of the way. He ran next to his younger brother, like the wind, excitedly rushing forward to deal with the enemy. Sensing the scent of another human, the demonic monster paused for a moment, sniffing. Dao took advantage of this, pulled out his sword, and struck the alligator with an attack of his energy. He swung his sword, and a multitude of lightning bolts were added to the stream, cutting through the air. Dao looked around carefully, jumping back to a safe distance. Hu stood to the side, raised his thumb up, and praised his brother in a trembling voice. Dao and Hu approached the student, who was trembling from the fear he had experienced, and asked where he had met the alligator. The guy pointed to a large building, saying that the monster had jumped out of it before the others could get in, leaving only 2 alive. Dao knew that demonic beasts like alligators lived in water or were raised as auspicious beasts. They were also very aggressive, and they were bred by aristocratic families. Looking at his elder brother's thoughtful face, Hu asked warily if it was dangerous to go into the building. But the time traveler had already made his decision long ago. He fearlessly headed towards the palace, declaring that wealth is gained through risks. The boy with a large scar on his face happily flexed his fists, asking Sister Yue if it was time to stuff it. He was in joyful anticipation of starting the hunt for the students of Wu Academy. The girl waved her hand, saying that there was not much time left to wait. The students had scattered in all directions, and it was time to start acting. Dao stepped into the courtyard of the dangerous palace. On the sun-baked ground lay fallen leaves, driven by the wind. Together with his faithful comrade Hu, the time traveler slowly crossed the courtyard. Hu was the first to notice a lone sword sticking out of the ground to the side and asked what it was. The guy pulled it out and examined it, realizing that the weapon was made of a rather unusual material. Frowning, the disciple concluded that the spiritual energy in the sword had dissipated and it had become useless. Dao walked up to his younger brother and snatched the weapon from his hands, slowly running his fingers along the blade. Stretching his hand with the sword in front of him, the time traveler ordered the system to rewind time for this sword by 50 years. The guy's figure was surrounded by a stream of blue light. The sword began to gradually change, becoming more and more pure and polished. Looking at the bright light coming from the blade, Hu asked his friend in amazement what just happened. Winking at him, Dao replied that the sword was sealed, and now the seal had been removed. At that moment, one of the alligators treacherously jumped out at the guys from behind, his eyes blazing with real flames. Dao quickly grouped himself, without letting go of the sword in his hands, and stood in a fighting stance. He jumped to the side and pointed his weapon at the monster, using the decapitation technique. Once the alligator was dealt with, Dao smiled and praised the characteristics of the sword, which clearly belonged to an unusual family. Now the boys had to go into the palace to find the treasure. Indeed, the first room was filled with numerous racks with different types of weapons. Hugh rushed to examine the spears standing on the stands and regretfully noticed that the weapons, left unattended, had lost their spiritual power. Without further ado, Dao extended his hand and suddenly all the objects soared into the air, surrounded by bright light. Hugh raised his head and excitedly asked his elder brother if he was going to remove the seal from each weapon. The time traveler said with a smile that he could find a worthy use for any sword, even a broken one. According to the Sword Sutra that the second prince gave to Dao, to create the first sword, the guy needs to spend tens of thousands of spiritual plants, and for the second sword even more. To create the second Dao sword, he needs to refine and absorb 100,000 spirit swords to succeed. He previously thought that creating the second sword would be impossible, but now fortune smiled on the time traveler. Having finished collecting treasures in the palace, a little later the guys came out to the lake, across which there was a long stone bridge. Hu concluded that they needed to cross the bridge to reach the island in the heart of the lake. The water was sure to be teeming with demonic beasts. It would be dangerous. Dao agreed with the student, carefully examining the bridge. He resolutely headed towards the bridge and asked Hu to wait while the time traveler himself checked something. The guy's foot slowly landed on the stone surface, and suddenly Dao felt some movement with his whole body. On the left side of the bridge, an alligator jumped out of the water with its mouth wide open. Dao cursed and immediately pulled his sword out of its sheath, pointing it towards the creature. However, this did not make any impression on the monster. Moreover, the strong fangs easily crushed the blade of the sword, leaving only the hilt in Dao's hand. The time traveler, dodging the debris flying at him, cursed and jumped back, while the alligator jumped over the bridge railing. Looking closely at the monster, Dao was surprised that it had cut through the spirit sword so easily. The alligators that live here are much stronger than those that the student saw earlier near the destroyed buildings. Hu, seeing that his elder brother was in danger, shouted at the top of his lungs for him to leave the bridge. Meanwhile, the monster ran on its hind legs towards the man, its mouth wide open. Dao, without hesitation, ordered the yin blade to appear in his hand. The alligator snapped his teeth, trying to get his victim, but he failed to do so. His huge mouth only gulped in air. Dao made a clever maneuver and cut off the monster, hitting it with his knee under the mouth in one of the sensitive spots. The attacked alligator immediately fell over the side of the bridge with a splash. The time traveler remained unharmed and kept his balance. But the young master did not have long to rejoice. The alligator jumped out of the water again, leading two more of his brothers. By using the cut technique, Dao was able to swing the yin blade dozens of times in a few seconds. These attacks completely destroyed the small group of alligators. Some were dead and scattered right on the bridge. Dao looked back and wiped the sweat from his face. He was almost at the island. In the very center of the lake, there were clearly many alligators living here. As soon as the student took a step, a powerful stream of water blocked his path. An alligator jumped out of the water depths onto Dao. But not like before. This one looked much stronger and more resilient. Even the monster's body was different. It was strewn with powerful steel horns. For a moment, the newcomer just stared at the monster in confusion. He was amazed by the size of the crocane, feverishly thinking about which side he could approach it from. Hu, seeing the size of the monster, cursed foully. He was sincerely worried about his older brother. Clenching his fists, the boy watched his friend tensely and begged him to save himself quickly. Turning sharply, Dao ran towards the island, the alligator crossing the distance with powerful leaps and already breathing its foul breath directly into the man's back. Raising its mouth to the sky, the monster attacked the newcomer with its incredible dark energy. The alligator's attack knocked Dao off his feet. The bridge swayed dangerously, its entire surface covered in a web of destruction. He bit his lip until it bled. He knew that after such a blow most people would die. Perhaps Brother Chen managed to avoid it. He thought hard about what to do. The student could not let his older brother die ingloriously. Dao was on his knees trying to straighten up. He was in unbearable pain. The time traveler managed to reach the edge of the bridge and find himself in a safe place, but his body seemed to be falling apart. In his hands, the boy clutched a protective artifact, a pearl, with the help of which he managed to withstand most attacks. Turning around, Dao was about to stand up to see what treasures the island hid. But what he saw shocked the newcomer. The walls of the room were strewn with all kinds of weapons for every taste. Dao exclaimed that he was now incredibly rich. The student weighed one of the many swords in his hands, its energy barely manifesting. And even though the weapon's spiritual energy had now dissipated and everything in the room had become defective, Dao knew that he had nothing to panic about. Stretching his hand with the sword in front of him, the time traveler ordered the system to rewind time by 50 years. After a few seconds of waiting, the guy let out a victorious cry. The sword returned to its previous appearance. Raising his hands high, the time traveler ordered the system to rewind time for all types of weapons by 50 years. The entire warehouse was illuminated with light, signifying a renewal for everything inside. Meanwhile, the younger brother Hu sat down heavily on the ground on the other side of the island and wondered if Dao had been lucky and what to do next. The time traveler observed how most of the swords restored their former spiritual power, but some did not. Rewinding 50 years was not enough. Looks like the guy needed to update the system as soon as possible to increase the time range. Dao sat in the lotus position, deciding to take advantage of the opportunity to begin refining the second sword. Closing his eyes, he loudly and clearly summoned 10,000 spiritual swords to himself. When the blades gathered in a circle around the figure of the man, separated only by a dome of power, the time traveler ordered them to be cleansed and absorbed. The disciple opened his eyes and saw a light of blue flowers on his palm. After absorbing so many spiritual swords, spiritual power appeared directly in his body. The energy that was now encircling Dao's entire body, like small lightning bolts, became thicker and stronger. He had absorbed about 5,000 spirit swords. Although this was not enough to develop the second sword, in any case, his strength had increased slightly. It was decided to leave the palace, since Hu was still waiting for him on the other side. The younger brother paced the clearing nervously. So much time had passed and still nothing had been heard from Brother Chen. The guy's plump face reflected despair. His eyebrows shot up. What should he do and how should he act? He frantically thought about what the best course of action would be. Perhaps he should return to Wu Academy and request reinforcements. Stopping, Hu glanced at the island. First, he had to find out whether Dao was alive or not. Suddenly, a painfully familiar voice was heard ordering the creatures to come out. Hu turned around abruptly, relieved to realize that it was his brother Dao and he was alive. And indeed, the young gentleman stood on the shore of the lake, and reptiles were slowly approaching him from the surface of the water. The huge open mouth snapped, grabbing air, trying to hit the person. Hu approached Dao across the bridge to inform him that he would call someone for help, but his friend did not support the idea. Raising his hand, the newcomer summoned a dozen swords to himself. They, engulfed in flames, formed in a circle around his head. As soon as one powerful alligator tried to jump on the young master, these daggers immediately flew at the monster. Using only his movements to control the weapon, Dao swore that he would finish off the monsters. The alligator let out a deafening roar as the sharp blades pierced its body. Hot blood began to spurt from the monster's mouth, signifying its defeat. Hu couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise when he saw the monster's huge bulk fall into the water like a stone. He ran up to his friend, still not believing that he had managed to kill the king of the reptiles. Dao turned to his comrade with a smile, asking him not to bother his head with nonsense. They should hurry to the next house. Meanwhile, Yue had gathered a group of demonic sect members around her. The students ran up to them. The princess and her team met their opponents with grins. One of the students ordered his comrade to call for reinforcements while he held off the sectarians. Yue pointed at the academy students with a laugh, ordering the sect members to charge in and leave no one alive. The fearless guy ran towards the enemy to fight him. His gaze fell on Princess Yue herself, while the girl stood calmly, looking askance at the running student. As soon as he got close, the fragile princess's fist hit the guy right in the stomach, knocking all the breath out of him. The other disciple, seeing this, rushed away. Yue ordered her brothers not to let him get away. The platinum-haired man, laughing cheerfully, called out to the student, advising him not to be afraid, but to give in to the blow. The boy ran faster but suddenly stopped, seeing Cao Ming arriving on his way. He looked at his friend in surprise, not understanding why he was all beaten up. The disciple, looking at Ming with crazy eyes, pointed towards the disciples of the demonic sect and begged for his salvation. Luck was not on the unfortunate man's side at all. Min whispered that he had come here to calm him down, and with one sharp movement he struck his friend in the chest with his palm. The boy fell to the floor, not understanding why Min attacked him, and the senior disciple himself was already heading towards Yue, who was waiting for him. The girl immediately asked if Ming Chen Dao had found him. The man shook his head sadly, saying that the new guy must be researching something somewhere. The princess, knowing that the area was very large and that the search would take a long time, ordered Ming to think of a way to gather all the students in one place to finish them all off at once. The man nodded, asking to call him when the time came to deal with Dao. The princess, with a smile, promised to give Ming the opportunity to mock the newcomer as much as he liked. At this time, Hu and Dao were looking for the Lord's mansion. Dao asked his friend again if they were moving in the right direction, because it was already noon, and during this time the friends did not meet anyone. The younger brother easily replied that there was no need to doubt it. Judging by the layout of the city, the mansion was definitely located here. The time traveler looked around. He thought that in this area they would meet their classmates, but the road remained empty. Hu assured Brother Chen that the abandoned city was too big. The others must have explored other parts of it. In addition, most of the students who entered this time were mostly newcomers, while the older ones were preparing for admission with all their might. Dao stopped and asked if this was the place they were looking for. Finally, the road led the friends to a majestic palace. Hu smiled as he looked at the wide gate of the building. He was sure that this place should definitely have the most treasures. The time traveler was the first to enter the room, looking around cautiously. The boys were curious as to why the Lord's mansion of such a magnificent city was in such good condition. Perhaps the owner's life force had left too suddenly. Dao noticed that, judging from the treasures, the cultivators of that time were extremely powerful. Hu said that according to academic research, this world was destroyed by an extremely powerful being in an instant. Dao was surprised by such a power that could destroy all life on the continent in a matter of minutes. His friend emphasized that this was only one of the worlds explored by the Academy. According to the Wu Academy's speculations, there are tens of thousands of outstanding heavens and worlds beyond the blue cosmos. The time traveler expressed hope that one day he would have the opportunity to see each of them. The guys exploring the mansion entered one of the rooms, which contained a special mechanism. With its help, it was possible to control the Lord's mansion. Hu said that they must activate the mechanism to open the treasure room. The guy ran to the jade stones and touched one of them. Unfortunately, they had lost their spiritual power, and the mechanism could not be activated. Dao came closer, saying that he could handle it. He made a smooth movement with his hand, and a long golden streak of energy stretched behind his fingers. At that moment, the stones began to shine and the mechanism began to operate. Hu was incredibly happy about this. He rubbed his eyes to make sure of what he had seen and timidly asked Dao if he had removed the seal again. The time traveler pressed on the central stone, urging his younger brother to hurry. But the activation of the mechanism was followed by a wall of fire appearing behind the students. Dao did not hesitate and again asked Hu to hurry. They had too little time. The students saw the portal appear and fearlessly entered it. Coming out of it, the guys found themselves in a dark and gloomy space that looked like a cave. The students' mouths dropped open as their eyes adjusted to the dim light, but the joy was fleeting. The cave turned out to be completely empty. Perhaps someone had already plundered the treasure trove before them. Hu didn't expect that the space here would be so small. Something like this was beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. The owner was probably a great cultivator. Massive figures emerged from a dark part of the cave, causing people to shudder. Hu screamed at the top of his lungs that they were monsters, warning Dao of the danger. These must be third-rank guardian beasts. Only cultivators who have achieved reality compression can deal with them. The boy asked if his elder brother was in the Spirit Bridge realm. Maybe they could find someone to help clear out this place. But the time traveler rejected this idea. He was impatient to try out his new sword. The centaurs, their eyes blazing, roared and rushed headlong at the people. Dao did not hesitate and also leapt forward, holding out his hand with a blade that cut through the thick skin of the monster. The powerful hooves of the monster flashed through the air as it flew away towards the stone wall. Hu stared ahead in disbelief, amazed at his friend's growing strength. Dao clutched the blade in his hands with a satisfied expression. He knew that with such strength, he would become an outstanding student of the Wu Academy. By this time, Princess Yue and her accomplices arrived at the Lord's mansion. They knew that the most valuable treasures were kept there. Min exclaimed that all the students would flock to this place to explore the mansion. The girl was delighted by this news. She was going to set a trap while the senior student would contact his classmates, and they would come here to die. The man hesitated, suggesting that it would be too dangerous. But Yue cut him off abruptly, making it clear that this decision could not be challenged. After these people are dead, Min will be the only one left alive. Yue promised that he will return to the academy as a hero of the Great War against the demonic force. And most importantly, Ming will be able to deal with the Dao that he hates. Standing behind the princess, the student clenched his fists in anticipation. His eyes lit up with a mad fire. He wanted to kill absolutely everyone. The girl called the sect members to follow her. She was just about to set up traps. After killing the monsters, Hu and Dao came across 3 large stone pillars of heaven, earth, and man that blocked their path. Dao looked closely at the columns, wondering what the hieroglyphs carved into the stone meant. Did they make any sense at all? Hu smiled, guessing that these pillars were the treasure of the city lord, causing his elder brother to look surprised. It is a kind of defense mechanism that separates the treasures into 3 different places. When someone enters one of the places, the others will self-destruct and close the passage. The time traveler praised Hu for his knowledge and asked whether the columns would be destroyed on their own if the students chose one. After thinking for a moment, the student replied that there was a high probability of their explosion. Shrugging his shoulders, the young gentleman pointed his hand at the last column, deciding to take a risk. Ordering her to open, Dao took a step forward, and a blue portal appeared in front of the guys. At that moment, just as Hu had said, the remaining columns shook and exploded, showering everything around with fire. Unfortunately, now the boys won't be able to get into the other treasure rooms and take the items, since the columns have exploded. Dao smiled, exclaiming that he planned to take everything. His younger brother was surprised. He did not understand what his friend meant. Leaving Hu without an answer, Dao headed towards the opening of the open column to see what was behind it. As soon as they stepped over the portal line, they found themselves in a huge, bright room. All of its shelves were filled with various talismans. Hu almost lost consciousness from such magnificence, anticipating how he would become a rich master and the owner of all the talismans that were in the treasury. But the guy's joy didn't last long. Dao grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him along, preventing him from becoming a victim of the huge tentacle. In a moment, the purple tentacles doubled in size and wrapped around the people's limbs. A blade appeared in Dao's hand, and he began to cut the elastic skin of the unidentified monster. The tip of the tentacle approached Hu's face, and he cursed, realizing that he didn't have time to dodge. There was an explosion right under his feet, and the student fell on his back, covering his face with his hand. He fell onto the hard floor and lost consciousness from the impact. The time traveler immediately went to his friend to check on his condition and realized that he was unconscious. Meanwhile, a huge guardian monster with numerous tentacles swam out into the middle of the hall. Dao looked at the monster, preparing to finish it off. Finally, after an hour, the monster was defeated, which was difficult for Dao because the guards were quite strong. After carefully examining one of the talismans, Dao realized that the spiritual power in the talismans was weakened, and it would be necessary to turn back time to restore their former strength. The guy immediately ordered the system to rewind the time of all the talismans in the treasury by 50 years. A bright light immediately came from all the shelves. The system was working diligently to turn back time. Having collected all the talismans, Dao, without wasting time, left the treasury through the portal, carrying his still unconscious friend in his arms. The column directly behind him exploded, sending pieces of lime flying in all directions. Looking over his shoulder, the time traveler let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he had succeeded. He carefully placed Hu on the ground and used the system to restore the integrity of the columns, rewinding time. When the columns stood as usual on their dreams, the student extended his hand to the second one, ordering it to open. The remaining columns, standing on either side of the central one, exploded, self-destructing. This did not surprise the time traveler. He decided to follow the treasures of the Earth column. The now familiar portal transported him to a large room filled with a variety of dishes. This treasure trove turned out to be a repository of elixirs. A guardian monster came out to meet Dao. He was placed here to protect the treasury from thieves at the cost of his own life. A blade appeared in the student's hands, and he ordered the weapon to attack the enemy. Raising his sword above his head, Dao demanded that the monster look only at him. A huge paw with a burning blue flame fell directly on the time traveler. He, not expecting such a maneuver, flew back with a scream. Dao was lucky and managed to group himself and sit down on one knee. The sword helped him not to fall flat, but what happened surprised the guy quite a bit. The guardian monster in the Earth Treasury is much more powerful than the one in the human column. The time traveler rose to his feet and grinned. Of course, it was no surprise that the monster should be different. The disciples gathered at the threshold of the mansion, following Brother Ming's orders. They heard that there were many treasures hidden in the Lord's mansion. The Mins collected them to overcome difficulties, and the students would share the wealth among everyone. Gathering his strength, Dao pointed his sword at the monster, preparing to attack it. The time traveler flew forward with a scream, ordering the guard to try another sword. Dao flew up, slashing his blade across the neck of the monster, which from a distance resembled a giant turtle. The monster roared, hissing that the man was good for being able to hurt him, but he would never be able to break through his defenses. The time traveler smiled, looking slyly at the monster. The guard advised the man not to pretend to be so calm, because he had already lost all his trump cards. The monster stretched out its long neck and roared, declaring that it was its turn. Dao pulled out one of the talismans from his bosom, saying that he had only just begun to use his trump cards. The leaf stuck directly to the turtle's upper jaw, causing the guard to jump back. A few seconds later, an explosion thundered right next to the monster's head. However, this did not cause much harm to the monster. It only crawled slightly to the side and was clearly ready for the next attack. The turtle's eyes, burning with fire, suddenly noticed something that the monster did not expect at all. A whole 100 talismans, controlled by a man, rushed towards him with a rustling sound. The monster tried to dodge the flying threat, but it was too late. He roared desperately as he burned alive, the scream slowly fading along with the talismans that clung to the monster's body. The final explosion killed the guard who had so desperately defended the treasury. When the fire died down, Dao came closer, noting the monster's strong shell. The guy's gaze fell on the shelves lined with numerous bottles. He was delighted when he realized that these pills were much better than the ones that Princess Yue had brought him from the academy. The young master's cultivation level has increased, and he needs high-level elixirs to break through faster. With such a quantity of elixir, the time traveler will undoubtedly be able to make a real breakthrough. Dao nodded to himself, breaking into a wide smile. Having selected the best pills, Dao called them to himself to obtain the power of the elixirs. Finally, he realized that he had broken through to the realm of reality condensation. It was incredible to be in the realm of reality condensation in such a short time. Moreover, the student would be able to enter the realm of imaginary reality when he returned to the academy. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the time traveler's face. Something went wrong. His heart pounded in his chest at an incredible speed. Waves of pain ran through his entire body. Dao grabbed his chest and coughed heavily, leaning his other hand on the floor. The young gentleman lowered his head and stretched out his trembling palms in horror. Something in his body was furiously absorbing spiritual energy. He reached with difficulty to the shelf and grabbed the bottle of pills, realizing that he would not survive if he did not take them. One elixir was not enough. It was necessary to continue to nourish the body with spiritual power. An increasing number of empty vessels gradually accumulated on the floor. Dao had already taken a fifth of all the elixirs in the treasury, but the spiritual power was still not absorbed. A few seconds later, the guy was surprised to find himself sitting on the bridge. It was a boundless spiritual bridge that stretched across the boundless wide spiritual sea. Perhaps this was what distinguished the time traveler from the other cultivators. After all, the spiritual sea and spiritual bridge were limited to other people. Something unusual caught the young gentleman's attention. Turning his head, he noticed an upside-down island in the air. As it turned out, it was this island, which appeared out of nowhere, that was constantly absorbing his spiritual energy, and each time demanded more and more. Perhaps the floating island appeared when the Dao broke through to the realm of imaginary reality. Master mentioned this. The condensation of reality is to transform the cultivator's spiritual power into reality. Suddenly, the island flew towards the time traveler, collecting a lot of lightning around itself. Dao was pinned to the ground, and he realized that the island was continuing to absorb his spiritual power. Having collected his thoughts, the time traveler managed to return to the treasury. He decided, at all costs, to feed the insatiable entity to its fill. After some time, the guy leaned against a pile of empty bottles. He had to take all the elixirs. It seems that the floating island is not going to continue to absorb his spiritual power. Returning to the bridge, the student was amazed to see that the island had become larger. He became curious about the object's role, so Dao flew into the air to check it out. Having landed on the smooth surface, the guy realized that his consciousness was clouded. Looking at his palms, Dao realized that this was a manifestation of willpower and the suppression of spiritual power. His soul is constantly growing under this pressure. The kingdom of imaginary reality has condensed a floating island that can strengthen the soul of the traveler. Meanwhile, more and more competitors were gathering at the mansion, and they couldn't understand why Brother Min still hadn't arrived. Scar turned to his sister, saying that Elder Mao was not here, and the girl did not need to restore her brother's reputation. Liu exhaled heavily, saying that she heard Scar muttering on the way. Tears welled up in Scar's eyes. He was unable to remain silent about something like this, because Dao had insulted him. The boy bared his teeth, suggesting that his sister bring the scoundrel so that he would bow before them, admitting his mistake. Liu waved her hand, saying that she would deal with Dao herself at the first meeting, and that her brother should not talk about it again. Scar was incredibly happy with his sister's words. He urged her not to worry, because in the future the guy would assess the enemy's strength before intimidating him. Stepping forward, Liu shamed her brother, because he was not able to scare even an animal. The students, seeing the famous warrior Liu, were encouraged. Finally, they would have an example to follow before their eyes. The girl, without further ado, immediately asked where Cao Ming and the treasures that everyone was talking about were. One of the students threw up his hands. He himself did not know and did not see his brother. Liu thought about it and then asked worriedly why Chen Dao hadn't come. A guy from the crowd exclaimed that they hadn't seen the new guy yet. The girl looked tensely into the distance, calling on her classmates to be more patient and wait a little longer. Meanwhile, the young master continued to meditate and explore new possibilities of his power. The guy felt in his gut that something weightless separated from his body and slowly rose upward. Opening his eyes, the time traveler looked in that direction and abruptly rose to his feet, puzzled by what he saw. There was a blue fireball hanging in the air. His soul, it can appear outside the body. Only great cultivators possess such a technique. The floating island turned out to be a real treasure. In such a short time, it helped the soul of Dao become tangible and appear outside the body. After all, it was not for nothing that the master gave the island all the elixirs from the treasury. The time traveler began to slowly disappear from the water space. It was time to leave, because the soul had been tempered in the world of knowledge. Dao's body slowly materialized in the cave in front of one of the surviving columns. The young master came closer and ordered the system to rewind time for the blown-up columns by 2 hours. A few moments later, 3 entire columns in a row appeared before the cultivator in their original form. Dao touched the last one, ordering it to open. The treasure hidden in the column was the last unknown one. As before, as soon as the column was activated, an explosion occurred that destroyed the pillars. The time traveler gasped when he found himself in the third room. He had definitely never seen anything like this before. The third treasury was filled to the brim with a variety of weapons for any skill level of the fighter who entered it. Swords, daggers, sabers, and maces were lifted into the air by magical currents. Dao was about to absorb all the weapons in the room. At this time, the students crowded around the palace began to get nervous and angry. Some were about to leave without waiting for Cao Ming. Scar, looking at his brothers gradually leaving, asked them in confusion where they were going. But then a commanding male voice was heard calling on the brothers and sisters to stay. The eldest student himself approached the students with confident steps and was greeted with shouts of approval. One particularly irritated guy from the long wait proudly raised his head, boldly asking where Ming was and where the treasures were in the city lord's mansion. The man put his hand on his hip and looked around the crowd, asking them to take their time, as they would need to work together to get their hands on the riches. Liu, not wanting to listen to Ming's chatter any longer, rudely interrupted him, demanding that he get down to business. The disciple, not paying attention to her, noticed that Chen Dao was not in the crowd, but the others did not care about him. Everyone wanted to quickly break into the mansion. Min met their attacks with an angry shout, demanding that they not rush. He frowned, feeling his anger boiling. The man had deliberately arranged everything this way to get rid of the annoying newcomer. Liu and Scar turned their backs on Ming, stating that they had no time to argue with him. The man immediately ordered the girl to stop, causing the latter to boil with anger. Turning over her shoulder, the warrior asked irritably how Min dared to speak to her in such a tone. Pointing his index finger at the girl, the man exclaimed that she should not pretend to be taller than him. There was a shout. Min accused Liu of ignoring him due to his lower ranking. Scar stood up for his sister, threatening that Liu would beat him to death if the conversation continued in that tone. Having lost all patience, Min attracted everyone's attention. No one would dare leave the yard. The students, watching the altercation, sympathetically talked among themselves, referring to Ming's madness. Some were not surprised by this, since the man had already received his just desserts several times. He chuckled and looked dismissively at the crowd. Soon they would all be begging him for mercy. Scar went behind Liu and put out his hand, ordering his older sister to deal with the impudent fellow. The girl felt the shadows thickening above her head, and a premonition told the warrior that things were going badly, and that a demon was involved in all of this. But as soon as she managed to take a step, she, along with other students, found herself locked under an invisible dome. Those present looked at each other in fear, trying not to give in to panic, and tensely shouted to each other, asking what was going on. The students fell flat on their knees, clutching their heads, the strength slowly leaving their bodies. The huge formation sucked the spiritual power out of the students, and their fighting power gradually left them. Drawing her sword from its sheath, Liu assumed a fighting stance, furiously demanding an explanation from the man. He turned around and cast a predatory glance at the heavily breathing girl. He licked his lips lustfully, declaring that he would thoroughly enjoy her body while he slowly killed the warrior. Screaming loudly, Liu rushed at the student, threatening to finish him off on the spot. As soon as she swung her sword once, she was immediately thrown to the side by the explosion that occurred. Thanks to years of training, the girl was able to stay on her feet, and immediately saw someone's figure in the distance. As if out of nowhere, Princess Yue appeared in the square, calling out to Ming while stretching out her hand with mana flowing. The members of the devilish sect had already gathered behind her, and the princess praised the student for a job well done. Liu was beside herself with anger. She immediately understood who was in front of her. Moreover, Cao Ming had colluded with the sect. Scar leaned forward, cursing foully at the senior student who had betrayed the academy and chosen the cult over it. Those present, seeing the strangers even through the veil of weakness, realized that they had been betrayed. Someone asked Min if he was afraid of reprisals from the head of the academy. The man raised an eyebrow, calmly asking who would know about his antics if the students died. Dao, in the treasury, continued to absorb the power of a huge amount of weapons, and his spiritual power began to deplete, becoming more viscous and rigid. The time traveler rose to his feet. He had absorbed nearly 15,000 spirit swords, not counting the 20,000 white ones. Although the time traveler was far from reaching 100,000 spirit swords, the strength continued to increase. He walked briskly towards the door. It was time to leave. Outside the portal to the continent, the heads of the academy began to worry about the long absence of students. Elder Mao noticed that about 10 hours had passed. Her sister, the head of Mao, frowned. Something went wrong. Last time the students came out after 3 hours at most, and this time no one came out yet. One of the elders, stroking his beard, suggested that a big obstacle had arisen in the students' path. The leader waved her hand through the air, causing a golden flash. She thought that the probability of such a thing was extremely low. The woman made a few signs with her palm and closed her eyes, trying to figure out what was going on. A golden cloud of intricately intertwined lines appeared above her head, and Mao concluded that she had seen something bad. The elder leaned forward, seeing her sister's tense face. The leader suddenly opened her eyes. She felt the aura of the demonic sect members. The sisters' and elders' gazes darted to each other, and everyone froze tensely upon hearing the leader's words. The elder nervously stroked his beard. After all, the demonic sect had always been a rival to the academy. It was outrageous that they had infiltrated the continent. Another advisor panicked, exclaiming that they didn't even have the ability to send anyone inside while no one was coming out of the portal. The sisters looked at each other, and the leader asked the elder which of the disciples who entered had the greatest fighting power. The girl replied that this person was Liu, who occupied a high place in the rankings. Yun and the others did not go because they were preparing to enter the Xuanwu Academy. Elder Mao expressed concern that it would be difficult for the girl to confront the sect alone. But suddenly the elder remembered that there was a new student among the participants. It was Chen Dao, the same one whom the woman had recently taken as her disciple. The leader noted the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the Dao, but its cultivation remained low. The elders reached out their hands to the sisters, asking what to do. They could not just sit and wait for the students to participate. There was no way to help them. The head turned away abruptly, throwing out as a parting remark that for now, it was necessary to observe the changes. If the academy suffers serious losses of students, she personally will not let it go. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the mansion, the situation was getting worse. Without hesitation, Liu rushed with her blade at the ready, straight at the princess standing in front of her. Yue waved her hand through the air and calmly advised her not to overestimate her strength. The student fell backwards from the powerful spiritual blow of her opponent, unable to stay on her feet. She landed in a crouch, trying her best not to let go of the blade. Large beads of sweat flowed down Liu's forehead. She felt that the formation had taken away most of her spiritual strength, exhausting her body. Yue Wu smirked and ordered her fellow sect members to kill the disciples, as they had almost no strength left to resist. The thugs, with their tongues hanging out, rushed forward, laughing, intending to leave not a single witness alive. The students, pinned to the ground, groaned heavily, swearing that the academy would not leave so easily. The princess noticed that Chen Dao was not present and asked Ming why he was not in the square. The man snapped that he didn't know where the new guy was, he just didn't show up. Yu decided to forget about the young master for a while. First, she needed to deal with the students, and then it would be the turn of Dao himself. One of the weakened students was already being attacked by a cultist, shouting that he shouldn't have entered Wu Academy. But before he could blink, he found himself caught by someone's sword, the blade of which hit the man right in the throat. With a surprised expression on his face, he fell heavily onto the stone floor. The thing that killed the cultist moved at such an incredible speed that even Yue began to look around in confusion, asking who was there. Sweeping his hand, leaving the remnants of mana in the air, Dao appeared in front of her, with a frowning Hu standing behind him. The princess was momentarily taken aback by such an unexpected reception, but then she was delighted. Finally, she would be able to deal with the young master, as she wanted. Ming raised his fist in victory. He too was glad that Dao himself had come to meet his death. Liu, hearing the newcomer's voice, ordered him not to come closer, but to hurry for reinforcements. The time traveler did not listen to her. He began to slowly approach the opponents, asking the girl not to be nervous. The magical trail of the sectarians spread out beneath his feet. Without causing the slightest harm to the newcomer, the guy put his hand on his hip and declared that he wanted to have fun. Feeling herself getting weaker with each passing minute, Liu tried to warn her disciple, shouting that the formation was draining spiritual power. A grin appeared on the visitor's face. It seemed that such trifles could not harm the cultivator, and he carelessly shook his head. Those present looked in amazement at the newcomer, who seemed to be indifferent to any dangers. He did not look the least bit exhausted. Even Ming hesitantly asked the princess if Chen Dao had gone crazy. Finally, the man woke up and remembered why he had come here, and angrily ordered the guy to be finished off since he himself wanted to fall into the trap. Liu, almost immobilized, cast a worried glance at the young master. Yue's face was illuminated by a purple flash that appeared on her palm. The girl decided to launch the formation at full power to deprive Dao of mana. Liu, breathing heavily, raised her blade. She called the student careless, because after entering the formation, he would instantly lose his spiritual power. The guy winked at the warrior, saying that he would simply make the dangerous field disappear. In his mind, the time traveler asked the system to rewind the time of the large formation 5 hours back. Ming bared his teeth, hissing at Dao that soon he would not have the strength to cope with even a small animal, and then the man would get even with the offender. A few seconds later, with a light gust of wind, the powerful formation field under the feet of those present disappeared. The students looked at each other in bewilderment, realizing that their powers were returning. The figures of Liu and Dao brightened. The blush returned to the girl's face, and her hands stopped shaking. Ming flinched, confusedly asking Dao what had happened. The princess rubbed her chin, just like last time. The young master simply made the formation disappear. She opened her mouth slightly, looking at the guy, wondering how he managed to do this and whether he had a special artifact. Liu, having more comfortably gripped the sword, lit up with a smile. She praised Dao for his excellent work, saying that as soon as she came to her senses, she would immediately finish off the traitor Ming. The man turned to Yue in a panic, demanding that the students be killed. They must not be allowed to recover. The girl absent-mindedly said that Min shouldn't worry. None of the students would leave the mansion area today. She made a motion with her hand, ordering her accomplices to kill everyone and spare no one. Dao stretched out his hand with the blade in front of him and called on his fellow students to stand behind him. Hu hurried the students, ordering them to quickly fulfill Brother Dao's request. A large group of sectarians advanced menacingly. One of the men looked at Dao with interest, laughingly asking if he was going to fight them all alone. Liu barely audibly whispered to the newcomer that he was overestimating himself. He needed to stall for time and wait for the warrior's strength to recover. But the guy just brushed off her words, saying that he was perfectly aware of his own abilities. He raised the blade into the air once more. It alone would be enough on the battlefield. Smiling unkindly, the time traveler slowly said that he would finish them all off single-handedly. This angered the members of the devilish sect. The men vied with each other to express their indignation at the loud words of the freshman. Hu, standing right behind his elder brother, clenched his fists, happily declaring that he was the Dao Daredevil Talisman. Tired of the verbal altercations, the cultist loudly called on his people to quickly finish off the guy. In the blink of an eye, the time traveler crossed the square and cut down the men's bodies with his blade. Yewu was shocked to realize that young Master Chen had become incredibly stronger again. Trying to support the fighting spirit of his comrades, one of the sectarians shouted at them not to surrender, Because there was only one enemy. Dao crouched low and swung his blade, meeting the mass attack of enemies. He used the knowledge he had gained through meditation to draw his first sword. The faces of those present were illuminated by a bright greenish light coming from the Dao weapon. Then a powerful stream of air almost knocked Yue and Ming off their feet, and they immediately covered their faces with their hands. When the glow stopped burning her eyes, the princess saw how the entire courtyard was covered with the bodies of the defeated cultists. Hu gave an admiring thumbs up, exclaiming how cool his older brother was. Scar walked face down to his sister, whispering that incredible power was hidden in the Dao. The girl, folding her arms across her chest, defiantly asked her brother if he still wanted to take revenge on the guy, and Scar smiled awkwardly, shaking his head. Ming didn't understand what was going on, but Yue tried to calm him down by promising to give him a chance to kill Chen Dao if the man followed her. A time traveler approached the couple. He didn't expect that the princess would turn out to be a demon. It was time to deal with these two. The senior disciple asked Yue dejectedly if they should retreat since the newcomer's strength was so great. The woman snorted in displeasure. She practiced the highest demonic teaching and was confident in her strength and ability to kill the young master. Min clenched his fist. In that case, he would resign himself and wait for the woman to fulfill her promise. The senior student rushed straight at the guy. He never believed that he would be able to deal with two strong opponents at once. Dao raised an eyebrow and pointed his finger behind Ming, calling him an idiot and asking him to turn around. The man looked back in surprise and saw that Yue had disappeared into the distance. He shouted angrily at the woman's back that she had so meanly deceived him. Dao, taking advantage of the enemy's hesitation, attacked him with a dagger, adding an explosion to the attack that knocked Ming back. He turned to Liu and Scar, asking them to deal with the remaining cultists, while the time traveler himself would go after the princess. Without wasting any time, Dao followed Yue Wu, knowing that she would try to escape as quickly as possible. To his surprise, after a while, the princess landed softly in a forest clearing. Dao asked why she was running away. Yue shrugged her shoulders. She couldn't, and so she allowed herself to be caught. But the time traveler had not believed the insidious princess for a long time. There must be a reason why she stopped running away. He flew into the air, and dangerous lightning bolts came from the master's sword. Dao lost interest in Yue, and so he was going to cut her down on the spot, despite her pleas for mercy. A fiery explosion illuminated the clearing. The guy had been blind before, but now he could see, and he was not going to stay away. The girl managed to survive the attack, jumping to the side. She asked Dao how he managed to increase his strength so quickly, because just a few months ago Chen was a complete non-entity, incapable of cultivating. Dao smirked as he walked towards Yue. He had no intention of answering this question. The girl tried to buy time by asking if the young master wanted revenge. Dao stopped and looked at Yue Wu seriously, asking if she knew who was behind the destruction of the Chen family. The princess crossed her arms over her chest and looked proudly at Dao. She knew this. The time traveler smiled cheerfully, activating the sword's powers. He also knew the culprit, so Yue didn't have to answer. Dao ran closer and prepared to raise his blade over the girl. Yue Wu cleverly defended herself from another attack, exclaiming that it was not Hao of Zhen country. The blade passed dangerously close to the princess's face, and she swallowed nervously. Dao slowed down, looking at Yue with interest for the first time, and demanded that he continue speaking. Yue Wu felt confident and deflected the blade with her palm. The crown prince was behind the destruction. Even if Zhen was involved, he was not the true killer. The blade slowly descended, and Dao thought deeply about what he had heard. Yue Wu said that the crown prince is determined to revive the ancient Tianshui dynasty. Although it is no longer what it used to be, it still strives to restore its former glory. Dao was surprised that the princess decided to share this information, but the girl assured him that she needed a deal with the young master. The time traveler flared up. He would never have done such a thing, but Yu asked him to listen to her in order to unite and destroy the demonic sect. Dao frowned and demanded that he repeat what he had said. The princess smirked and said again that she wanted to destroy the demonic sect. The guy looked at her with distrust, asking what the princess would gain from this. Yue Wu asked not to worry. If Dao agreed, she would help buy the academy time to attack the sect. The time traveler thought deeply. He could not figure out the girl's snake nature, because she proved every time that she was not worth trusting. Yu shrugged, asking again if the young master would agree to the proposed deal. Pointing his finger at her, Dao evasively replied that he would wait for news, but the princess would not be able to deceive him. He turned around and walked away. No matter what the treacherous Yue's intentions were, such a deal would be beneficial to Wu Academy. On the territory of the educational institution, the portal's force field remained unchanged. Next to him, Mao's sisters were tensely counting down the minutes, while the elders looked at each other excitedly, not believing in a successful outcome. They urged the leader not to wait for the disciples to return, but to attack the demonic sect right now and achieve justice. Headmaster Mao, as if revived from a deep sleep, straightened up and ordered everyone to prepare to march on the demonic sect. The elder tried to stop her sister, asking her to wait a little longer. Something was changing. Ghostly figures began to materialize at the entrance to the portal. One of the elders leaned forward, exclaiming that someone was indeed coming out of the portal. The crying students came out of the magic gate one after another. Some helped their weakened classmates, but all of them unanimously said that without Chen Dao, they would not have managed. The elders couldn't believe that such a crowd managed to escape alive, because they knew for sure that members of a demonic sect had attacked the students. After some time, the elder approached the sister. She found out that 3 students were killed, but the rest were fine, and even almost all the sectarians were dead. The elders were amazed and asked how the students managed to do this, since they were not prepared for such an intense battle. Someone suggested that it was Liu who was able to strengthen the power of her fellow students. The girl occupied a high place among those who entered in the cultivation rankings. Looking into the distance, Elder Mao announced Chen Dao's involvement in the situation. The guy appeared at a critical moment and prevented the danger from the demonic sect, and thus saved everyone. The head said the student's name with a smile. This child had amazed her more than once, of course with the exception of Yan, who was the most outstanding student in recent years. At the same time, the walls of the demonic sect's mansion were shaking from the angry cries of the leader. The man was furious at the failure of his best follower's mission and did not hide it. He sat on the throne and angrily rebuked Princess Yue for failing to destroy the students of the Wu Academy. The girl, bending low to the floor, declared that something unexpected had happened and that a student of the academy named Chen Dao had appeared and killed all the sectarians. The patriarch shouted, calling for Yue to remain silent because the demon sect only looked at the results, not the process. Looking at her clasped hands, the princess loudly said that she was not going to evade in any way. Let the patriarch punish her. Tapping his finger on the armrest of the throne, the man talked about how the sect was currently humiliated, something that hadn't happened for a long time, especially since no one except Yue had returned from the mission. Just as he was about to punish the girl, Elder Ju spoke up, indicating that the girl had recently joined the Yue sect, which had immediately received great hope. The patriarch might give her a chance and not punish her too harshly. The patriarch scratched his beard, thinking about the old man's words. Finally, he gave his verdict that he would not punish the girl for her failure this time, causing her to let out a barely audible sigh of relief. But as soon as Yue heard that the promotion to Heavenly Demon would be delayed, she suddenly raised her head, staring questioningly at the leader. The patriarch leaned forward, asking in a threatening tone if there would be any objection, and the princess blurted out that the student agreed with the verdict. The man waved his hand and told Yue to move away. In the sect, they prove their importance and ability through their actions. So, if a girl wants to ascend to the level of a heavenly demon, she needs to try hard next time. The princess rose to her feet, bowed, and turned to leave. But an old voice called out to her. Elder Ju, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly approached the girl, asking if she was busy. Holding back her true emotions, Yue smiled. She just wanted to express her recognition to the elder. Otherwise, the disciple would have been punished by the patriarch long ago. The old man squeezed the girl's shoulder through the collar of her fur cape. Even through the layer of clothing, Yue felt a tenacious grip and disgust, especially when Ju asked for a return of gratitude. Standing with her back to him, the princess glanced sideways at the stranger's palm and said through her teeth that she would obey the elder without question. Stroking his gray beard, the old man shamelessly looked at the student and grinned, calling her a smart girl. Finally, he left Yue alone, reminding her to come to his residence before leaving. The princess shuddered, and with a hint of threat in her voice, asked Ju not to worry. She would definitely drop by for a visit. 2 men stood on the roof of a tall mansion, looking down. The younger one asked his companion what the meaning of life was for the insects that scurried under their feet and lived in Guanxia. The dark-haired youth frowned, wondering if they could understand the crown prince. Zhen Guoho exclaimed that the crown prince was aiming for the heavens like a majestic dragon, and insects could not understand a dragon. The young man looked over his shoulder, asking if there was any news from Van Howlen. Gohu became nervous, replying that the old servant was not doing well and that many years had been spent searching for him. The old man, drenched in sweat, hesitantly spoke about the sudden departure of the young head of the Chen family. His interlocutor asked where Chen Dao was now. Guohu bowed, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture, and replied that Dao had gone to Wu Academy, and for that reason, it was difficult to do anything now. The young man bared his teeth, clenching his fist. He was not against the guy continuing to stay at the academy. At this time, the young master, together with his fellow students, trained hard and diligently. The students involuntarily focused their attention on the guy's figure, which was engulfed in magical streams of bright blue color. The lucky man chuckled and joyfully exclaimed that, finally, after all 3 years of training, he had learned the first layer of the Sutra of the True Pen and would be able to move into the realm of condensed reality. His comrade knew that the practice of the True Pen was difficult, but the more one practiced it, the more layers one could know, which helped to lay a solid foundation for the imaginary reality. The guy exhaled heavily, staring at his friend in surprise. It took him more than 3 years to comprehend the first layer, and without being a genius like Chen Yan, it was hard to even imagine how long it would take to comprehend the second layer. The student advised not to wait, but to immediately move into the realm of condensed reality. The chubby-cheeked student saw Dao and immediately remembered his recent feat with delight, apologizing for not having time to thank the guy. The time traveler smiled, saying that since they were classmates, there was no need to thank them for it. The disciples began to talk among themselves, pointing at the young master who had only recently joined the sect, but had already reached such a high level of cultivation, coming to understand the True Pen Sutra. One of the students flew up to the time traveler like a whirlwind to ask how things were going with his understanding. Dao laughed awkwardly, apologizing. He had not yet come to the realization. The guy exclaimed with admiration, asking in advance not to be offended that the new guy would easily be able to reach the first layer in a year, thanks to his innate talent. The young master thought in confusion that the Sutra of the True Pen was indeed difficult. Perhaps he would not even be able to comprehend it without the system. What can we say about comprehending the first layer? It can take 8 or 10 years to do it on your own. Standing in front of a wide column, the time traveler ordered the system to turn back time by understanding the sutras of the True Pen by 50 years. After a few seconds of waiting, the guy felt an incredible surge of spiritual strength, and the space around his body was illuminated by a bright light, just like his classmate had earlier. Those students who had been talking to Dao stared in amazement at the newcomer, who in a matter of seconds was illuminated by the aura of the first layer of the True Pen Sutra. Hearing the shouts, the rest of the students quickly arrived at the scene to see what had happened with their own eyes. Even the senior disciples looked on in bewilderment as the aura around Dao's body continued to grow, increasing to the second layer. Not much time has passed since the beginning of cultivation. The speed of the second layer's ascent is similar to Chen Yan's. Dao continued to stand calmly, his arms spread out to the sides and his eyes closed, while a funnel of aura slowly flowed around his body. The student's shock was difficult to describe in words. The aura continued to grow to the third layer. It was absolutely incredible. The young master exhaled heavily, looking at his palm. Only the third layer. And the time system can only be adjusted for up to 50 years. If it were 500 years, he would be able to comprehend all 9 layers of the sutra at once. The students looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard the newcomer's words. They surrounded Brother Chen, asking him how he managed to cultivate so quickly. The time traveler waved his hand, replying that he did it without even straining himself. Someone said with an envious sigh that they were giving the new guy top marks for pretense. Yue, realizing that she had no escape from her persistent admirer, arrived at Elder Zhu's estate with a heavy heart. Determined to end this once and for all, she lightly knocked on the door and immediately heard an invitation to enter. Opening the door, the princess saw an old man sitting at a round table in the center of the room. His lustful, suffocating thoughts seemed to hang heavily in the air. The man waved his hand, saying that it was difficult to resist such a beauty. The princess slowly walked over and sat down at the table, trying to keep as much distance as possible. As soon as the stranger's hand reached out to her own, Yue Wu abruptly pulled his palm away, smiling and urging Zhu not to rush, but to chat first. Realizing that the girl was stalling for time, the elder raised his chin, agreeing to talk about feelings. Yue deftly took out the wine she had brought with her and poured it into small cups, offering to drink to Zhu. He narrowed his eyes and nodded approvingly, raising the cup to his mouth. Not bad, as expected from the girl he liked. The princess spoke about what happened, saying that she would bear full responsibility for her failure. She did not expect such a defeat from a student of the Wu Academy. Yu furrowed her brows, giving her face an expression of true repentance, exclaiming that on top of everything else, she had also been deprived of the promised promotion to a heavenly demon. Taking a small sip of wine, Yue promised that from now on, she would stay in the sect and serve the elder. Ju looked at the girl slyly, saying that the question of her ascension to the rank of heavenly demon could be decided in the near future. Looking trustingly at the old man and innocently batting her eyelashes, Yue asked what he meant. Looking down at the cup, the old man explained the reason. There were important people in the sect who respected Yue for killing his own father. The Order of the Heavenly Demon, which the princess is to be promoted to, has long since reached the human demon sect. Yue was amazed by what she heard. She hadn't expected anything like that. Ju carefully watched the princess's reaction, saying that as soon as the patriarch nodded in her direction, the girl would immediately be promoted. Yue intertwined her fingers in a respectful gesture. Since this was the case, she would definitely thank the elder. The old man shook his index finger, telling the girl that she only needed to be obedient and serve him well. Then the man would ask the patriarch for her. The princess briskly poured more wine, declaring that she would honor Ju with another glass. With one arm around the girl and the other twirling his long mustache between his fingers, the elder decided to finish his drink and get down to business. Yu led the old man out from behind the table, supporting him by the hand and offering her help. Ju headed straight to his carved wooden bed with a wide canopy, praising the princess to the fullest extent. It had been a long time since he had met such intelligent students. Turning abruptly to the girl with a face flushed from drinking, he pulled her towards him, grabbing Yue's chin, asking how good his beauty was in bed. The princess's cheeks turned red, and she languidly replied that the elder would soon find out how good she was. The old man immediately pushed the girl onto the bed, declaring that he did not want to wait any longer. Yue moved back towards the pillows as the elder jumped onto the blanket and crawled towards her on all fours, calling her to him and laughing vilely. Blood splashed onto the sheets, and Ju jumped to his feet with a scream, pushing the girl away from him. Yue rose to her knees and pushed the old man, causing him to fall to the floor from the impact. He didn't expect at all that the vile princess would carry a dagger with her, and at the most unexpected moment would decide to slash the man below the stomach. Yue stood by the bed with a menacing look, clutching a sharp knife tightly in her hands. She said she was beautiful, but how beautiful was she now? Ju's wrinkled face became even uglier in a fit of anger. How could the seductress treat him like that? The old man, like a wild beast, rushed towards Yue, threatening to kill her with a flash of fire coming from his palm. The princess, grinning, was able to repel the attack, and even defended herself by giving the elder a resounding slap in the face. The man fell to the floor. Strange blue smoke was coming from his body. He did not understand what had just happened. Ju could no longer generate mana, no matter how hard he tried. Only a small magic ball appeared in his palm. The true chi had become stagnant. The old man did not immediately realize the reason for his condition. But after a few seconds, he realized that the girl had managed to poison him. Yue slowly walked towards the elder. Does the old lecher really want to continue the battle? Trying to move away from the impending threat, the defenseless Ju begged to let him go. He would give her everything the girl wanted. True madness poured into the princess's eyes. She wanted the elder to die, and then the girl would be able to get everything. Yue loomed over her victim, playing with her knife. She would not let anyone ruin her plans, even killing her own father. Trembling, Ju slowly stood up, admitting that he had underestimated the princess. If Yuewu's skills increase, she could become a major figure in the sect. But is she confident that she can kill him? The old man, despite his wound, quickly jumped to his feet and pushed off sharply from the ground. He took off into the air, flying in the opposite direction, not believing that Yue would be able to stop him. A girl's voice softly ordered someone to grab the elder, who became distracted and slowed down. Someone's strong hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Ju by the neck, depriving him of the ability to breathe. The princess's faithful servant and henchman, like a shadow, jumped onto the elder's shoulders, clinging to the old man's neck with both palms. Ju tried to look back, but the other's grip was stronger, and he could only wheeze. Falling to his knees, the man begged for mercy because he was wrong not to know who he was dealing with. The princess, watching the fight, calmly ordered her assistant to break the elder's arm. The henchman obediently moved his palms down, firmly holding Ju's kicking body with his knees. He ignored the shrill screams and grabbed the other man's wrist tightly. There was another cry of pain as the elder's elbow bent at an unnatural angle, the bones breaking with an unpleasant crunch. Like the devil herself, Yue dispassionately asked the old man if he was in pain. He, barely holding on to his fading consciousness and trembling all over, grinned with difficulty, shaking his head. Frowning, the princess ordered her assistant to feed Ju a blood goo pill. Holding the old man down with one hand, the merciless henchman brought a brown pill to the prisoner's lips. When the elder asked what kind of elixir it was, The princess smiled slyly, asking whether he would swallow the pill even if it turned out to be deadly poisonous. Then Ju suddenly snatched the medicine from the stranger's fingers, nodding his head madly. He would obey without question. The princess said that now that she had eaten the blood goo pill, the elder was under her control. The old man, sweating profusely, replied that he would agree to anything as long as they didn't kill him. A strip of light fell on the girl's beautiful face, and she declared that she was now Mrs. Ju. The old man immediately fell face down, resting his broken hands on the floor, and cried out the name of his mistress. Meanwhile, Chen Dao was heading somewhere, thinking hard about the most powerful true spirit items he used in each realm. If he wanted to become the strongest in the realm of condensed reality, he needed to comprehend the 9th layer of the true pen. And it was impossible to do this on his own. It was not for nothing that the guy had the time system. And now he can only rewind time by 50 years, which is extremely insufficient. It was a big problem. Dao carefully called the system, and it responded to its master. After hesitating, the time traveler asked how he could increase the amount of time he could rewind, because the current amount was not enough. The mechanical voice pointed out the items with the corresponding true spirit, as well as a complete breakthrough to the realm of condensed reality. But Dao could not make a breakthrough without enough time. The system responded that there was no other way. The guy thought about how to collect items with a true spirit. Moreover, it was necessary to make a complete breakthrough to condensed reality. But by that time, Dao had already used the best true spirit items in the previous world, and the failure of the reality condensation could not be allowed. Leaving the system's space, the time traveler decided to find out everything from the master, who was well versed in such matters. As soon as the boy entered Elder Mao's chambers, she immediately greeted him, saying that he was just in time. The academy was just discussing what reward to give to a student for saving his fellow students, and Dao was asked to make a choice on his own. With his palms folded in a respectful gesture, the young master replied that he really needed to know about a specific method. The woman looked at the student in bewilderment, asking him to explain the request. Dao said that he wanted a true spirit item to break through to the condensed reality stage. In the future, he would obtain stronger true spirit items, and is there a way to introduce them to the imaginary reality realm? The elder shook her head. Such a method did not exist, at least not in the Wu Academy. Dao smiled brightly, asking if there was any possibility of doing this elsewhere. Mao replied, puzzled, that it was possible to fit an unsuitable one and then destroy the previous one, and in the future get the one that was needed. The young master asked not to go into details, but simply to explain to him how to do it. The woman said that people usually don't do things like this, but there's nothing impossible about it. For example, by taking the blood of the phoenix, you can be reborn as a phoenix, and the same will happen with refitting. Dao asked seriously, did the elder mean the flame phoenix blood? Did these animals really exist in this world? Mao thoughtfully replied that she didn't know. But according to ancient books, in this world there existed the phoenix, true dragon, unicorn, and others. But now these mythical animals have disappeared and can only be found in ancient ruins. Dao eagerly asked where he could get the blood of the flame phoenix. He would go get it right away. But the elder dejectedly objected to this impulse. The time traveler leaned forward, asking why not. The elder said that the only place where his blood could be obtained was the Xuanwu Academy, and the newcomer did not have enough data to enter there. The entrance exams should start very soon. Considering the student's abilities, he still had the opportunity. He didn't have to wait that long. The guy exclaimed that he couldn't wait that long. Was there really no other way? The woman gave the newcomer a strange look and fell silent for a few seconds. Then she sighed heavily and nodded to herself. She smiled and said that since Dao couldn't wait, she could take him there. The time traveler was surprised by his words. The elder laughed. He apparently knew nothing at all. As it turned out, Mao was actually promoted to teacher at Xuanwu Academy. She originally wanted to go there after her exams, but it looks like she'll have to go there a little earlier. Dao was incredibly happy when the master suggested visiting the academy in the near future. The elder brought the disciple to the square. There was a strange big circle drawn on the floor. Xuanwu Academy is far from Wu Academy. Using the teleportation system is expensive. After explaining this, Elder Mao activated the formation in a clear voice, the circle illuminating the couple's figures with a bright blue color. After a few seconds, the light faded and dissolved, with a slight smoke around the edges of the circle. Mao sighed in disappointment. As it turned out, the formation had run out of energy. Although it had been recharged only 3 months ago, it would take 3 days to fully recharge. The corners of Dao's lips twitched, and he mentally asked the system to rewind the formation time by 3 months. The elder had already moved away from the circle when the time traveler called her, asking her to wait. With a sly smile, he suggested that the woman try again, as he thought that now she should have enough energy. The elder approached with interest, not believing that this was true. Raising her hand, she directed energy into the circle, commanding the formation to be activated again. This time, everything really worked out. The energy, like splashes of water, rose high above the ground. The woman let a trickle of blue flow through her fingers. Did she really think that there wasn't enough energy? After some time, the student and master found themselves on the territory of the Xuanwu Academy. It was an unusual place with islands floating in the air. The guy looked around with admiration, noting the magnificent view. The elder explained with a smile that the difference between the academies was like the difference between a village and a bustling city. This place was meant for true cultivators. The new arrivals were immediately approached by two local guards of the territory. They were hovering in the sky, standing on swords. The strangers looked sternly at the elder and the disciple, informing them that there was no place for outsiders on the territory of the Xuanwu Academy. Mao immediately straightened up, replying that she had arrived with her companion from Wu Academy. The long-haired man said that the exam date had not yet arrived and that the outsiders should return from where they came. Mao took out a special token from the folds of her dress, saying that she had been promoted to a teacher at Xuanwu Academy and that she had come on official duty. The man smiled condescendingly when he saw the token and allowed the stranger to pass, but immediately his gaze fell on Chen Dao, who was standing silently to the side. The guard, looking at the elder's serious companion, asked who he was. The time traveler grinned, boldly answering that he had simply come to look around. The man chuckled, saying that an ordinary student from a lower academy had no right to just come here. A fearless young gentleman stepped forward, declaring that it was time to stop talking nonsense. If the guards want to fight, let them say so directly. The man with short red hair, who had remained silent until now, angrily exclaimed that the impudent man had no right to speak to Brother Juchi like that. He laughed, saying that the boy turned out to be quite a daredevil. The second guard waved his hand, saying that if the stranger wished to enter the Xuanwu Academy, he would have to pay 10,000 spirit stones for entry. Dao smiled and spread his hands, replying that he didn't have that much. Brother Ju Qi offered to try to fight him for the right to enter, and at that very moment a faithful blade appeared behind the time traveler's back. The air around the student stirred strangely, and he agreed to the proposal with a smile. This left Qi perplexed. No one had ever challenged him so brazenly. Dao lunged at the men without warning, the blade of his sword grazing the first guard, knocking him off his flying weapon. Qi began to fall down like a stone, and his comrade rushed after him, screaming, trying to catch him. Dao returned to the elder, who gave him a displeased look, demanding that he not start a fight in the Xuanwu Academy. The time traveler looked at the master with childish guilt, admitting that he had not restrained himself. However, the elder did not scold him, gently saying that the student could continue another time. The boy looked at the teacher with bewilderment, muttering something meekly. The guards left the new arrivals alone, and they went to explore the academy. Dao admiringly told Mao that compared to Wu, Xuanwu was a real paradise for cultivators. Looking at the students floating in the air, the time traveler could not even imagine how much the educational institution stood out in other aspects. The elder said that the Wu Academy is the base for cultivation. Every time after the exam, the academy sends many geniuses to the Xuanwu Academy of the Tian Shui dynasty. The woman asked if the student knew how many academies there were in the dynasty, but Dao just shrugged. The guy only knew about the location of the Wu Academy because the educational institution was located in the same province as the Chen family residence. It turned out that the Tian Shui dynasty was very large, with the Xuanwu Academy and the Huangwu Academies distributed throughout all the provinces. There were 108 of them in total. The time traveler was surprised by such a large number. Having arrived in this world, he could not even imagine such a thing. As the elder explained, this is why every time students from Wu Academy transfer, there is fierce competition. The strongest academies promote 3 to 5 people, while the stronger ones promote 1 or 2. The woman grinned and added that sometimes there is no one to send. As Mao and Dao strolled through the sun-drenched streets of the academy, they were unaware that they were being watched by the crown prince, who had come to complain about the newcomer from the academy's security guards. The beaten brother Ju Qi, having suffered the incredible humiliation of defeat, was now angrily pointing his finger at Dao, who dared to attack him even though he was only a disciple of the Wu Academy. However, seeing 2 figures on his territory, the prince was glad of the student's appearance. He bared his teeth when he realized that Chen Dao had unknowingly made the prince's job easier. The youth ordered his minions to give the Wu Academy disciple a proper welcome. The guards folded their hands in a respectful gesture and, grinning slyly, exclaimed that they would carry out the order. Dao, meanwhile, asked his master if there were any academies higher than the Zhuanwu Academy. The woman replied that Dai Yu was one. But right now it was empty. No one had entered it for almost 100 years. This surprised the student, because the academy continues to exist to this day, and there have been no new students in it for 100 years, and Dao also asked where they were heading now. Elder Mao warned the newcomer that the blood of the Flame Phoenix could only be obtained in the Wankang Pavilion, and to do so, one had to pass a test and overcome one's fear. But the time traveler only clenched his fist. He had long been determined to win and was eagerly awaiting this moment. After some time, the guests of the academy arrived at a tall building, the Wankang Pavilion, the treasure of Xuanwu. It was a popular place among the students and a local landmark. Dao remarked with delight that he liked the academy, where he could get everything with just one wish. Mao warned that the price for the valuable treasure was high. Something of equal value might be required in exchange, to pass through an obstacle or to gain the pavilion's recognition. Dao, without wasting any time, turned sharply on his heels, declaring that he was ready to enter the room. But at that moment, a stately elderly man surrounded by those same guards appeared in front of the time traveler. He loudly ordered him to stop. The old man exclaimed that he, a teacher at Xuanwu Academy, would not allow a student from another educational institution to enter the pavilion. Otherwise, the stranger would face arrest. Elder Mao immediately spoke up, calling on those present to calm down. As it turned out, the teacher recognized the woman and was aware of her promotion, but the elder had no right to stop him. Mao crossed her arms over her chest, irritated, stating that the old man was talking complete nonsense. This infuriated the teacher. He angrily ordered the guest to watch her behavior, who had just entered the academy and immediately behaved arrogantly. It would be better for the woman to be more careful. Straightening up, Mao calmly turned to Master Huang, asking him to stop the flow of meaningless words. Her disciple Chen Dao wants to enter the pavilion, so why resist? Fixing a menacing gaze on the woman, Huan answered seriously that under no circumstances would he let the guy into the pavilion. Then the elder shook her head, emphatically repeating that she would have to do it. The old man was determined. He declared that the guests were asking for trouble, and he would immediately take them to the law enforcement hall. Mao shook her head and cursed at the old man who didn't want to obey. She ordered Dao to go to the pavilion. No one dared to stop him. The time traveler, laughing, ran towards the building. He was threatened with reprisals from the local guards, who immediately rushed to stop him. The guy's fists flew out to the sides, meeting with strangers' faces. Both of them, struck by the blows, flew to the sides, and Dao, accelerating, continued on his way. The beaten guards cursed foully and called for help from Mentor Huan. He tried to block Dao's path and reached out to grab him, promising to catch and skin the troublemaking disciple. But Elder Dao ran up to the old man at that very moment, roughly pushing his palm away. Not expecting such impudence, Huang slowed down, and this allowed Mao to hit the man in the face. Finding himself lying on the ground, the man grabbed his cheek, not believing what was happening. He decided that the teacher had gone crazy. The academy was not a place for the madness of uninvited guests. When Huan came to, he found himself engulfed in the fire of his own mana, which caused his anger. The old man would not stand on ceremony with a teacher who had just transferred from some seedy academy. Straightening his palm, he created streams of energy and flew up to the elder with a loud cry. The woman narrowed her eyes, cultivating her snow-white energy, realizing that the old bastard had finally decided to attack her. She immediately thrust her palm forward, and streams of gentle purple light mana struck Huan straight in the chest. The old man stepped back and flew into the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. He, leaning on his knees, rose with some difficulty and was amazed at the amount of strength in a woman who, at first glance, was fragile. Mao smirked, telling Huan to question his own weakness. The old man clutched his chest and hissed through his teeth that the student and teacher were worth each other. The mentor quickly looked around the yard, exclaiming that the people from the law enforcement hall were walking around God knows where. The crown prince watched the battle. He looked with disdain at Huan, who could not cope with the young mentor, only wasted his old life. But still, the guests will be taken into custody. At that moment, 3 majestic figures of law enforcement officers appeared between Huan and Mao. The gray-haired man standing in the center was called Si Qingshan. He was the head of the law enforcement hall. Huan pointed his finger at the guests, shouting to Chief Si that this couple had attacked the academy students and that action must be taken immediately. The head of the law enforcement office asked the mentor to tell him what had happened. After the conversation, Chief Si turned to Mao, stating that she had violated the academy's rules, and in accordance with Article 127, should be taken to the law enforcement hall for trial along with Chen Dao. Huan ran up to the woman, hissing angrily that the madwoman could be angry as much as she wanted, even if she didn't count on her tears once she was in custody. In response to this, the elder remained silent and suddenly hit the old man in the face. Not expecting such a maneuver, he could barely stay on his feet, leaning back. The old man's cheek was burning. He opened and closed his mouth in amazement, looking at the offender. Mao raised her hand and looked at Huan, warning him that she would show true madness if the man dared to call her crazy again. The time traveler gave a thumbs up, declaring that his mentor was incredibly cool. Huan grabbed his head, lamenting that Chief C should have seen this outrageous behavior. He shouted that the woman had no regard for the law courts and that she must be seized immediately. But suddenly, Chief C turned to Mao's mentor, declaring that he was to blame for what was happening. The man immediately ordered the arrest of the offender. Not hearing his words, Huan burst out laughing, exclaiming that the woman would pay dearly for her impulsiveness. The elder turned to the man and informed him that he was in for a disappointment. She pulled out a golden token with a dragon depicted on it from the folds of her clothes and showed it to those present. The three of them from the law enforcement room stared at the object in amazement. The youngest man in the company quietly concluded that this was the Order of the Purple Dragon. Mao said that when the order is presented, even if a person violates the rules of the academy, only the head has the right to bring charges. Huang stated that this was definitely a fake. Only outstanding mid-level academy teachers could receive such an order. In the entire history of the Wu Academy, only a few people had received it. In that case, Headmaster Z simply had to check everything thoroughly and make sure that the order was genuine. The man calmly looked at the angry old man, saying that there was no mistake. The Purple Dragon order was simply impossible to counterfeit. Turning towards the gate, Chief C declared that he had no right to detain Elder Mao. Huan ran up to the members of the law enforcement hall, demanding that they not leave and check everything again. The Crown Prince let out a disgusted sigh towards the old man. This useless trash had been slapped in the face and still couldn't do anything. After hesitating for a few moments, the young man called upon the 13th elder. He immediately responded to the call, appearing out of nowhere behind the Crown Prince. The Lord, without turning around, asked the man if there was a way to destroy the order. The elder replied that the chief was very angry. It could affect the prince as well. The situation was not yet so serious as to interfere over such a trifle. He bowed, asking the young man's permission to handle the matter himself. A shadow crossed the ruler's face and he nodded, allowing the elder to participate. Mao called Chen Dao over to her. She saw that Huang dared to stop him. As soon as the time traveler took a step, the 13th elder and his student came down to him. Only mentor Huan greeted his appearance with joy. He folded his hands in a respectful gesture, greeting the man. The old man turned sharply to Mao, who stood silently, shaming her for her inappropriate greeting of the elder. The woman crossed her arms over her chest, asking irritably if the newcomer was going to stop her as well. Stroking his gray beard, he, knowing that Mao is the owner of the Purple Dragon Order, does not dare to interfere with her. He just wants to know why the guest disciple would enter the storage room. The woman sighed heavily and told about the blood of the Fire Phoenix. From the very beginning of their arrival at Xuanwu Academy, Chen Dao only needed to obtain this. The 13th elder asked why the boy needed this valuable thing that few people wanted to get. Instead of Dao, Mao answered the man, rudely saying that it was none of his business. He nodded his head, surprisingly quickly agreeing with the reluctance to explain. The elder pointed to the disciple standing next to him, who also wanted to obtain the treasure today. Mao angrily exclaimed that her interlocutor had done this on purpose. The man replied that she was mistaken. The fiery blood of the phoenix was only in the secret room. Let everyone show what they were capable of. The student, grinning angrily, clenched his fists and announced that he would destroy anyone who dared to stand in his way. A crowd had already begun to gather around those present, talking loudly among themselves, and some were perplexed when they saw the newcomer who was going to compete against Ma Fei's brother, the elder's heir. Teacher Mao turned to her student, asking his thoughts on the matter. The time traveler firmly replied that he was confident of his victory. Fei laughed madly, shouting that such an insignificant ant dared to say such things here. Dao pointed his finger at the guy, saying that as soon as they went inside, he would be in trouble. Veins appeared on Fei's forehead from anger. He decided that the guest had gone crazy and was therefore talking nonsense. Mao suddenly burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her hand. It wasn't for nothing that Dao was her disciple. A broad-shouldered man watched the teachers squabble from a tall building. He turned to the director, saying that a girl had arrived whom he greatly valued. Chief Elder Guanxiong smiled and told the director that she was in conflict with the 13th elder over the Million Treasure Hall. The director of the academy, Xiang Changsheng, sitting in the lotus position nearby with his back to Hyung, calmly replied that so be it. The chief elder chuckled. That girl brought a disciple with her, and Changsheng doesn't even look at this sight. The 13th elder ordered his disciple not to waste his time on these people. He said in an authoritative tone that once the boys were inside, Fei had to teach the new guy some respect. Looking closely at their opponents, Mao and Dao remained silent. Finally, when the conversations were over, the time traveler and Fei entered the storage facility, where they were met by a magical talking candlestick. Being the guardian of the treasure, he asked with an otherworldly voice what the students were looking for. Both of them answered in unison that they came here to obtain the phoenix's fiery blood. The candlestick said that the phoenix's blood was on the 4th level of the Hall of a Million Treasures. Only after passing 4 levels, the guys would be able to get what they wanted. Fei asked in surprise, "Was there a mistake here? Was the phoenix's fire blood really so valuable that it was at the 4th level?" The student frowned. He knew for sure that in the Hall of a Million Treasures, each level was a new test. Few people could pass even 4. Most likely he won't be able to do it, and it would be funny for the new guy to compare himself to him in such a situation. Fei asked the Candlestick Elder what would happen if both students passed the 4 trials. How would they divide the phoenix blood? The answer came immediately. The outcome would be decided by a duel. The boy then shouted that he and Dao could fight beforehand to decide who should undergo the tests. The time traveler shrugged his shoulders, replying that he agreed to this. Fei bared his teeth, demanding that the guest attack first, and learned some politeness from his elders. Standing in front of his opponent, he pulled out his blade, saying that he just wanted to teach him a lesson. The disciple, without warning, rushed towards Dao with his sword at the ready, calling him stubborn. Without hesitation, the time traveler materialized his sword, and both blades clashed with a clang. Fei leaned forward, pushing the other's weapon, and Dao was unable to stay on his feet, almost falling. The Xuanwu Academy disciple smiled and praised the boy's initial stage of cultivation, but he himself had long since reached the late stage of surrounded reality. The newcomer was doomed. The young master laughed heartily, landing deftly on the wooden floor. He looked into the eyes of his opponent and said that he had managed to make him laugh. Fei grinned, asking what was so funny. Dao replied that he clearly had delusions of grandeur due to reaching the late stage of frozen reality. He could even give the enemy a title. When Fei asked what kind, the time traveler dismissively called him a loser. Ma Fei roared. Dao had angered him. It was time to show who the real loser was. Carefully observing the senior student's subsequent actions, the newcomer took advantage of the first sword's attack. The enraged Fei had already flown towards his opponent, striking the enemy's blade with his weapon. Imagine the student's surprise when his own blade turned out to be shattered right down the middle. Another blow from Dao sent the enemy flying far back to land flat on his face on the stone floor. Blood flowed in a thin stream from Fei's broken lip, who looked ahead in shock, contemplating Dao's legs. The time traveler slowly approached the immobilized senior student. He spat contemptuously in his direction, declaring that he was a real piece of trash. Fei, having gathered his strength, quickly jumped to his feet and began to shake himself off awkwardly. He declared that he could still fight, but apparently this was not destined to happen. The guy suddenly started coughing up blood. He shamefully fell to his knees, resting his hands on the floor. How could a sword be so strong? Meanwhile, Dao turned to the Elder Candlestick, saying that he had won, and the passage could be opened. Instead of any answer, the doors of the massive door slowly opened. The Elder winked and nodded towards the corridor directly below his head, urging the student to climb the stairs. Dao smiled lightly and nodded, heading towards the doors. As he began to climb the stairs, the newcomer heard the Elder's fading voice asking the name of his sword. The young master shrugged his shoulders easily. He himself did not know, since he was trained in the nameless art of fencing. When asked how many swords there were in this art, Dao replied that there were only 3. But even with one sword, it was not easy for him. The time traveler stopped with interest when the candlestick asked if the guy knew the name of that book on fencing. The young master asked the Elder to enlighten him. He didn't know this either. As it turned out, the art of fencing is called 9 swords. The number of swords corresponded to the name of the art. Dao's eyes widened as he realized that since the first sword already possessed unimaginable power, how powerful was the 9th weapon? The Elder asked the boy not to think about how strong the 9th sword was. As far as he knew, the first sword was currently only practiced by Dao and the Crown Prince. No one in the world was able to practice the second sword. The time traveler immediately asked the candlestick if the 9th sword was in the Wan Kang Pavilion. The Elder replied that it was not there. Then Dao asked where exactly. Although the 9th sword is difficult to temper, It requires a high-level technique, and such techniques can only be found in the D Combat Academy. Dao had already heard from the master that this academy was more advanced than Xuan. He became curious about the power of the latter martial institution. The elder asked the guy not to even think about entering there. He needed to calm down. Now his main goal was to get the blood of the Flame Phoenix. But he still needed to remember that he needed to go through 4 stages to do this. Only Xuan Martial Academy disciples who have been practicing for over 20 years have a chance to pass. Dao must be careful not to die inside the treasury. The young master stopped in front of the tall green gate. He thanked the elder for the instruction and was completely confident in himself. The guy carefully pushed the gate, wondering what awaited him behind it. Conditions for passing the first stage: break 10 puppets in armor in half an hour. If the time is exceeded, then the person will fail. Dao summoned his sword, looking at the armored figures blocking his path, and smiled mischievously. He let out a loud cry and jumped into the air for a better attack. The blade of the powerful sword passed through the puppets like butter, breaking them into pieces. Dao decided that it would be easy to pass this test by continuing to attack the figures. It seemed that they didn't even have time to get closer before they were already cut into pieces. Dao was able to neutralize even a couple of puppets with one blow. Even half an hour was too much time for the time traveler. He landed on the ground when the entire floor was littered with crumbling armor. A monotone voice said that the time spent on the first stage was 50 seconds. Rating: Class A. The lights of a ceremonial fireworks display blossomed in the air above the treasury building, which greatly surprised those present outside. One of the students exclaimed that this was the fireworks of the talent of the Wankang Pavilion. Someone remembered that after passing the Wankang Pavilion stage, if you get the best score, you can get an A-grade rating and launch these fireworks. The appearance of such a fire only meant receiving an A-class rating. The elders wondered who could be so talented. Huan chuckled. He was sure that this was, of course, the work of the 13th elder's disciple, Ma Fei. He smiled ingratiatingly at the elder, congratulating the man for being able to acquire such an outstanding disciple. He stroked his gray beard, contentedly concluding that he was happy with Fei's success. The guy had not let him down. But at this time, the subject of their conversation still remained at the very entrance to the pavilion. Beaten, he could barely walk, holding his chest. This is how the mentors met him at the exit. Huan asked in shock why he left. The 13th elder was dissatisfied with this disgrace. Fei had just received an A-class rating. Why did he decide not to go through the rest of the stages? But the student looked askance at the teacher, as if he was hearing about what had happened for the first time. Huang chuckled. He decided that Dao couldn't even pass the first stage. So even if Fei got an A-class rating, there was no need to compare them. The victory went to the student from their academy. The 13th elder sternly said that even if the guy won, it was no reason to be proud. Fei smiled awkwardly, muttering that he realized it. Huan looked back, asking where that boy was and why he didn't come out since he lost. Fei chewed his lip, realizing that he would have to confess everything. He blurted out that Dao had gone to undergo a test, causing the mentor to look confused. The 13th elder raised his eyebrows, angrily asking what this meant and why Fei came out. Now the student had to admit, awkwardly scratching his cheek, that the new guy had simply beaten him up. Veins appeared on the elder's forehead. He shouted right in the guy's face that the idiot beat up Fei before he even passed the test, and he was the one who received an A-class rating. Gritting his teeth, the boy lowered his head, nodding. All the men turned around at once, hearing Mao's teacher's girlish laughter. The woman laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. Had these three really gathered here to make her laugh? The students were chatting among themselves with dissatisfaction. They had already managed to boast that their brother Fei had received an A-class rating, and that person turned out to be a guy from the Wu Combat Academy. The elder pointed his finger at the student, calling him a loser who had not confessed earlier and had disgraced him. Huang pointed out that getting an A grade in the first stage meant nothing. There were still people in the Xuan Combat Academy who were capable of such things. That boy could only be considered capable after the 4th stage. The fireworks were seen not only by those present in the square. The chief elder looked at the bright lights in surprise. He turned to the head, exclaiming that the grade of Class A was received by that girl's student. Changsheng, sitting more comfortably, asked since when Hyang had become interested in such things. The man pointed out that such an assessment was indeed not that important, but the director should not forget that Mao's personal disciple was not even enrolled in the Xuan Martial Academy. The director insisted on continuing to observe the elder further, because the first stage of Class A's assessment did not explain anything yet. Meanwhile, the time traveler continued his journey to reach the main goal. Entering the next room, he was surprised by its emptiness. Why was there nothing at this stage? A voice informed him that 100 porcelain dolls would fall from the sky, and for each one broken, 1 point would be deducted. To receive a grade of Class A, 95 points or more were needed. Dao's eyes widened, not understanding what the falling porcelain dolls meant. At that moment, a loud ringing sound was heard behind him. The young gentleman turned around abruptly, only seeing pieces of porcelain smashed on the stone floor. He cursed, realizing that due to his own carelessness, he had already lost 1 point. They could have warned him about the start. Small figurines of smiling gods began to rain down from the ceiling, and Dao slid his entire body across the floor, trying to catch each one. Smiling playfully, he cradled the fragile porcelain in his hands, happy that he had caught the items. But then 2 more gods landed on the floor with a clang, mercilessly breaking into small pieces. The time traveler almost cried out loud. He couldn't save them. It seems that this stage is about speed and reaction, but during the first stage he didn't even have to adapt. How difficult. Finally, gathering his courage, he left the surviving gods aside and rushed to catch the next ones. After a while, a whole army of smiling little kids gathered in front of him. Dao thought sadly that he had lost 6 dolls and would not be able to get the required grade. Rubbing his chin, the time traveler ordered the system to rewind time for 1 porcelain figurine by 15 minutes. The broken pieces slowly came back together, a voice announced that the test was complete and began a countdown from 6 broken dolls. Dao stood proudly in the middle of the hall, declaring that it was time to receive an A-class rating. The 13th elder, Huang and Mao, stood at the entrance of the pavilion, tensely counting down the minutes. Stroking his beard, the elder noted that the results of the second stage should appear soon. Huang dreamed that Dao would be expelled, because the second stage is difficult and students are caught off guard. Everyone except that genius Chen Yan, in the past 50 years, no one has received an A grade on the first try. The old man grinned and said that the probability of being expelled during the first playthrough was 99%. This impudent Dao would definitely be expelled. The 13th elder approached Master Mao, saying that he was willing to give her a chance, because a woman's disciple could not even hope to pass again after failing. Before the man could finish speaking, 2 bright flashes of fireworks were heard in the air. Huan leaned forward. He had never seen so many lights appear above the pavilion. The 13th elder exclaimed in horror that the boy had managed to obtain an A-class rating in the second stage, something that was impossible for a disciple of the Wu Martial Academy. But Mao, without a shadow of surprise, looked with a grin at the old man, who continued to insist that such a feat was unrealistic. An enthusiastic Hyang turned to the chief, declaring that the matter had taken an unexpected turn. The boy Chen Dao received an A-class rating during his first run through the second stage, but the director waved his hand. This did not arouse much interest in him. The chief of the elders exclaimed that the chief admired too few people. Looking down, Changshen concluded that there were too few talented people like Mao and Chen Yan in the world. The time traveler continued to follow the long corridor of the storage facility. The next stage seemed to involve breaking the formation. But the problem was that he was a real loser when it came to formation. The voice proclaimed that the path of the universe is arranged in accordance with the 8 trigrams of yin and yang. Only by breaking the laws contained in it can one move forward. There are 5 rights to make a mistake, but after the 5th one there will be an exception. You cannot make a mistake to get an A grade. Dao concluded disparagingly that he was finished, not to mention hacking with his knowledge. He did not understand this 8 trigram formation at all. The guy carefully placed his foot on a random patch of stone floor. The plate under his boot crumbled into small pieces. If it broke, it means the student stepped in the wrong place. Dao immediately ordered the system to rewind time for the plate by 15 minutes. He scratched his chin, not understanding the reason for his wrong step. Fei looked at his mentor and urged him not to worry because there was no way the newbie would pass the 3rd stage. The man asked without much interest why not. Pointing his finger at himself, the guy exclaimed that even he couldn't do that. Fei has completed the 3rd stage at least 10 times, but has never returned with a victory. The 13th elder turned away, ordering the disciple to get out. But the guy was supported by Huang, who said that Fei's words made sense. Even though he lost to Dao, the 3rd stage test does not depend on brute force, so it cannot be passed that way. This stage requires the participant to have a certain understanding of the 8 trigram formations and formation breaking. The Wu Academy doesn't even teach such disciplines, only the Xuan Martial Academy. That was why the old man was absolutely sure that Dao would not be able to pass the 3rd stage. The time traveler tried his luck again and stepped on another section, but the stone immediately crumbled under his foot. He went cold and realized that he had stepped in the wrong place again. The guy quickly ordered the system to rewind the time for the plate by 15 minutes. The young master will have to move forward slowly, continuously making wrong steps, restoring the plates with the system. This will take a lot of time. And so it happened. Dao walked forward, and at the same time constantly called upon the system. Finally, he concluded with satisfaction that everything was over after a dozen attempts to rewind time from the system. The voice assigned the student a grade of Class A. On the street, Juan was jubilant. A lot of time had passed. The boy must have stumbled. Faye said that it doesn't take so long for an ordinary person to break through the path of the universe. The Tao is definitely hiding somewhere inside, burning with shame. The 13th elder concluded with displeasure that it was time to disperse, since that was the case. The man cursed harshly under his breath as he prepared to leave, but he almost jumped up on the spot when he heard fireworks exploding behind him. The elder turned around abruptly, not believing his own ears. The Trinity stared at the sky, gritting their teeth. Incredibly, there were 3 fireworks, meaning the rookie received an A-class rating in the 3rd stage. Juan growled, exclaiming that he didn't believe it. Mao asked with a grin if the old man had gone blind. The chief elder was extremely happy that Chen Dao had made such a breakthrough. Even the principal, looking sideways at the sky, said that this student was quite an amazing young man. Crossing his arms, Hyung asked if the chief would admire the boy if he received an A-class rating in the 4th stage as well. Changsheng said that this was impossible, because this stage was incredibly difficult. The time traveler entered the next room, and what he saw made him recoil in surprise. In the center of the room, on a throne, sat a human skeleton dressed in a red cloak. Dao had never seen anything like this before. As he got closer, he realized that the human bones were dark, like coal. The voice said that the test of the 4th stage was defeating the inner demon. The skeleton was once the supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect. The demonic poison had penetrated deep into his bones, blackening them and giving them resistance to demonic attributes. To pass the stage, you need to hold out for 15 minutes before it. Dao could not even imagine whether this stage would be a blessing for him or a real curse. The time traveler decided that he couldn't give up so easily. He exclaimed that he must go to the end. Suddenly, blue lights began to glow in the empty eye sockets of the skull. The young gentleman, his eyes wide open, was amazed at what he saw. An unknown force knocked him off his knees and the skeleton rattled its bones, inviting the guy to a sect where he could act as he wished, without fear. The time traveler could barely stand on his feet, trying not to fall to the floor. Suddenly, the picture before his eyes began to blur. Dao realized that the skeleton was influencing his consciousness. The disciple used cultivation, commanding himself to wake up. The skeleton spoke again, saying that people who follow the orthodox teaching are all hypocrites, setting each other up. Dao needs to think about the injustice he suffered for many years, about the people who hinder him. By joining the sect, the time traveler will be able to kill as much as he wants. The young gentleman shouted that the skeleton could not seduce him. He would not succeed. The skeleton leaned forward, surprised that the man was still able to maintain a clear mind. The skull of the former elder of the heavenly demon sect opened its mouth wide, white light oozing out from it, and it grunted that it was not so easy to fill the boy's ears with a demonic song. The skeleton sat back on the throne, resting his elbows on his knees, and the sounds of the murderous song rushed forward, knocking Dao off his feet in waves. He screamed in pain from his ears, landing on one knee. The ultrasound was so powerful that it affected the entire human body. On the street, Juan asked the 13th elder not to fuss. The disciple would definitely not be able to cope with the 4th stage. The man shrugged his shoulders, replying sharply that he wasn't worried about it. Ordinary people will never pass the 4th stage with demonic bones. Not even all the great geniuses of the academy are capable of this. First, you need to sharpen your psyche, and only then go into battle. Faye said with a grin that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. You just have to wait for this new guy to fail. Elder Mao shook her head. These 3 were deliberately trying to put the evil eye on her disciple. But the more nonsense they said, the higher the probability of Chen Dao passing the stage. Huang snorted dismissively, asking the Wu Academy disciple's mentor not to entertain false hopes. During their conversation, the time traveler continued to try to resist morally and physically against the attack of the vile elder of the heavenly demon sect. He stood up again to his full height, opened his mouth wide, and increased the sound waves, while continuing to intimidate the man, saying that he would not be able to resist and should surrender. With his legs half bent, Dao stubbornly approached the enemy, angrily cursing at him. The waves grew stronger and seemed to multiply, gripping the guy's body in an invisible vice. He, sweating, exhaled with difficulty. The skull with lights in its empty eye sockets laughed vilely. screaming that resistance was useless. He threw back his head and laughed again. Everyone who comes to the treasury will be humiliated by the elder. All the disciples of the orthodox path will be killed. While the skeleton was chatting, Dao took advantage of the weakening of the attack, and, having managed to get closer, hit him with all his might, ordering him to shut up. The skull, like an empty can, groaned and hit the wall of the throne. When the time traveler attacked for the second time, too many words were shaking the air in vain. The third blow knocked the other's head off its shoulders and it fell down, Dao furiously asking if the elder enjoyed mocking him. The skull fell to the stone floor, bouncing playfully a few times before coming to rest. The dead sect leader seemed to only now realize that he had been hit by some boy. The time traveler was surprised to hear a voice that warned him against breaking demonic bones. Otherwise, the test would be failed. Dao jerked into the lotus position and spat out dismissively that this was incredibly annoying to him. The skull immediately returned to its place with lightning speed, thundering that the guy, the first one who dared to attack him, would now go to the next world from the strongest demonic song. Throwing off his cloak, the elder soared into the air. A bright blue portal appeared behind him, from which mischievous spirits poured out. They, howling mournfully, began to attack the man, trying to scare him and drive him out of the treasury. Dao straightened up, enveloped in spirits and demonic energy flows, clenched his fists, screaming shrilly. Closing his eyes tightly, he concentrated on his own strength, commanding himself to break through. The next second, the consciousness of the traveler was transferred to another space. Without even realizing it, Dao began to breathe easier. Looking around in confusion, he realized that he had entered his sea of knowledge, seeing a vast ocean and an upside-down island. He stood on a floating island, safely protected from the demonic melody by a protective sphere. After walking a little more, a green forest spread out before the visitor's eyes. This is unexpected happiness? To temper your soul with the help of a demonic melody? The young master sat in the lotus position directly on the ground, deciding to take advantage of the opportunity to cultivate his soul. In the treasury, the skeleton saw how the man became silent and sank to the floor, not moving. The elder looked at the guy in surprise, assuming that his soul had been destroyed and he had died. Dao was delighted, enjoying the whitish clouds of power. Thanks to the help of the floating island, his soul was able to withstand the sound attacks. The time traveler raised his palm in front of him and squeezed it, feeling a surge of strength and the growth of his own soul. Finally, he realized that the time had almost come to return to the real world. Thanks to the increased cultivation, a bright portal appeared under Dao's feet. The skeleton was sure that after an hour the boy was clearly dead. He fell through, wanting to resist the demonic melody. The time traveler, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, quietly asking that he had not overestimated his strength. The elder recoiled in shock as he heard a voice that sounded like it had risen from the dead. The young gentleman rose to his feet and smiled broadly. The sonic attack had not harmed him at all. The skeleton howled in anger. He did not understand how this was possible, why everything was okay with the man. In front of the Wankang Pavilion, the people present were languishing in anticipation. Fei asked with excitement in his voice why the disciple had not yet come out, since more than an hour had already passed since the beginning of the fourth stage. Huan noted that to get an A-grade rating, one had to last more than an hour. Fei hysterically asked his mentor if this meant that Dao would have the opportunity to receive a high evaluation. The 13th elder stroked his beard, objecting, "Most likely the guy was seriously injured by the demonic melody, which is why he is still in the treasury." Huan ingratiatingly praised the man's words because, after so much time, the student simply could not remain alive. The old man turned to Elder Mao, saying with a sneer that her disciple had died from the shock of the demonic melody. The woman, crossing her arms over her chest, angrily replied that she would not even start arguing with men. Dao childishly gave the skeleton the middle finger, calling him useless trash. The elder, sitting down on the throne, growled from such disrespect and mockery. He slammed the armrests, shouting that some insolent person would not dare to humiliate him. The time traveler immediately lost all courage, realizing the consequences of his actions. The sect leader has spent his entire life studying demonic arts, and yet a boy is rude to him and calls him trash. The majestic generation of heavenly demon has never tolerated such ridicule. Once again, the skeleton soared into the air, propelled by incredible rage, and declared that he would lay down his demonic bones for the sake of the most powerful demonic song. An unprecedented bright funnel of powerful energy formed in front of the time traveler. The guy bit his lip and put his hands forward, trying to defend himself from the attack. His soul became stronger and the young master's body was illuminated with a bright light. He called the skeleton to launch his demonic melody at full power. The lights in the eye sockets flared as the skeleton realized that the man was still conscious and able to speak. He cursed, generating a new sound wave, magnifying it with purple fire. An amplified, piercing, demonic melody flew at the hitman like an arrow, forming several rows of intangible rings of different colors. Dao bent one leg at the knee, leaning his right shoulder forward, creating a shield from the energy of his renewed soul. The skull opened its mouth wide, from which poured a funnel of purple light, reinforcing the most powerful demonic song. The elder's head transformed into a huge, terrifying ghostly form. Several paws with powerful claws flew towards the man. Dao, breathing heavily, increased the power of his shield, forming a circle similar to a blinding sun. The ghost gradually disappeared. The black bones of the elder began to dissipate into the air. The time traveler crossed his arms over his chest, standing over a pile of decayed bones. He somehow managed to contain this powerful roar. The demon's skeleton turned out to be quite tough. He blew himself to pieces with his own voice. At that moment, in the courtyard where the students and elders with the teachers had gathered, the air was filled with the poisonous sounds of a demonic song, causing people to fall to the ground in unbearable agony. Fei, kneeling, covered his right ear with one hand and reached out to his mentor, asking for help. Elder Mao gritted his teeth and immediately recognized the murderous demonic melody of the fourth stage. But how could it have gotten here? The director of the academy opened his eyes in surprise, hearing her echoes. The chief elder, who was watching the events, asked the chief in confusion if he had felt the waves of melody that had reached the pavilion. The leader rose to his feet, calmly saying that it was nothing to worry about. The boy was fine. A smile lit up his wrinkled face. Judging by the way he passed the tests, Chen Dao had managed to surprise the man. Meanwhile, the students tried not to lose consciousness and minds from the terrible sounds, exhausted by pain. The 13th elder, whose spiritual defense was an order of magnitude higher, looked at the vaults of the pavilion in amazement. He had worked at the Xuanwu Combat Academy for more than 100 years, but had never encountered anything like this. Huang shouted as the demon skeleton flashed, emitting a demonic melody and reaching Wankong. The man announced that this omen indicated that Chen Dao had lost his own soul. Fei laughed evilly. Even if the disciple didn't die, his soul should have been frozen to the bone. The 13th elder bared his teeth, certain that the Wu Academy student had no chance of surviving under the influence of these sounds. Immediately after his words, a safe and sound young gentleman appeared in the courtyard, greeting everyone with a smile. He didn't look tired at all, and more importantly, he was glowing with energy. The shock of Chapter 13 could be felt as electric lightning in the air. Huang and Fei were also shocked to the core, and could only curse the imperturbable guy with dry lips. The elder, with fading hope in his voice, quietly asked Dao if he had managed to pass the fourth stage. Huan ran up, shouting that the student had failed this stage. There was no other explanation. The time traveler raised an eyebrow when behind him, the lights of 4 fireworks opened in the air like bright flowers. The old men were dripping with sweat, their eyes wide open at the glow of the victorious flashes. The crown prince frowned as he watched the scene unfold. The disciple had passed all 4 stages. Fei bared his teeth. He would never have believed that an ordinary newbie managed to get an A-class rating in the final round. The 13th elder rushed at Dao with shouts, demanding to know how he managed to cheat. The time traveler grinned, replying that he wasn't going to talk, since it was completely uninteresting. Huan let out a mad laugh, exclaiming that the young master was definitely cheating. Playful lights danced in the boy's eyes. He asked to be called the second uncle, so that the men could hear the story. Huan, stunned by such impudence, called Dao an arrogant boy and demanded that he be seized and interrogated. After all, a student with his low status and position would certainly not have been able to pass the 4th stage. The elder, having curbed his anger, announced that he would kill Dao, thereby restoring the honor of the Wankong Pavilion, since he had used dirty tricks. The time traveler didn't answer, but looked at the man with contempt. A stern male voice cut off any further arguments, ordering everyone to remain silent. The person who came down to meet those present was none other than the supreme elder of the Wankang Pavilion. The people in the square immediately bowed, clasping their hands in a respectful gesture, greeting Elder Changsheng. The first thing the man did was turn to Chen Dao, congratulating him on passing the tests. He threw the boy a bottle of Flame Phoenix blood, and the time traveler immediately caught it. The young master was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He finally got his hands on the trophy. Dao bowed to the elder, sincerely thanking him for the honor. Huan cursed, realizing that he would have to explain to the crown prince the reason for his defeat. A little later, the elder and mentor appeared before the young man with a bow. They had to admit that the mission had failed. The prince was not angry, but the expression on his face did not bode well. After all, the ruler had underestimated Chen Dao. The 13th elder asked cautiously what the next steps were. The crown prince, knowing that Dao and his mentor were about to return to Wu Academy, ordered his minions to intercept and kill the pair. The elder threw up his hands. What to do if the head suddenly decides to bring charges? The young man clenched his fist and bared his teeth, saying that he would take this problem upon himself. The men bowed again, declaring that they would carry out the crown prince's task. Chief Elder Guanxiong reported to the academy director that the crown prince seemed to be targeting Chen Dao. Without looking up, Changsheng gently replied that the youth should clash and fight. It would serve as a good opportunity for their spiritual growth. The elder excitedly exclaimed that the prince's power and strength were too great. He would definitely finish off the Wu Academy disciple. The leader looked closely at his interlocutor, and after a few seconds said that he did not share his fears. The elder crossed his arms over his chest and raised an eyebrow. Did the director's current mood really mean that he had begun to sympathize with the boy? Sometime later, when Dao and his master were about to leave the Xuanwu Academy, their way was blocked. The crown prince's minions began to put his plan into action, and the 13th elder did not allow the guest to take a single step. Elder Mao narrowed her eyes, asking directly what the man was up to. He responded with an offended look that no one would dare to leave the Xuanwu Combat Academy so easily, without even showing honor to their elders. The woman put her hand on her hip in displeasure, realizing that the elder was about to attack them. The two henchmen immediately flew into the air. They had no intention of harming Mao, but Chen Dao, a minor disciple of Wu Academy, no one would remember him if he died. The boy's mentor ran forward, cursing and calling the teachers of the foreign academy impudent. Huang, meanwhile, had chosen Dao as his target and attacked the overconfident boy from the air, intending to hit him with a fiery blast. The time traveler stood without moving to the side, and a trusty blade immediately appeared in his hand. A powerful explosion of fire hit the wall of the building as Dao cut through the air with his sword very close. The 13th apostle could not help but notice this movement and looked in that direction in surprise. Huan leaned on his knees, clearly not expecting to be resisted. He was careless. Generating further attack elements in his hands, he rushed at the student with a second attack. But now, the energy of the time traveler's sword was able to repel not the attack, but the mentor himself. A bead of sweat trickled down the 13th elder's forehead as he saw what Chen Dao was capable of. Huan, who had fallen to the floor, quickly jumped to his feet and cursed. The boy turned out to have high fighting ability. Mao's teacher laughed mockingly, asking if the old man had come to amuse them. Huan shook his head, not believing it, and decided to try to attack again, generating a fiery flash again. A few seconds later, the force of its own explosion sent the male silhouette flying off into the distance with a loud cry. Dao, swinging his sword, described a protective flow of energy around himself, and now, with a smile, said goodbye to the foreign mentor. The 13th elder rubbed his eyes, watching his accomplice fly and hearing his fading cries for help. The man pushed off the ground and rushed towards Huan, shouting that the guests were incredibly lucky. Mao gave him a frowning look and walked towards the portal to Wu Academy, calling her student to follow her. Huang and the 13th elder once again presented themselves to the crown prince with an apology. The beaten and wounded mentor, barely moving his lips, admitted that he had failed. The boy turned out to be incredibly strong. The prince exhaled heavily. Only one person could get on his nerves so much. Huan winced, exclaiming that it was due to his own incompetence. Without saying a word, the young man extended his hand, clenched it into a fist, and with a powerful fiery explosion, knocked the annoying man out. The mentor sat, breathing heavily, leaning against a column. He did not believe that the prince could do this to him. The youth spun around on his heels, grinning as he said, Chen Dao had seriously injured teacher Huang. This was a grave sin. The 13th elder needed to deal with the impudent fellow. Not wanting to receive a similar punishment, the man immediately bowed and nodded. The crown prince added that he had several subordinates in the Wu Martial Academy with good abilities, and they were now intending to join the Xuan Wu Academy. The 13th elder confirmed this, replying that there were 3 people in Wu. Then the leader ordered to notify the disciples to finish off Chen Dao, and if that didn't work, they needed to prevent him from entering the Xuan Wu Academy. The elder swore that he would arrange everything immediately. Having returned to his native academy, the time traveler immediately went to the 5th floor of the library. With the blood of the flame phoenix, the young master would only be able to reach the 3rd level of the Huayu canon, but that was still the most suitable for him. Suddenly footsteps were heard. Someone loudly called out to Dao, calling him by name. Turning around, the time traveler saw a brave trio in front of him, led by a self-confident-looking guy in golden clothes. The disciples, anticipating a showdown, immediately gathered around, and Dao asked the stranger who he was. The guy smiled unkindly and said his name, causing the crowd to whisper quietly. The students recognized this person. Lin Chaoyang was one of the top 5 students in the academy, and it was said that he had a big patron behind him. Dao tilted his head slightly to the side, asking if Chaoyang had any business with him. One of the guest's close associates immediately turned to the student with pressure, shaming him for not knowing such an outstanding person. The time traveler crossed his arms over his chest, indifferently declaring that he had never heard of such a thing. He thought, judging from this Chaoyang's behavior, he was definitely not one of the good people. The guy abruptly interrupted his accomplice, waving his hand at him. This surprised his companion. Chaoyang grinned. He came simply to see a person who had comprehended the Huayu canon and to find out what level of understanding he had reached. Dao briefly replied that he had reached the 3rd level of understanding. Chaoyang burst out laughing and exclaimed with disdain and pride that he himself was already at the 5th level. The time traveler rolled his eyes and turned away, saying that he hadn't asked Chaoyang about it. This angered the proud student. He demanded that his interlocutor not be so arrogant, that he had no right to behave in such a way. Before he could finish his tirade, Dao suddenly asked him what he had eaten that evening. The guy immediately exclaimed that, of course, he had dined on spiritual meat. Then he paused, asking in bewilderment why the student was even asking such a thing and what it had to do with their conversation. The time traveler chuckled, saying that Brother Lin had eaten his fill of spiritual meat. The guy shook his head, agreeing that the more spiritual meat, the better. His henchman coughed, whispering that Dao was not referring to his interlocutor's excellent appetite, but to his idleness due to a full stomach. The enraged Chaoyang pointed his finger at the time traveler, lamenting that he had no right to mock him. The young master shrugged, citing the fact that Brother Lin had come here out of boredom to interfere with his understanding of the Huayu canon. The guy clenched his fist. Did the arrogant bastard really not believe that he could be maimed? Dao smiled and replied that he really didn't believe that. Chaoyang bared his teeth, indicating that he had an irritable nature, and suddenly reached for his interlocutor's throat. His accomplices quickly stopped him, grabbing him under the shoulders and asking him to calm down. Fighting was prohibited in the library. The disciple accused Dao of provoking him, knowing that fighting is prohibited, so let him go out to fight on a special platform. Chen Dao lowered his gaze and shook his head, refusing to go. Chaoyang looked at his opponent, asking if he was scared. The time traveler, looking attentively at the indignant Brother Lin, said that he should not listen to him and go somewhere. Let the great Chaoyang go and fool around somewhere else and not interfere with his studies. Unable to contain his anger, the boy screamed hysterically that Dao dared to contradict him. The young gentleman replied indifferently that even if they called him father, he still would not go. Chaoyang clenched his fist, promising to hinder Dao's comprehension if he did not agree to battle. The time traveler raised an eyebrow. How old is this weirdo? He behaves like a little capricious child. Brother Lin quickly blocked Dao's way, telling him not to even think about comprehending the Huayu canon today. The young gentleman sternly asked him to get out of the way. Chaoyang burst out laughing. He wouldn't even budge from his spot. And what could the student do to him? The next moment, Dao grabbed the guy by the face like a tired kitten. But a second later, without releasing his opponent from his grip, he moved his hand, throwing the impudent fellow away from himself. Before the accomplices could even blink, their leader had flown off somewhere in the other direction of the library. One of them opened his mouth silently, while the other looked at the offender with fury. Chaoyang couldn't believe what had happened, silently holding his reddened cheek. The guy quickly jumped to his feet, indignantly shouting at the offender that he was disregarding the rules of the library, in which fights were prohibited. Chen Dao shrugged, indifferently replying that he knew about it. Brother Li flared up again. This newbie knew the rules, but he still dared to hit an older disciple. The time traveler grinned, brazenly declaring that he was not playing by the established rules. Chaoyang was silent for a moment, and in the next moment, his body was engulfed in the magical fire of his own mana. Dao's words made sense. If that was the case, he wouldn't play by the rules either. A fireball appeared in the guy's palm. He bared his teeth and rushed straight at his opponent, preparing to throw the flaming sphere. But he didn't even manage to do this. Brother Li once again received a slap in the face, but this time not from the young master. The guy fell on his back with a crash, his mouth wide open in surprise and humiliation. From the blue glowing portal in the hall, the head of the Wu Academy herself appeared, her frowning gaze not auguring anything good. The students immediately dropped to one knee, folded their hands in a respectful gesture, and greeted the woman. Looking angrily at Chaoyang, Mao sternly asked him if he knew that according to the library rules, fighting was prohibited. The disciple whined childishly and pointed his finger at Dao, claiming that he had started first. The head was adamant. She didn't care who struck first. From now on, no one was allowed to enter into a fight. Especially since the exams for admission to the Xuanwu Academy would soon begin, the students should begin training diligently. After giving Dao a final nod, the head disappeared into thin air as suddenly as he had appeared. Brother Li continued to rub his bruised cheek, muttering dissatisfiedly that many empty words had been spoken. The time traveler politely noted that Mao's speeches corresponded to the vital spirit of the Huayu canon and extended his hand to the emerging flow of mana. With his hands outstretched, palms facing upward, he began to accept new knowledge into his body and strengthen his cultivation. Seeing the disciple rise up and approach the stream, Chao Yang exclaimed that the words of the Tao were true. He snorted dismissively, saying that the guy's understanding was level 3, a real piece of trash. The time traveler, not paying attention to strangers, closed his eyes and plunged into deep meditation. After some time, Dao opened his eyes and raised his fist in victory. The correspondence was complete. He had reached frozen reality. The system congratulated the owner on reaching a new level. Now the system level has also increased. The time adjustment will not be limited to 50 years. Chao Yang asked the student why he froze. Was this really all he could achieve with the third-level Huayu canon compliance? The time traveler stared in amazement at the system table, which stated that the time adjustment range had been increased to 500 years. Brother Lin, without waiting for an answer, roughly tugged his opponent by the shoulder, but he only waved it away. Chao Yang, outraged by such insolence, asked why Dao was calling him names. But the time traveler was beside himself with delight. He laughed when he realized that he would soon rise thanks to the increase in time. The student looked at him with apprehension, certain that his interlocutor had gone mad when he spoke of some kind of flight. Dao gave Chao Yang a sharp push in the side, demanding that he leave and not interfere with his cultivation. The time traveler sat in the lotus position right in the middle of the library. His next step is to reveal the Huayu canon through the materialization of the correspondence of the life spirit. Brother Lin, forgetting that he had just been pushed, watched the student's unusual behavior with interest. Dao brought the container of flame phoenix blood given to him by the head of the Xuanwu Academy to his lips, exhaled, and then took a deep breath. He closed his eyes tightly and let go of the bottle. It began to levitate above his palm, snakes of liquid energy frolicking in the air. The body of the time traveler was engulfed in a bright light. He loudly ordered something to break. Then the glow spread throughout the entire hall, forcing those around to cover their faces with their hands. Many books and library records flew off the shelves and began to dance around the cultivator. Chao Yang was puzzled to realize that the correspondence of the life spirit had appeared near the disciple again. A bright stream of energy extended straight into the pile of sheets, tearing them in half. The time traveler again ordered them to break. Seeing the destroyed books, Brother Lin couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. He didn't understand what was happening. Was his life spirit broken? A drop of sweat ran down the student's cheek, because he was sure that Chen Dao was real trash. The time traveler opened his eyes and looked at himself. The use of the blood of the flame phoenix turned out to be much more diverse than he had expected. The guy not only destroyed the life spirit, but also moisturized and strengthened his body. Now his physical strength has increased at least twice. An amazing feeling. Chao Yang told Dao that he had never met such a worthless person who had just acquired the life spirit and then immediately smashed it. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, calling the cultivator a loser. Dao immediately jumped up from his seat and rushed like lightning towards his student, who had lost his vigilance due to laughter. Not wanting to tolerate the ridicule, the time traveler hit him in the chest with his elbow with all his might. With a piercing scream, Chao Yang found himself in the air, flying somewhere towards the wall. He shook his head and roared that Chen Dao had completely lost his mind. The henchmen egged on their leader to denounce a student who had just disregarded the rules announced by the leader. The time traveler grinned and said that he had not hit him, but had merely pushed him, clearing his way. The enraged Brother Lin spat dismissively. What a genius he really is, he will find an excuse for everything. Dao, looking at the column, realized that it was time to continue comprehending the Huayu canon. He immediately called upon the system. Invisible to others, he urgently needed to catch up on the missing skills. The time traveler ordered the system to move the time for the Huayu canon by 500 years. Chayan looked questioningly at the student, surprised that he was going to study the canon again. He again humiliated Dao by saying that with his skills he could never achieve more. But what the senior disciple saw the next moment shocked him beyond belief. The aura of the Huayu canon has advanced to the 4th level. Has the understanding of the Dao really reached such a high level? The guy ordered himself not to panic. The scum was just lucky. Because Chao Yang's understanding of the 5th level, Dao cannot be compared with him. The time traveler, whose stately figure seemed to glow with raging energy, raised his hands up. At this moment, his level increased to 5, much to the shock of the other students. The senior disciple's henchman leaned forward, hissing angrily that this was completely impossible. The golden threads above the Dao with red dots of the Huayu cannon rose even higher. With dry lips, Brother Lin whispered that an aura of the entire 6th level had opened up before him. Incredibly, Dao overtook him. There weren't many people in the academy who were capable of this. This was followed by an increase to the 7th level, then to the 8th. The older student reached out with a trembling hand to the newcomer, asking him to wake him up from his nightmare. His henchman leaned over Lin's shoulder, informing him that he was definitely awake. Chaoyang became incredibly angry and pushed his comrade with all his might, cursing, "He didn't ask to talk about this. How did Dao manage to reach the 8th level in such a short time? And this is not the end. He will not decide to break through to the 9th level." Brother Lin shook his head dejectedly. It was impossible. In the entire history of the Wu Academy, only Chen Yan had managed to reach the 9th level. This trash could not compare to her in any way. A few minutes passed, and the hall was filled with the cry of Dao. A breakthrough to the 9th level had occurred. The majestic figure of the student towered over those present, enveloped in streams of bright blue energy. Chayan felt like he was losing consciousness and muttered absurdly that Dao had actually managed to break through to the 9th level. The students, who were watching the young master with all their eyes, cried out nervously. Someone ordered them to bow before the guy and expressed their admiration. The time traveler almost cried from happiness. It was an incredible success. The 9th level. The strongest life spirit was finally completed. And now the time has come to engage in rapprochement. Dao decided not to postpone this either. Streams of bright mana once again illuminated the library hall, indicating that the student had once again become close to the life spirit. The time traveler clenched his fists and bit his lip, looking straight ahead without closing his eyes. He frowned and commanded the life spirit to break through immediately. The students were almost thrown aside. So frightening was Chen Jr.'s aura to them. But after a few seconds, streams of energy burst out of their shell, destroying everyone in their path. Chayan sat on the floor, closing his eyes. He didn't understand how the impulse could be so powerful. Even if it corresponded to the 9th level of the Huayu cannon, the disciple couldn't possess such power. Dao opened his eyes abruptly, realizing that he had left the library and found himself on his floating island. It is not surprising that after reaching the 9th level of the Huayu cannon, the island became much larger. A small golden sphere emerged from the chest of the stricken time traveler and soared into the air. Dao couldn't help but let out a surprised cry. It was none other than his own soul. The sphere, like a jellyfish, pushed off with its small fins, floating measuredly in the air. The time traveler stood with his mouth slightly open, realizing that the soul was not just floating in the air, it was being transformed. After flying a little more, the sphere began to slowly transform, taking on the appearance of Dao himself. The young gentleman chuckled, looking at his smaller copy, only much louder. He suddenly soared into the air. It was necessary to leave the floating island to experience new powers of the soul. The time traveler closed his eyes tightly, crossing the boundaries of the spiritual to find himself in the material world. Realizing that he had woken up in the library again, the boy glanced towards Lin Chaoyang, calling out loudly for him. Dao asked if he still wanted to fight him as he had suggested earlier. Without waiting for an answer, the cultivator abruptly turned towards the exit, calling the guy to follow him. Brother Lin raised an eyebrow, stating that he had no intention of agreeing. Was this fool really so dreamy that he could defeat him? A senior disciple? Meanwhile, Elder Zhu arrived at Princess Yue's chambers to report that he had just received news that the decision had been made to promote the girl to Heavenly Demon. Yu raised her chin proudly. Of course, she would get the title she had dreamed of. But suddenly, the princess's eyes pierced the elder like a cobra, and she asked why the head of the sect didn't tell her about this personally. The old man lowered his gaze, explaining that the sect leader wanted to take advantage of the girl's defeat in the battle against the Wu Academy disciples to directly cancel this quota. Yue Wu angrily exclaimed that this was nonsense. The Heavenly Demon's position could not be cancelled at will. The elder finally admitted that the sect leader wanted to pass the position to his son, Fei Xiaotian. Looking at the princess's anger, Zhu warned that this matter was not so easy to handle. Yue grinned and said with a hint of enthusiasm in her voice that she would simply kill the heir. The elder looked at the girl with bewilderment, surprised by the scale of her plans. Yue Wu directly asked the old man where the demon sect's defensive formation was. Zhu cautiously asked what the girl was planning. She turned her back to the elder and walked down the corridor. The princess decided to check something. Not hearing anyone else's footsteps behind her, Yu hurried her henchmen. The elder led the princess into a room with mechanisms as tall as a human. They lazily spun, fueled by magic. The man explained that most of the demon sect's defensive formations were controlled here, and the rest were under the control of the sect leader. Having looked around carefully, the girl immediately asked who was in charge here. Zhu frowned and admitted with displeasure, the son of the sect leader, Feng Xiaotian. Their conversation was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of a guy. Behind him, the members of the sect faithfully defended their master. The elder slowly turned around, asking why Xiaotian was here. The tall blonde guy with tattoos on his face only looked mockingly at the surprised couple. The young man rightly noted that this was his territory, and he should explain to the strangers what they were doing here. A frightened Jew stammered that he had brought Princess Yue into the room for a tour. Xiaotian looked at the girl with interest, saying that he knew her, because the princess received the position of heavenly demon immediately after joining the sect. The heir to the sect leader straightened his shoulders victoriously and said arrogantly that her place had now passed to him. Yue smiled predatorily. She should congratulate the new heavenly demon. Xiaotian brazenly noted the girl's beauty. In the future, he would give her a chance to become his woman and take her to the highest sect. The elder's mouth opened in surprise, realizing that the young man was asking for his death. Yue tilted her head slyly, asking if she needed to thank the guy. He suddenly approached the princess, running his finger through her dark locks. He refused to use loud words. Yue simply needed to serve the new heavenly demon well. However, instead of the admiration he was due, Xiaotian received a powerful slap in the face. Clutching his reddened cheek, the young man shouted that the impudent Yue did not realize her situation and ordered his henchmen to seize her. Two strong men immediately rushed towards the princess from different sides, holding out their hands. Yu didn't wait for them to catch her and immediately attacked the minions with magic spheres. The men fell like stones right at the feet of their master, emitting quiet wheezes. Staring at the fallen sect members in shock, Xiaotian straightened up. Drawing his blade, he warned of the consequences of attacking the sect leader's main heir. Yue glared, saying that such trash was not worthy of attacking her. The girl did not waste her own mana on the young man and simply repelled his attack with her hand. Tian fell to the ground. Quickly sitting up, he shouted that this was a rebellion. Father would kill the princess. Yu grabbed the boy's fallen blade. Hanging over the young master, she said that he wouldn't even have time to meet his father. Holding his cheek, Xiaotian turned to the elder standing to the side, ordering him to kill the traitor. Realizing that Zhu was not responding to him, the young man hysterically asked him why he was not listening to orders. Princess Yue declared that it was useless to call the old man, and swung at the sect leader's son with his own blade. Tian fell on his back, crying in fear that he had been wrong, begging Zhu not to kill him. But it was too late. The blade came down with a whistle, cutting the guy's throat. Zhu closed his eyes and looked down with a heavy sigh, so as not to see this nightmare. He slowly approached the girl, noticing that she had acted rather impulsively. Feng Xiaotian is the only son of the sect leader. What will happen if he finds out about the murder of the heir? The blade in Yue's hands crumbled into small pieces. As if nothing had happened, the princess announced another task for Zhu. The old man had to go to the medicine pavilion and find some medicinal plants for the elixir. Seeing the elder's hesitation, Yue narrowed her eyes. Did he dare to disobey? Beads of sweat ran down the old man's face. He quickly took his hands and bowed. Zhu assured his mistress that the old servant would do everything she asked. In the main square of the Wu Academy, students had already gathered to watch the fight, and they were whispering that Chen Dao had overestimated his strength by challenging a senior disciple to a fight. Lin Chaoyang is quite strong, and the newcomer hasn't even reached the threshold of his level yet. Brother Lin crossed his arms over his chest and looked at his opponent, saying that he was very happy about their upcoming duel. He laughed out loud because now he could kill the scum legally. Dao didn't react. Raising an eyebrow, he replied that the guy was acting like a complete idiot. Chaoyang suddenly fell silent and indignantly rushed at his opponent who dared to insult him. He would force the impudent fellow to bow down in repentance. The time traveler extended his hand, asking to hold off on the reprisal. He asked his interlocutor who had sent him to sort things out. Brother Lin looked at the guy with a puzzled expression, flexing his fists, saying that no one sent him. Dao assumed that his opponent was blatantly lying to him and refusing to tell the truth. Narrowing his eyes, the time traveler said that now he wouldn't feel guilty. Frowning, the older student asked what his rival meant. Without waiting for an answer, the senior student headed towards the enemy to deal with him in a few moves. Shouting out that a ferocious tiger was roaring into the sky, The boy swung his fist at Dao, but he deftly turned away. Before Chao Yang could jump back, he felt a burning pain in his lower abdomen as someone else's hand grabbed him tightly by the groin. Dao abruptly released his opponent and with a second blow sent him high into the sky, causing him to scream hysterically. Brother Lin fell on his back and began to sway on the ground. Holding his groin, he was in unbearable pain. The students' mouths dropped open in surprise when they saw such a cunning trick used by the new guy. The senior disciple rose to his feet and walked towards Dao with hatred in his eyes, declaring that he had acted too meanly. A wall of fire appeared behind the guy. Since Chen Jr. is so capable, let him fight him face to face. Dao grinned and ran towards Brother Lin, clenching his fist tightly. The opponent was too slow, and the subsequent attack knocked him down again, raising a pile of dust. Chao Yang himself didn't understand how he ended up in a lying position again. Was Dao really that strong? The guy bared his teeth, promising himself that he wouldn't dare lose to such scum. He raised his hand to the sky, creating a purple vortex that turned into a portal. The next moment, Dao saw in front of him an enraged wolf with 3 pairs of eyes and dozens of tails, which were trembling dangerously. He opened his mouth slightly, raising his head. The guy had never seen such a creature before. The disciples recognized the bloodline spirit beast. It turns out that Chao Yang had been cultivating this monster all this time, despite the fact that the method of awakening spirit beasts had long been lost. Brother Lin slowly rose and informed Dao that he would have the honor of dying from this technique, and the senior disciple wanted to hold him back until the exams at Xuanwu. The humiliated senior disciple proudly proclaimed that the newcomer would now be torn apart by the bloodline spirit beast. Dao chuckled, saying that his opponent's face was literally swollen, but he still continued to chatter. The enraged Lin squealed, ordering the wolf to devour its rival. The beast loudly snapped its teeth, ready to attack. The monster instantly rushed towards the man, but he was quicker and managed to dodge. The time traveler noticed that the bloodline spirit beast looked like it was created from the astral body. I wonder if the Dao soul can take control of it. He pressed 2 fingers to the standing wolf's neck, deciding he had to try. Chao Yang, glaring at the enemy with his crazy eyes, shouted that he had probably never met a spirit beast before. There was no need to resist. Soaring into the sky, Dao fired a golden stream of energy at the beast's back, ordering it to move forward. The next moment, like a tame little dog, the wolf fell on his back and became silent. Lin ran to his main weapon, seeing it lying motionless. He sobbed, desperately asking Dao what he had done. The time traveler advised him to take care of himself and punched the guy in the chin, causing blood to spurt from the older student's mouth. Once again, he lost his footing and fell to the ground, unable to withstand the enemy's attack. Dao walked up to the fallen enemy and stepped hard on his chest with his boot, cutting off his oxygen supply. He defiantly repeated his question, demanding to know who had sent Chao Yang. The veins on the guy's face bulged from lack of air, and he screamed hysterically that he came on his own. The time traveler frowned. The senior student continued to be stubborn and lie to him. Dao raised his leg and abruptly stepped on the stubborn Brother Lin's stomach, causing him to let out a strangled breath. Looking closely at his opponent, the young gentleman asked if he would speak. The guy grimaced, saying that he was a man of principle, and while they were in the Wu Combat Academy, murder would not be so easily forgiven to a newcomer. Then Dao pursed his lips and made a final, controlling attack. He hit Brother Lin hard in the groin. The senior disciple's eyes turned bloodshot, and he howled in pain as this scum dared to use a forbidden move again. The time traveler threatened to deprive the guy of his dignity if he continued to remain silent. Tormented by humiliation and the fear of being disgraced, Chao Yang hissed under his breath that he had been sent by the crown prince and ordered to attack the disciple. Dao removed his foot and looked into the distance, puzzled, wondering what the ruler wanted from him. Finally, the time traveler exclaimed irritably that the prince still refused to let him go. Brother Lin did not miss the opportunity to threaten the opponent who had incurred the wrath of the crown prince. The disciple should have packed his things and run away to avoid death. Dao heard in the words of the defeated enemy a hint of more people wanting to destroy him. As far as the young master knew, with the exception of Chu Yun and Liu Rui, most of those in the top 10 were the crown prince's men. The time traveler crossed his arms over his chest and concluded with a mischievous smile that he would be happy to meet the young man. He looked towards the direction where Xuanwu Academy was, promising himself that he would not let Zhen Guoho and the crown prince's actions go unpunished. But before meeting these people, Dao had to see Princess Yue. He came to the forest clearing, loudly calling her name. The girl herself arranged the meeting, so the time traveler called her to show herself, indicating his presence. Not far from the guy, the princess's servant jumped silently, like a shadow, from the crown of a thick tree to the ground. The man nodded to Dao, noticing that Mr. Chen was punctual. The student asked if Princess Yue herself would be at the meeting. The henchman frowned and replied that his miss was busy with a very important matter. The time traveler shrugged his shoulders, asking why they were looking for him. The man reminded her of what Dao Miss had already said about her desire to destroy the demonic sect, and the servant arrived to discuss this matter. The time traveler took liberties with Yu, saying that the girl was crazy, being in a sect of demon people. What sense did it make for her to destroy her own? The servant calmly replied that this fact should not worry the young master. All he needed to know was that the miss sincerely wished to cooperate. Dao couldn't help but grin as he said that he knew very well what kind of person the princess was and found it hard to believe in her sincerity. Then, to prove the miss's actions with deeds and not words, the old man asked the gentleman to look at something. A bright column of energy appeared in the air next to Dao, and a male figure began to slowly transform on the ground. The time traveler stepped back in shock, his eyes wide open. The young man, unknown to him, lay in an unnatural position with his eyes open, and it became immediately clear that he was dead. The servant said that this man was the son of the sect leader, and he died at the hands of Miss Yue. He asked, without any emotion on his wrinkled face, if this was enough to show sincerity. Dao couldn't believe that the girl decided to kill such an important person. The heir of the head of the demon people sect himself, she was really decisive and ruthless in her actions. In this case, the time traveler decided to believe in her sincerity and discuss the further plan with the man. He nodded. He considered Dao to be a fairly straightforward person, which he told him. While the future accomplices were discussing the upcoming campaign against the sect, the sun in the sky hid behind one of the rare clouds. A light wind played with the fallen leaves. Finally, having finished speaking, the servant told Mr. Chen everything that the miss had asked him to convey. With a wave of the sleeves of his long robes, the old man said goodbye to the boy and disappeared into a stream of mana. At that very moment, the mentor appeared behind the time traveler, asking who this Yuo was, doing incredible things. Looking over his shoulder, Dao said that the princess was ruthless in her actions and would do anything to achieve her own goals. She probably had her own interests and motives. Elder Mao approached the disciple, seriously asking if Yue was trustworthy. The young master believed in his intuition. If the princess cooperated, perhaps the academy would be able to defeat the demon people sect. The woman then asked if the girl could be deliberately luring them. Dao shook his head. Yu Wu wants cooperation because last time she lost because of the Dao itself, which led to the loss of power in the sect. The elder said that in that case she would go to her sister and discuss the matter with her. Sometime later, when the women had discussed everything, Headmaster Mao gathered the elders, teachers, and best students of the academy in the academy square, initiating them into the plan. If they could destroy the demon-human sect together, it would be a great achievement for the Wu Martial Academy. The headmaster gracefully waved her sleeve, saying that after this, the number of places to enter the Xuanwu Combat Academy would increase. One of the teachers, clutching a staff in his hands, angrily exclaimed that the number of seats was good, but over the years the sect had severely crippled the Wu disciples. They should all be destroyed. Mao then turned to Dao, asking about the latest news from the demon sect. The guy said that Princess Yue was ready, and the students themselves could attack the sect at any moment. The head nodded. Heading towards the exit, she had long intended to pay a visit to the enemies. The woman gave the order to set out, and everyone present immediately followed her, exclaiming that today the sect of demon people would be destroyed. Finally, the academy men arrived at the entrance to the courtyard where the enemy forces were concentrated. There, Princess Yue's servant had already met them, casting an approving glance at the crowd, saying that Mr. Chen deserved their trust. He even betrayed himself, smiling faintly at the boy's incredible strength of spirit. The time traveler turned to the man, asking how Yue's preparation was going. He stepped aside and pointed to the door to the sect, replying that everything was ready. The Great Mountain Formation is under his lady's control, so he can attack at any time. The strongest warriors drew their blades from their sheaths, holding them out in front of them, encouraging each other. Yue's attendant stepped forward to show those present the way through the building's labyrinthine corridors, but young Master Chen asked him to stop, making his way through the crowd towards the man. To everyone's surprise, he announced that he would enter the demon people sect on his own, and the rest would wait here for now. The old man raised an eyebrow, asking if the reason was mistrust of the princess, but the time traveler only shrugged his shoulder, saying that it would make him feel calmer, and urged him to go. The teacher asked her student to be careful and not to rush. Dao turned over his shoulder and assured him with a smile that everything would be fine and there was no need to worry. Chief Mao noticed that the student had great talent and was meticulous, and there was no need to stop him. The elder then looked at her sister with a sly look, asking what kind of reward she would give to the student once the demon people sect was destroyed. The woman did not support the elder's playful mood, briefly answering that it was too early to talk about any rewards. But the younger sister lowered her eyes, softly saying that this was not so. She had already thought of everything. Knowing her relative's character well, the head cautiously asked what she had in mind. The woman stepped forward and announced in a loud voice that, after the sect was destroyed, the leader would give Dao the same reward that Chen Yan had previously received. The head crossed her arms over her chest, surprised by this decision. After all, this is an exceptional reward. The elder herself said that Dao lacked skills, but the mentor was confident in her student, assuring him that the boy would be worthy of it if he succeeded. Her sister only smiled at this. It was only worth discussing such things after some time had passed. The servant led the young master through the long corridors of the castle to his miss. The girl greeted Dao with a smile. They were old acquaintances. Did he really not trust her so much that he decided to come alone? But the time traveler, taught by bitter experience, asked not to waste time on conversations, but to take him to the great protective formation. He wanted to see its removal with his own eyes. The princess rolled her eyes and whined about how boring men were. But then she led Dao to the place. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the demon sect, the leader gathered all the participants in front of him. He looked at the members of the sect and angrily asked how his son could disappear without any reason and still remain missing. The two men, visibly nervous, asked the chief not to be angry. They searched the entire palace, but still did not find Feng Jr. The man was furious and ordered the search to continue. If something happened to his son, those present would die one by one. One of the sect members reported that he had recently heard about the young leader meeting with Princess Yue, and the girl had repeatedly checked the sect's defensive formation. The leader sat on the throne, and upon hearing the familiar name, demanded that Yue be brought immediately. At that moment, the princess had already brought Dao to the right room, saying that she could be trusted. Having looked over the mechanisms, the time traveler suggested starting to destroy the defensive formation. The girl nodded. She herself did not want to wait any longer. As soon as the couple approached the huge mechanisms, the leader's commanding voice was heard from the other side of the hall, asking what the princess was doing. Yu, confused, turned around and saw the leader himself with two guards. The man narrowed his eyes as he asked why the princess was in one of the sect's most important locations. Trying to justify herself, the girl waved her hand towards Dao, replying that she was giving a tour. But the chief didn't want to listen to her. He pointed his finger at the guy, asking who this stranger was. The princess quickly informed that this was her half-brother, and he had come to inspect the sect. The man raised an eyebrow, looking at the young master suspiciously, and asked his name. Without losing his composure, Dao introduced himself with the surname Yue Wu, giving his real name. Then the chief, stroking his beard, asked the princess if she had seen his son, Feng Xiaotian. Summoning all her composure, the princess calmly replied that she had never met the young man before. The chief grinned, knowing that the girl was brazenly deceiving him. He had already heard that she had met with the young leader on one of the days of her visit to the sect. The princess had no choice but to admit that she had only met Tian once. But that was only once. She doesn't know anything else, and she didn't see him after that. The man stated that he could not trust Yue and reached out to her, intending to search her soul to test her innocence. The girl stepped back in fear, exclaiming that there was no need to search her. The leader smirked, realizing that Yue was hiding something, and now he was even more convinced of it. A distrustful, piercing gaze pierced the girl's trembling figure, urging her to speak. The princess did not look away, frantically thinking how to divert suspicion. After a few seconds, she regained control of herself and, exhaling, allowed herself to be tested. The head's hand moved inexorably towards her stomach. The man nodded approvingly, about to say something. As soon as he touched the princess, she pushed away the man opposite her, screaming that it was time to attack. But the leader's heavy body was hard to move, and he grabbed Yue's wrist tightly, hissing that he had guessed the worst. The man pulled the girl towards him sharply and whispered forcefully that her worthless plan had failed. Dao rushed to the leader and immediately pulled out a blade. He offered to admire his techniques. The enemy did not expect the boy to appear so suddenly behind him and lost his vigilance. This allowed the time traveler to attack the leader, who let go of the other man's wrist and soared into the air. The man in mid-flight crouched down and landed on the floor. Squatting low, he immediately shouted at Yue, asking why she betrayed the demon sect. The girl turned sharply to her former leader, indicating that the question was out of place. The princess had already been promised a promotion to Heavenly Demon, but the leader arbitrarily gave the position to his talentless son. The man shrugged his shoulders, angrily saying that it didn't matter, since it was unclear how Yue had gotten permission to be promoted to Heavenly Demon. He, Feng Yunhai, was the head of the sect. So why couldn't he give the position to his successor? What were the people from the demon sect thinking about? Yu hissed angrily that she wanted to rip the skin off the one who dared to take away the title that rightfully belonged to her. Yunhai chuckled. This was his territory, and where did the girl get so much confidence to say such things? The man's body was illuminated by a bright purple light with white veins. He was ready to attack, to avenge his own son. As soon as Hai took a step forward, someone called out to him in a loud voice. Elder Ju shouted that the man should not deal with the girl. He himself would kill the traitor. The leader trusted the old man and stopped. And he, creating a magic sphere in his hand, turned to Yue, promising to finish her off. The gazes of those present met, and Yunhai saw something that left him in complete shock. Ju turned around sharply and found himself behind him again, pointing his palm with the sphere straight at the leader's body. There was an explosion that sent the man flying across the room, lying on his stomach, growling in rage as he realized that Ju had betrayed him too. Dao's mouth dropped open at the sudden turn of events. But Yue was a real pro at what she did. The ground beneath the furious Yunhai's feet cracked as the man jumped to his feet. Wiping the blood from his chin with his sleeve, he bared his teeth and wished death on the traitors. The time traveler, realizing that their enemy would soon begin to attack, ordered Yue to turn off the formation. The girl, without taking her eyes off Yunhai, reassured Dao, reminding him that they had already agreed on everything. The princess shouted an order to her servants to destroy the formation immediately. The leader, looking at the enemies, hissed that they would not be able to do this in his presence. But his plans to prevent the sect from preserving something important were not destined to come true. A fiery explosion appeared behind Yue and Dao. Yunhai reached forward, not believing his eyes. He didn't know that the princess wasn't acting alone. Yue's loyal servant emerged from the cloud of dust and reported to the mist that the formation had been completely destroyed. It seemed as if Hai was breathing fire, and lightning electrified the air, and he promised to flay the skin of all those involved. The princess wasted no time in asking Chen Dao to contact his people as soon as possible. He, ignoring the chief's shouts, nodded. For this occasion, the time traveler had prepared a small firework. He raised his hand to the ceiling and lit the fuse with the help of magic. The first leader saw a bright firework flower in the sky, a signal from Dao that it was time to intervene. The woman turned to her army and commanded them to listen to the order to attack and destroy the demon-human sect. The elders and the strongest warriors were the first to take to the air with furious cries. It was the duty of their generation to eradicate evil. Yunhai, mad with rage, spread his arms wide, cultivating. He ordered everyone to get out. Streams of his mana wrapped around his opponents like ropes, and Yue's servants were thrown towards the ceiling. The princess could barely stand on her feet, covering her face with her hands. She knew that if the people from the Wu Martial Academy did not arrive in time, she and Dao would not be able to stand. Shaking his head, the time traveler assured that he had called them, and help was already on the way. The leader came closer to the traitor, threateningly saying that she had brought her own sentence by making such a choice. Yunhai's body slowly rose into the air. He was going to fulfill Yue Wu's wish and kill her first. The girl realized with horror that she had not previously imagined the full strength of a man, only now feeling a powerful impulse. Yunhai laughed like a madman and reached out his demonic hand towards Yue Wu, shouting that she had come to her senses too late. Dao came to the princess's aid, shouting that he had been completely forgotten. He swung his blade, cutting off the leader's path to Yue. Seeing that he had only managed to catch the man's hand, the time traveler hissed in displeasure. Without even approaching Dao, Yunhai waved his hand, ordering him to get lost, and the boy was immediately thrown back. However, he only scuffed his boots across the floor, thinking that such a dangerous enemy would be more difficult than anyone else. Raising his palm, Yunhai said with displeasure that the boy had managed to shake his strike with his insignificant strength. The princess quickly thanked her savior, adding that a man's strength should not be underestimated. She glanced furtively at the boy's figure, realizing that he had become stronger again since their last skirmish. The time traveler shook his head, saying that there was no need to thank him. Yu was the leader in this operation, and she couldn't die yet. Several of Yunhai's henchmen, who had left the hall for the time being, rushed into the room, asking what was going on. Turning to the men, the leader said that they had come just in time, and that they must kill the rebels Yue and Ju without mercy. Yunhai addressed the girl, noting her courage, but belittled her intelligence. Even if the rebels managed to destroy the sect's formation, did the princess really think that she would succeed in the rebellion? Yu smiled charmingly, replying that she never does anything she is not sure of. As soon as the man gave the order to his henchmen to kill the opponents, the men immediately took to the air. He pointed his finger at the 4 traitors, shouting that it was time to attack. 3 people appeared in one corner at once, Ju, Dao, and Yue, and the sect members rushed towards them with blades at the ready. But before they could even get close, they were thrown back by a strong blow from the head of Mao, who suddenly appeared. Yunhai didn't expect to see the headmaster of the Wu Martial Academy herself in his palace. He roared, enraged that a woman dared to come to his demon-human sect. The leader smirked, declaring that today was the day of the complete destruction of the sect. The man hit his chest and called her an idiot who had entered his territory. The principal threw out her hand, declaring that the entire army of the Wu Martial Academy had come out to deal with the sect. In confirmation of her words, the leader and his 4 accomplices were surrounded by many of the strongest warriors. Yunhai reminded Yue that the righteous had been enemies of the demons since ancient times, and the girl had colluded with the righteous teachings and deserved to die. The princess smirked, replying that it was her style to use everything and everyone that might come in handy. Mao rushed forward, ordering her men to attack and destroy every single demon man. The forces of good and evil clashed, blades ringing in the electrified air. Mao herself did not stand aside. She attacked Yunhai with beams of light, ordering him to die. The henchmen, seeing how their leader was thrown against the wall, were distracted by this, calling out to him pitifully. One of the sect members helped the man up, groaning that the Wu Martial Academy had come prepared. The sect was completely defenseless and inferior to them. Chief Mao slowly walked towards Yunhai, who was sitting on the floor, urging him to accept his death. The man jumped to his feet and laughed, asking if the director really thought he could beat him. But he had warned earlier that this was his, Fei Yunhai's, territory. He brought his palms together, cultivating, and began to build a new formation. The princess laughed dismissively, wondering what could be built on the ruins. She and the director of the Wu Academy looked up at the ceiling, amazed to see the mechanisms starting to recover. The Mao sisters looked back, realizing that a new formation had appeared in the air directly above their heads. The ceiling of the room glowed gold. Yunhai declared that this place could only control part of the sect, and the leader would take control of the majority. And now, those present were faced with the core of the air formation created by the man. He spread his arms out to the sides, and a huge skull with a wide-open mouth appeared in the air in the purple color of his mana. From the skeleton's mouth poured a bright light and invisible waves that deafened the warriors and deprived them of strength. Chief Mao clenched her fists helplessly and bit her lip. She recognized the demon's song. Yunhai bared his teeth. He didn't take any damage from the attack, but the outsiders couldn't stand the sounds. Taking advantage of the pause, he attacked the head of Mao with a bright stream of mana, causing her to fly back. The leader felt the advantage and continued to laugh happily. People could not cope with the song of the demon of his demonic sect. The skull continued to spew out murderous sounds. The warriors of the Wu Military Academy clutched their heads. It seemed to them that their bodies were being cut from the inside by unknown forces. One of the elders approached the director, noting that their people had lost fighting strength due to the attack. The woman urged them to hold on. They could not allow all their efforts to be in vain. Yunhai, hearing the words of Mao, who had been naively building illusions until the very end, rushed towards her with an ominous smile. He thrust out his fist and threw a bright bolt of deadly force at the director. Mao suddenly covered her face with her hands. She understood that in a little while she would not be able to stand on her feet, and in the meantime, rings of the most powerful magic were emanating from Yunhai. Elder Mao saw her sister gradually losing strength and cursed. She jumped up and stood between the heads, ordering the man to get out of the way. He directed an attack at the new opponent, but the elder was able to deftly jump aside. Yunhai grinned as he praised the girl's reaction, who had not yet lost her fighting power from the demon song, but now she was about to feel the real impact. With his arms spread wide, standing directly beneath the huge skull, the leader summoned the demon's attack song. The skeleton's sharp teeth clashed with each other, and waves began to emanate from its mouth, even more powerful than before. Now even the elder bent low to the ground, clutching her head. The room shook from the sounds, as if during an earthquake. The rest of the Wu Martial Academy elders fell to their knees. They couldn't fight under the influence of the song. This formation needed to be destroyed. The servant found his mistress Yue in the midst of all the commotion and suggested that she leave the people of the academy to retreat. The princess admitted that all her miscalculations had failed, but the girl was not going to put up with such an outcome. Dao's loyal brother Lin Hu ran up to him, asking worriedly if he was okay. The time traveler looked at his friend, noticing with surprise that the demon's song had no particular effect on him. The guy's plump face broke into a mischievous smile, and he winked slyly at Dao. Meanwhile, the murderous sounds continued to suck the strength out of those present. Yunhai was confident of his victory and the death of his opponents. He decided to finish them off with his own hands, and having already chosen the first victim, he headed towards her. Dao, looking at his adopted brother, asked him to help him. For the sake of Dao Hu, he was ready to do a lot, and only nodded in response. The time traveler began to crawl face down through the crowd of weakened people in order to get closer to Yunhai. Feeling the touch of metal on his skin, the man grinned, surprised. But someone was not affected by the demon's song. Taking advantage of the fact that the leader was distracted, Hu, from the other side, pounced on him like a living weapon. With his solid weight, the guy managed to knock the man down, and Dao, with a swing of his sword, managed to knock Yunhai down. The elders, having come to their senses, looked with disbelief at the guys and what they had managed to do. They couldn't believe that Chen Dao and Lin Hu weren't affected by the demon's song. Princess Yue looked at the young master with admiration, who had once again surpassed himself. The headman slowly rose to his feet, promising that he would not forgive the students for such an act. He commanded the demon's deafening song to destroy the boys at the top of his voice. The skull, at the command of its owner, opened its mouth and released into the air the most zealous and impossibly strong sounds. Now, in the eyes of those present, a violet flame burned, devouring them from the inside. The Mao sisters watched helplessly as their best warriors lost their minds and abilities. Students, elders, and fighters fell to the ground, clutching their heads as if they were truly splitting in half. The chief whispered that they lacked the strength to resist this song. The elder exclaimed that their campaign was in vain. Princess Yue and her servant fell to their knees, desperately trying to hold on just a little longer. The girl stood with the last of her strength, whispering that she couldn't stand it any longer. She raised her head with difficulty, her gaze finding the strongest students of the Wu Martial Academy. Yue Wu realized that Chen Dao was still able to hold on, and he was their last hope. Suddenly, the guy's body arched unnaturally, carried by a tangible melody. The time traveler shook, and he too sank to his knees, gasping loudly. He couldn't hold on. The princess and her servants' minds cleared a little, and they saw a strange thing. Only Hu stood next to the weakened Chen Dao, shocked to realize that he was still on his feet. Dao raised his head sharply and looked so meaningfully into his brother's eyes that he immediately understood him without words. Hu opened his mouth. A drop of sweat ran down his face. Fortunately, the guy understood the hints. He playfully fell to his knees, screaming that he could no longer stand the demon's melody. Feng Yunhai slowly floated towards the guys sitting on the floor, laughing incessantly, saying that they would not get up again. He came close to the time traveler and already extended his hand, intending to grab him by the neck. At that moment, Hu was healed and managed to lean over his brother to hit the leader in the face. He was so confused that he allowed some boy to beat him up and then suddenly stepped back. Dao turned to his friend with admiration, asking how he had managed to resist the influence of the demon's song. Hu scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly, suggesting that his own considerable weight had saved him. Yunhai fell to one knee in shock, not understanding why only one disciple did not react to the murderous sounds. Yunhai thrust out a fist with a burning flame and declared that he would kill the boys with his own hands. The powerful force of his mana immediately rammed into Hu, causing him to fly into the wall with a muffled cry. The boy landed on his back on the ground with a loud thud, exclaiming that the man's cultivation level was much higher and he couldn't handle it. Yunhai laughed loudly, shouting that he was invincible. But then, a time traveler flew towards him like lightning and hit him so hard with his own mana that the man stepped back, blood spurting from his mouth. Dao clenched his fist in victory. He was the one who could knock all the spirit out of the cult leader. Yunhai was amazed at the boy's strength, realizing that he had been pretending to succumb to the power of the demon song from the very beginning. Elder Mao asked her sister in confusion how the students could do this, since sounds had a huge impact on those present, but not on these students. She remembered that Dao had already passed the demon song level in the Zhuanwu Martial Academy. That must be why he was so resilient, but what Lin Hu was doing was already incredible. The time traveler looked at the large golden circle on the ceiling of the room. He needed to figure out the formation of the demon's song. The teacher's gaze followed her student as he soared into the air towards the skull. She turned sharply towards Dao, shouting his name loudly. Princess Yue heard the scream and exclaimed that the young master was going to destroy the formation in the air. The leader, watching the student closely, said that only by destroying the formation could they turn defeat into victory. However, she also wondered how Chen Dao was going to do this. Yunhai was confident of his victory and that the boy would not be able to deal with the skeleton. After all, being under the song of the demon, Dao himself is asking for his own death. The time traveler understood that the problem was not only in the deadly sounds, but also in the overwhelming demonic qi. He covered his face with his hand and with difficulty broke through the waves of sounds straight to the wide-open mouth of the skull. Now the waves were hitting his mind and sucking out his strength. The guy screamed shrilly, trying not to close his eyes. The teacher rushed to her student, fearing for his life. The leader stopped her, shouting that she would not be able to help Dao if she rose. The demon's song would harm the girl even more. They could only rely on the student. Yunhai watched with a grin as the boy tried to harm the formation. He had chosen this death himself. Dao knew that the torture of the demon song in the Xuanwu Martial Academy had helped him endure now. The faithful blade materialized in his hand, shining with golden light, and now everything depended only on the weapon. The leader clenched his fist, commanding the demon's song to crush the boy. Being close to the skull, which was increasing the sound waves, the time traveler tried to take aim. A bright stream of golden light from the dagger headed straight towards the hovering monster. Yunhai burst out laughing, asking if Dao had come to have some fun. In vain, he remained only as an observer, because the next moment the stream crushed the skeleton into small pieces. The leader let out a puzzled breath, exclaiming that Dao had done it. The elder smiled. Nothing strange after all, this was her student. Princess Yue was amazed that the young master had managed to destroy the formation. Yunhai fell to his knees and began tearing his hair out, mad with rage. Chief Mao called upon all the students of the Wu Martial Academy to obey the order to destroy the demon sect. The students, who had come to their senses, drew their blades, shouting that the members of the demonic sect deserved to die. The head of the sect cursed. It was all over, and this boy was able to destroy the demon. He decided not to give up and to try to deal with Dao himself by rushing towards him. The time traveler met this attack with a smile, concluding that Yunhai had come to an end. The leader was intercepted by the leader Mao, who declared that it was time for him to die. She directed a vortex of her mana at the man, and he was immediately thrown back. After hours of bloody battle, the elder approached his sister, saying that most of the demon sect disciples had been destroyed. The director was happy, because getting rid of the sect is something that could not be dealt with for thousands of years. For the Wu Martial Academy, this is a great achievement. Yunhai lay on the floor, blood pouring out of his mouth and onto the stone tiles. He looked at his own bloody palm with reddened eyes, not understanding how his sect could have been destroyed. Princess Yue approached him, telling him that the man should remember not to get involved with her in the next life. The man fell to his knees, shouting that he would finish off the culprit of his failure. But he didn't even manage to get close to the girl. With one wave of her hand, she forced him to rise into the air. Yueyu smirked as she informed the defeated leader that he would be joining his son in hell.